Oo.
Okay, sige.
Ma'am, ano
Bye-bye.
po,
Ingat.
ang gagawin niyo, i-highlight niyo yung pangalan niyo ng vendor, tapos i-save niyo sa para po hindi na kayo ilabas sa site niyo. Site options.
siya. Ano ba yung mga kuan grades na o I mean, wala yung grado? Na subject mo yung grado? Ano pa, mga dito ka pa lang, grades. Kasi yung sa pagbalit nila, na anyway, tulungan mo no. Kasi ito ang ligaya. Kasi,
Sir, nakamute pala ako. Kanina pa ako nagsasalita. Good morning, sir. Mm-mm. Meron na po tayong 16 participants. Good morning po ulit sa lahat. Welcome po sa ating introductory course. We are also live on YouTube po. So kung may mga friends po kayo na gusto pong makinig sa ating YouTube live streaming, sige po, magbibigay po ako ng link po dito. Sandali lang po. Baka meron kayong colleagues na interested pero hindi nakapag-register kaagad. You may also invite them through our YouTube streaming po. So we're already streaming po sa YouTube. Okay. Alright, so if everyone could also look at our chat box, nandito po yung ating link for the YouTube streaming. Yan po. Sige po, 8:24 na po. Sana po, asa na po ang ating ibang participants? So marami po tayong mga taga-DOST, RITM, puro taga-RITM. Ma'am Alma, saan po, ano pong company si RMC?
Sa hospital po, Rizal Medical Center sa Pasig po, hospital.
Sige po. So habang naghihintay po tayo sa ibang mga participants, kindly take note po yung ating etiquette, webinar etiquette. Sige po. Wala po kayong marinig, ma'am, pero naririnig niyo po ako?
Yes, Ma'am Mary. Narinig ko po ikaw, ma'am.
Okay. Sige po. Opo, wala po talagang sound yung presentation. Wala pa pong sound. Sige po, we are 16 participants. Okay, mag-sound check po tayo. Can anyone hear me po?
Yes, Ma'am Mary.
Okay po. Hi, Ma'am Alma. Ma'am, saan po ano po yung RMC?
Sa Pasig po, it's a hospital, ma'am.
Okay. Ano po ibig sabihin ng RMC? Yung R, Rizal Medical Center?
Opo,
Hindi.
sa chat box ko, ma'am, sinulat. I can change po.
Sorry.
Rizal
Okay.
Medical Center, ma'am.
Okay. Are you connected with the college, ma'am? Hindi. Sige po. 16. Asa na kaya ang ating 8:27. So we would like to start on time sana. O, medyo intay-intay tayo ng sandali lang po. Sige. Miss Angie, ako muna mag-screen share. At biglang nag-low bat. The challenges of online training po. So I hope everyone has had their coffee po. Medyo energized po for today because we will be having an interesting topic for our today's session, Occupational Health and Safety Management System po. Sige po. 8:28, 2 minutes. We're also being recorded. Ma'am, baka po gusto niyong i-share yung ating YouTube link for our other viewers. Parang natin si Peds. Yung ating, we have staff po sa office and he's the one streaming for our YouTube po. Thank you, Peds. I would like to acknowledge Mr. Pedrito Garcia. Sige po. Yes, nag-shoutout ako kay Mr. Pedrito Garcia. Thank you, Peds, for assisting us with the YouTube streaming. Sige, 8:29. Siguro po habang nag-iintay tayo, I would like to share yung ating link for our expectation check po. Baka po meron na kayong mga expectation. Kindly look at the chat box po ulit. Magpo-post po ako doon ng link po. For everyone po, we do have an expectation check po. This is usually for what is our expectation from the course and what do we expect from the speaker. Habang maaga po siguro, ito po yung ating expectation check. Ano po ang ating ini-expect? Ating speaker sa course, ano po bang gusto nating matutunan, ano po yung expectations natin in terms of requirements, applicability. Opo. Pa-answer na lang din po siguro ng course and speaker evaluation habang nag-iintay po tayo sa mga tao. Yun po. Sige po. Check ko lang po kung ilan na po tayo. Ay, 15. Oo. Sige po. Ayan, may nakikita na po akong maraming nagla-login. Good morning, Sir Rodolfo. Yun po. Sige.
Good morning po.
Good morning, sir. Seventeen na po tayo. So, we are 14. 14 po tayo. So, medyo intay lang po tayo ng kaunti because we have, may mga ang confirm po sa akin ay nasa 40. So, I would like to reach po sana at least po half of that. I would like to at least reach half of that. So, intay tayo kaunti. Kahit kaunti lang po, 8:32 na. So, anyone who po dyan ating mga confirmed participants, shout out po sa inyong lahat. Baka po pwede na kayong mag-login. Or baka habang nagkakape kayo, magkape na po kayo habang nagda-login. Sige po. Sige, tingin tayo sa expectations. Okay. Sige po, isip-isip lang po muna, ika nga. Isip-isip, ano bang gusto ko matutunan? Ano po ba in-expect ko sa speaker? Siya ba ay friendly, engaging? Ano po bang klaseng activities ang gusto ko? Of course, ayaw natin ng boring. Do we want it thoroughly explained? Yan, yung pong mga points to consider when we're doing expectation check. Sige, ilan na po ba tayo? We are 16, nabawasan tayo ulit. Oo. Sige, 16 participants. It is now 8:34. Hintay lang po tayong sandali. Sige, magsa-start po tayo in 5 minutes po. 17. Ayun, si Ma'am Mirasol. Tumating. Okay po. So, alright. Sige po. I'm already in presentation mode, so hindi ko po kayo masyadong makikita. Sige po, start na tayo. Good morning po sa lahat. I can see that we have a lot of participants po from the DOST and RITM. Doon po sa ating reminder lang po, doon po sa ating mga guests na walang name po or ng agency doon sa ating doon po sa ating mga names, pwede pong palagay na lang po, pa-rename po so we can identify you po properly po. Also for the certificates din po. Sige po. Right, good morning. So today's session or training would be the introduction to ISO 45001-2018, Occupational Health and Safety Management System, happening today, Tuesday, November 24, 2020 via Zoom platform. This is part of our introductory courses for the promotion of relevant quality and productivity improvement approaches in courtesy of or through the Government Quality Management Committee in coordination with the Development Academy of the Philippines. This year's theme would be Smarter QMS, Fostering QMS Innovation and Public Service Delivery. Before we start, I would just like to say a prayer. Diyan po sa ating mga Catholics, we can make the sign of the cross. Sa mga Christians din po, I would like to ask for us to bow our heads. Dear Lord, we thank you and we praise you for gathering us here today to participate in this online activity. We are grateful to you that we are all healthy and safe, as well as for another learning opportunity. Today, we give you our hearts, our minds, and our lives. Come speak your words of life into our hearts, and we pray that you would open our minds, deepen our comprehension, broaden our thinking, and transform our understanding of what we are about to study. For you are our wise counselor, our perfect teacher, and our faithful friend. This we ask you in your mighty name. Amen. Okay, thank you po. Right, so welcome po sa lahat. Thank you po for attending our training session for today and making the time and effort and the space to be with us today. And rest assured that you will be learning very important points, requirements, tools, and approaches po for our ISO standard. Sige po. So, para po magkakilanlan tayo, kahit po konti pa lang po tayo, kindly introduce yourself po. So, supposed to be po magsi-speed sharing tayo, pero dahil konti pa lang tayo, ang gagawin po natin is I will call on somebody, And please state your name, your agency, saan po kayo, ano pong location nyo, favorite color, and objective po for attending. And then after I call on you, pipili po kayo ng somebody else na next naman po. So on and so forth hanggang sa maubos po natin. Sige po, alis lang po muna ako dito sa aking presentation para makita ko po kayo. Sige po. Mag-stop share po muna ako. Sige. Alright. Sige po. Sino po kaya ang aking unang tatawagin? Sige po. Siguro si Ma'am Lara kasi siya ang unang-una. Hello po. Ma'am Lara, nandyan po ba kayo? Pwede po kayong mag-on ng inyong mga microphone. Ma'am Lara, are you there? Miss Lara? Parang wala ata si Ma'am Lara. Ay, wala pong mic si Ma'am Lara. Pasensya na po. Sige po, sige po. Sige po. Sige. Ini-mini-mini mo. Sige po. Sige, ako na lang muna mag-start. My name is Mary Ann Mayo. Ako po yung project manager for this project. Ang aking favorite color ay, depende po sa mood ko, pero blue and green, minsan red. Objective, to oversee our project management and to share with you the training for today. Sige po. Si Sir Mikael Yang. Andyan po ba kayo, Sir Mikael? Good morning po. Sir Mikael, andyan po ba kayo? Ay, wala pa rin audio. Opo, yung sa iba po walang audio. Wala ding mic si Sir Mikael. Sir, pwede po kayo mag-unmute. Nakikita niyo po yung unmute button. Wala din pong mic. Ano kaya nangyayari? Sige. Si Ma'am Angelica. Sige po, mag-introduce po kayo sa chat box, sir. Sige po, babasahin natin. Sige po. Go ahead po and type po for everyone, sir. Sige po. Wala pong problema, Ma'am Angelica. It's okay po. We would appreciate it very much if we can hear you kahit po medyo noisy sa inyo. Okay. Sir Mikael? Sige po, habang nag-introduce po kayo, ayun, okay. Good morning everyone, I'm Mikael Yang, Food and Drug Regulation Officer of the Food and Drug Administration here in Region 11. Tama po ba? Or 9? 9, okay, Region 9. Okay po. Ano po favorite color nila, sir?
11?
Green? 11 ba yan? Oo, 11.
10 plus 1, yeah.
Oo, Region 11. Favorite color is blue. Okay po. Ano pong objective natin para makasali po sa sa ating training workshop? Sige po. Type lang po kayo. Sige po. Currently member po si Sir Mikael ng Safety, Health, and Emergency Team. So I hope marami po akong matutunan in this session. Sige po. Habang po nag-GTKY tayo, baka po yung iba pwede pong sumagot ng expectation check. Alright. So who else? Sir Mikael, sinong pipiliin nyo na next? Sinong next na pipiliin nyo na mag-introduce ng kanilang sarili? Meron po ba kayong name na gustong bigay? Si Miss Mirasol? Ma'am Mirasol Domingo. Ma'am Mirasol Domingo, ka-opisina ni Sir. Ng DOST 11 din. Hi ma'am, asan po si ma'am? Ma'am, pwede pong ayun, hi ma'am.
May buntag.
Mayong buntag, ma'am.
My name is Mirasol Domingo and I'm from the DOST or Department of Science and Technology, Region 11, that's in Davao City po.
Opo.
And and I am happy po na napaunlakan po kaming makasali dito sa training na to. And I am currently leading the OS management system for the DOST 11.
Opo.
And, so expectation ko po to learn more about the OS itself and the standard. So, yun po.
Okay. Okay po.
Tagang salamat.
Ma'am, ano pong favorite color nila?
Wala ko kasi talaga ako favorite color. Depende po kung anong maano ko.
Depende sa mood nyo, ma'am.
Opo. Parang
pareho
ikaw
pala
din.
Depende sa mood at sa weather. Sige po.
Opo.
Okay po. Sige po. Sino pong gusto nating next na ano?
Si Sir John. Tapos na ba Sir John ng RITM?
Opo, hindi pa po. Sir John, nandyan po ba sila? Si Sir John.
Kasi nakikita ko eh.
Si Sir John Paul V. Felipe. Sir John, andyan po ba si Sir John? Bigla pong wala si Sir. Ayun, asan si Sir John? Sandali.
Ako, ma'am. Good morning po. John Paul Villablanca po from Research Institute for Tropical Medicine. Currently, augmenter ako ng Safety Committee. I-institutionalize pa lang po ng RATM. And then, favorite color po is red.
Red.
Opo. Ano pa po ba yung tanong?
Ano po yung reason nila kung ba't nag-join po sila dito?
Yun, bilang member ng isang augmenter ng safety committee at bilang isang safety officer, gusto ko pong matutunan yung tungkol sa occupational safety and health management system.
Okay, thank you po. Sir John, okay lang po bang i-next natin si Ma'am Lara kasi nag-type na po siya dito ng kanyang kasi wala daw siyang mic pala. Okay lang po ba? Tapos Ma'am Lara, opo, mamili na po kayo kung sino po yung next. So, babasahin ko po si Ma'am Lara. I'm Lara Christine Castro of Research Institute. RITM din pala si Ma'am. Of course, nasa Muntinlupa. Malayo po yan nung pinuntahan ko. Favorite color po niya ay green and black. I hope I will learn a lot from this training. Next would be Sir John Paul Felipe. Ma'am, ayun. Nagkabaliktad lang pala kayo. Ma'am Lara, sino po ang pipiliin nyo? Dr. Ambas. Si Dr. Ambas daw. Sige. Asan si Dr. Ambas?
Present. So, I'm Dr. They call Dr. Ambas. They call me Doc Dean at RITM.
Opo.
Naririnig ba ako? Kasi
opo, ma'am. Yes po. Yes po. Opo.
I'm a fellow of Philippine College of Occupational Medicine, Masters of Occupational Health.
Opo.
I am a Occupational Safety and Health Practitioner certified by DOLE. I'm currently head of the Safety Committee of RITM. So my favorite color is blue and white. My objective to coming into this webinar is to increase the competencies of my safety officers who are participants of this webinar.
All right. Thank you po, ma'am. Sino po kaya yung next na pipiliin nila? Para mag-introduce na nilang sarili.
Yung aking iba pang safety officer, si Kenneth, Frank Kenneth.
Good morning, Sir Frank Kenneth Galiz from RITM. Andyan po ba si Sir? Meron po bang webcam si Sir?
Hello po.
Hi, Sir. Opo. Meron po ba kayong video, Sir? Para po makita namin ang inyong face.
Okay. Sige ma'am. Good morning po.
Good morning, Sir.
My name is Frank Kenneth Galiz from Research Institute for Tropical Medicine. Currently I'm Safety Officer 1. Actually, I am new. Last September lang po ako nag-start as Safety Officer. My favorite color, ma'am, is black.
Black
and
po.
My objective po is to increase my competence para po mas marami akong matutunan regarding sa OSH na magagamit ko po sa aking trabaho.
Okay po. Sige pa. So, reminder lang po, mayroon pong message si Miss Angie, yung pong expectation from the course and speaker habang naghihintay po tayo for our turn. Kindly check on the link in our chat box. Pasagot na lang din po doon. Sir, sino pong pipiliin ninyo? I'm sure taga-RITM din. Para nagbabasahan kayo.
Si Paul Manalo po, ma'am.
Paul Manalo. Andiyan na ba si Sir Paul Manalo? Parang hindi ko pa nakikita yung name niya.
Yes po, ma'am.
Ayun, si Sir Paul. Okay, sandali po. Sir Paul,
morning po.
hahanapin ko inyong...
Mukhang
Ayun, okay.
mukhang bagong gising pa. Nakatuyo pa buhok mo.
Si
Good
Sir
morning.
Paul.
I'm Paul Andrew Manalo po from RITM din, or Research Institute for Tropical Medicine. Ang favorite color ko po, pink at violet. Tapos, syempre for this course po, I hope to learn more from you, ma'am, sa DAPT, and syempre to learn more info about OSH po.
Okay, sige po. So, yung po mga gusto natin, yung sinasabi natin ng reasons for being here, please don't forget to put po dun sa expectation check po. Sige sir, sino pipiliin ninyong susunod? Na mag-i-introduce. Pwede hindi taga-RITM. Kung
Okay.
na ba ang taga-RITM? Oo.
Marunong ka mag-ano nito? Hindi ako marunong mag-sagot dito.
Assist na lang po si ma'am.
Si Sir Rod Perez po.
Sir Rod Perez. Saan ba si Sir Rod Perez?
Good morning po.
Good morning, sir. Sandali, hanapin ko yung webcam nyo, sir. Asan si Sir Rod? Sir Rod, meron ba kayong webcam?
Meron po.
Opo, pwede po bang pa-on po para po masilayan namin ng inyong mukha?
Hindi ko kasi makita yung akin.
Sir, okay na po ba? Nakita niyo na po ba yung inyong...
Opo.
Ayun. Hi, Sir Rod. Good morning,
Good
sir.
morning po. Hello po. I'm Rod Perez po, Rodolfo C. Perez. Presently, section head ng Laboratory Animal Section ng Veterinary Research Department.
Opo.
My favorite color is green kasi gusto ko yung buong paligid ko ay maging lively tsaka
Alive?
nakaka-refresh. And then yung expectation ko po, additional knowledge, makatulong din sa aking mga co-employees, and as augmenter din po ng safety committee, malaking bagay po para sa aming grupo na makatulong since COVID pandemic po ngayon, we see to it na maging safe po lahat ng aming empleyado.
Okay, sige. Thank you po.
Salamat
sir,
po.
Thank you po. Sir, okay lang po bang isunod natin kasi I know I asked po na mamili po kayo. Okay lang po bang isunod natin si Ma'am Angelica Yamson po kasi nag-type na po siya dito sa ating sa ating chat box. Okay lang po ba? Siya
Okay
po ang
lang po.
piliin ka. Opo. Ma'am Angelica, pili po kayo after kung sabihin kung yung inyong tinype po dito as introduction. Sige po. Reminder po ulit do sa expectations. Kindly put it dun po sa ating Jamboard. Dun po sa mga links na pinrovide ni Miss Angie. Sige po. Okay, from DOST3, from Miss Angelica T. Yamzon. I am Angelica T. Yamzon of the Department of Science and Technology, Regional Office 3, located in San Fernando, Pampanga. I love all the colors. So equal opportunity pala si ma'am. Ang objective po ni ma'am is to learn about occupational health and safety, and this is her first time to attend this kind of training. And thank you for this opportunity. Ma'am, sino po ang pipiliin yung susunod na gusto nating pa-introduce? Ma'am Catherine Joyce Galang. Si Ma'am Galang. Ma'am Catherine Joyce. Asan po si Ma'am? Taga-Kaap po siya. Hi Ma'am. Good morning po.
Hi po. Good morning. My name is Catherine Joyce Galang from Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines.
Apo.
I don't have a favorite color po. Most of the times, I prefer white or nude colors. And
Okay.
then, ano pa ba? My objective for joining this training session po is to learn more and to get some ideas so that para po makatulong po sa amin para ma-create and implement po yung state safety program po dito po sa CAAP.
Okay, thank you po. Ma'am, sino pong susunod ang gusto ninyo sana?
Mr. Rod Perez.
Rod Perez. Si Sir Rod Perez. Dali lang.
Thank you po.
Ma'am, tapos na po ako.
Tapos na po si Sir Rod pala. Sorry, sandali.
Sorry po.
Yung pong mga bagong dating, baka po gusto nyong mamili doon. Bagong dating si Sir Julius or si Sir Richard?
Sige po, si Sir Julius na lang po.
Okay. Sir Julius, are you there? Sir Julius?
Yes po, yes
Hi,
po.
sir. Good morning
Hello
po.
po, good
Meron po ba
morning.
kayong webcam para po makita namin ang inyong mukha? Hi, sir. Good morning, sir. Opo. Bale, yung ating pong activity right now po happening is, this is getting to know you po. Kindly state your name, your company, saan po ang location nyo, and then favorite color, and then objective to join po for this seminar.
Yes, good morning everyone. I'm Julius Susada 2 from Tuguegarao City, local government unit. So my favorite color is blue, and I joined this activity to have a basic knowledge and information about occupational health and safety because in our workplace, I'm working in the City Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Office.
Okay. I hope okay na po ba diyan sa sa Tuguegarao or marami pa pong rehabilitation kailangan gawin?
So far okay na po dito sa Tuguegarao. After the flooding, 3 to 5 days na po, naging okay na po. Yun lang po, dagsaan lang po yung ating mga relief assistance.
Okay. Sige, thank you po. Sir, pwede pong pa-rename na lang din po doon sa inyong name para po malaman namin kung taga-saan po silang agency. Sige, thank you po, sir. Sino pong pipiliin niyo na susunod po na introduce niya ang sarili niya? Halos lahat po ng taga-RITM po ay tapos na. Tapos na po yung mga taga-RITM, taga-FDE po tapos na rin, DOST. Sige. Si Sir Richard Castañas na lang. Sige, sir, mukhang siya na lang po yung natitira. Sir Richard?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Opo, kayo na po yung susunod na na mag-i-introduce.
Ayan. Yes po. My name is Richard Castaños and I am from the Board of Investments po. It's located in Makati. My favorite color is blue. And then, ang expectation ko po for this session, kasi currently, the office po is newly formulated lang yung quality management system team. So we would like to also incorporate po sana yung safety, yung introduction to safety. Kaya I was instructed to attend this course para at least kung alin po yung matutunan ko dito, ma-rely ko din po siya sa agency.
Okay.
So, yun po.
All right, thank you. So, and last but not the least, si Ma'am Alma. Andiyan ba si Ma'am Alma? Saan si Ma'am Alma? O nga pala, si Ma'am Alma. Si Ma'am Alma pa pala. Sorry, Ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. Dr. Alma Amado po from Rizal Medical Center. My favorite color po is blue. And then I am flu manager of our outpatient department in Rizal Medical Center. And then my expectation for this course po is to be equipped how to yung make a high rack. I saw it po in the attachments. And then po as a flu manager, I was tasked to parang go to the hospital and avoid high-risk areas as a most at-risk person. So my expectation for the course would be how I can identify a place as a high-risk area. Yan, ma'am.
Okay po. Alright, thank you po, ma'am. So, sino pa kayang hindi natin? Nadaanan na po natin lahat, Oo. Shout out po doon sa ating mga YouTube participants. Sige po. Since maluwang po tayo dito sa mga participants, I would like to invite yung pong mga participants natin sa YouTube. Maybe you would like to join us here today. Maybe you would like to join us here today sa ating Zoom. Sige po, check po natin. We will be sharing po yung ating Zoom link dun po sa ating YouTube viewers and participants po. Sige po. I will continue with my presentation po. Sige po. Thank you po for that dun po sa attendance natin. But before I proceed, I would just like to give some few words to welcome you, to formally welcome you today. Sige po. So, fellow workers in the government, ladies and gentlemen, good morning po. Thank you all for coming and participating in the Government Quality Management Committee's GQMP 2020, Promotion of Relevant Quality and Productivity Improvement Approaches. These courses are part of the GQMP vision of improving citizen satisfaction, driven by government-wide quality improvement, a high-level goal that can be realized by ensuring that productivity and quality improvement approaches are promoted and implemented by the public sector. To aid us in achieving this goal, the Academy developed a series of introductory courses. These courses aim to enhance government agencies' awareness and appreciation of management standards, complementing their ISO 9001 QMS implementation and emerging technologies, standards, and approaches, and capacitate government agencies to develop strategic and innovative solutions to identified issues. Last year's theme was QMS Leveling Up, Gearing for Future-Ready Public Service. This year, our theme is on Smarter QMS, Fostering QMS Innovation in Public Service Delivery. This is still part of the GQMP advocacy to promote quality improvement, particularly to foster innovation on improving public service delivery and leveling up the quality management system, and continue the promotion of new trends in productivity and quality improvement solutions and management system standards of related technologies. So earlier this year po, we had our first edition of the 5 new courses, and we are pleased to present the second edition of the introductory series, commencing with introductory course on ISO 45001 Occupational Health and Safety Management System with Mr. Antonio Santos and as our distinguished speaker. This course aims to give an overview of the international standard that can help with our occupational health and safety po. Before other course offerings also includes, yesterday we had our ISO IEC 17025 series of 2017 management system for testing and calibration laboratories. And tomorrow we will be having the ISO standard 22301 series of 2019 management system for that was postponed, system for business continuity. And also our ISO 56002 Innovation Management System, and last but not the least, our ISO 21000 2018 Management System for Educational Organizations. We hope you can join us in all of these courses as we look forward to more meaningful discussions with all of you. So on behalf of the President and Chief Executive Officer of the DAP and member of the Government Quality Management Committee, Attorney Engelbert C. Caronan Jr., we welcome you all to our one-day introductory course. The Academy is hoping that after attending this course and the other course offerings, you and your agencies will be smart, will be equipped, and will be more resilient, especially in this period of the new normal. Thank you, and please stay safe. Okay, sige po. Sige. So, earlier today, nagbigay na po tayo ng ating mga expectation, yung sa Jamboard po. Sige po, i-check po natin kung may mga sumagot na po ba. Ayun, marami na pong sumagot. Very colorful ang ating Jamboard today. Sige po. So what do we expect from the course? So additional information, knowledge to share to colleagues. And I expect the course to learn more on considering the occupational health of the employees, and that would enable me to share it with my colleagues so we can improve our SMS. Learn the basics of basic occupational safety, which is currently relevant for my current task as member and representative of the Safety, Health, and Emergency team. Learn more about occupational health and safety and apply to initiatives in their office. Additional knowledge, marami po tayong additional knowledge po dito on OHSH. Learn more on OHS, yes po. Learn more again. So marami po tayong, of course, to learn about the standards, yun po, important din po siya. So ano po ba yung mga ibang expectations natin from the speaker? Generous and knowledgeable. Ang ibig sabihin po ba ng generous ay magbibigay ng prizes? Knowledgeable, jolly, lively, and participative discussions. Again, lively and make the topic interesting and informative. Generous in sharing actual experiences in relation to the documentation and implementation of ISO 45001. Knowledgeable and lively po. Sige po. Okay, kindly bear with me as I transition po dito sa aking presentation. Wait lang po. Medyo online challenges. Mag-share screen na po ako. Sandali lang po. Okay. All right. As a course description po, the DA pre-project team shall conduct a one-day online introductory course to enhance government agencies' awareness and appreciation of management standards, complementing their ISO 9001 QMS. In addition, these courses aim to promote organizational resiliency through the use of innovative tools and techniques, gearing towards a smarter QMS. Okay, sige po. Our objectives, okay, nag-skip siya ng isang. Sige po, nag-skip siya ng isa, pasensya na po. Our objectives for today, the introduction to ISO 45001-2018 Occupational Health and Safety Management System aims to give an overview of the international standard, the ISO 45001-2018, an internationally recognized model for establishing an occupational health and safety management system, or OHSMS, that intends to enable organizations to provide safe and healthy workplaces for their employees and others that can be affected by their activities po. Our course program for today, of course, our registration started at 8 a.m. to 8:30 po. And then we are now doing the opening program and we will be introducing the speaker in a while. The first topic would be occupational health and safety management system concepts, and then we will have a 15-minute break, and then followed by the overview of the major requirements and steps in establishing an occupational health and safety management system. Then we will have our first workshop po before lunch, and then lunch break, and then key occupational health and safety management system operational controls, and then the integration of the OHSMS with our QMS system, and then another workshop po in the afternoon, and then next steps and closing na po. If you have any questions, please feel free to put your questions in the chat box, or you may also raise your hand, and we will be checking regularly po for your queries or insights. Also from our YouTube viewers, you may also put in the chat box in YouTube any of your questions, and it will be relayed to us. All right. Expected output natin for today is discuss the overview of ISO 45001-2018, Occupational Health and Safety Management System concepts, principles, and requirements. We would like to also articulate the relationship integration of ISO 9001 QMS with ISO 45001 2018, occupational health and safety management, and last but not the least, explain the key steps in establishing an occupational health and safety management system and understand the typical mechanisms to control occupational health and safety risks. Wait. Siya po siguro, aking presentation po siguro po hindi pa po nakapagkape. Medyo hindi pa po siya sumasagot. Wait lang po. Right. So our methodology for today, we will employ lectures, exercises, learning evaluation, group discussions, and group presentations po. So a reminder for our online etiquette. So this morning before we started with the training, Miss Angie flashed po yung ating online etiquette. So reminders lang po during our video conference. Of course, be at the call, in the call at least 10 minutes before our schedule. Mute your mic if you are not speaking. Kindly turn on your camera for attendance and participation monitoring purposes. Please take notes on a document or on a paper for reference. We appreciate being engaged with us. Please stay engaged. Send your reactions, your answers, or thumbs up through the chat box. You may use the chat box to raise questions, and we will accommodate you. I will accommodate you as your facilitator. Wait for the speaker to call on you before unmuting your mic, and when you get disconnected, try to reconnect as soon as possible. We would also like to remind you that this virtual training will be recorded. Rest assured that the DAP fully recognizes the value of your personal and organization's information. Upon joining this training, you acknowledge and agree that your information may be used for the DAP documentation following legal and regulatory standards for data protection. So to introduce our team, of course, our resource person is Sir Antonio Santos. And yours truly, ako po ang project manager and of course slash course facilitator for today. My name again is Mary Ann Mayo and Angela C. Vargas, our course documenter. Siya po ang aking katuwang sa management po of our session for today. Please take note in our chat box. She is also regularly updating links and posting links po. Please take note po of the course and speaker evaluations po. We would be needing that, and then once you have submitted your course evaluations, as a reminder, we would send the materials po for today. All right. So I would like to introduce our speaker for today. Oh, sorry. Before po, ito po yung resources natin. So sa YouTube po, meron po tayong live streaming and our Google Classroom. Miss Angie will be posting this in the chat box for our YouTube subscribers. Sir Peds, pa-relay na lang din po sa kanila ito. And then course evaluations and our speaker evaluations, this will be posted again. So for our workshop 1 and workshop 2, we also have our links. We will also be posting them po. All right. So to introduce Mr. Santos. Mr. Santos is one of the Development Academy of the Philippines seasoned resource persons in helping government organizations in establishing quality management system certifiable to ISO 9001. He is also a proficient professional with more than 20 years of quality, environmental health, and safety management system consulting. For auditing and training experience, he has trained, consulted, and audited companies with management systems, subscribing to the requirements of ISO 9001, 14,001, 45,001, 18,001, madami pong 1, QS 9000, ISO TS 16949, and the GQMS, Government Quality Management System Standards. He also has had government projects under the DAP and has been engaged with several agencies and organizations. Notably, he has also been with the Basis Conversion and Development Authority, Bureau of Treasury, Council for Welfare of Children, Commission on Human Rights, Department of Education, the DNR, National Defense. And prior to his DAP projects, Mr. Santos established ARC Consulting System Services. On February 2002, meron din po siya consulting enterprise. To date, Mr. Santos is training and consulting auditing practices include a wide variety of clients, as I have mentioned, including the private sector. So, all right. Sigo, without much further ado, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Antonio Santos. Let's give him a virtual round of applause po. Sige po, sir.
Good morning. Thank
Good morning,
you,
sir.
Mary Ann. Thank you, Mama Ann.
Ano po
Good morning
mag-share,
to all
sir?
participants. Sige, I'll just grab the screen first. Okay, I hope you are already viewing the PowerPoint slide.
Yes, sir.
Meron na
Nakikita naman po.
Okay,
Kita po.
meron. Okay.
Opo.
Okay, so sige, so let's start. So again, good morning and thank you for participating in this webinar. No, so we will introduce to you a standard that has been accepted globally since the late 1990s. No? And now it has become an official member of the ISO family of standards. No? Before, hindi pa siya ISO standard, it was a globally accepted standard, but not yet before an ISO standard. So right now, naging member na siya of the ISO family of standards. This standard provides a proven approach that is aligned to other management system standards like ISO 9001, now ISO 14001. 14001 is about environmental management system. ISO 27001, I believe one of the organization I certified na to ISO 27001, which is the information security management system. And then we have a lot of ISO standards na this standard is also aligned. So it can help organization to improve the occupational health and safety performance by reducing workplace incidents, and it will reduce cost of disruption, of course, of your operation, and it will help us increase compliance to regulatory requirements. So this international standard is the ISO 45001 2018 version, the first version of ISO 45001 under the ISO family of standards. So to provide you the more specific objectives of this course, so this course we will discuss about the main requirements, the main requirements of ISO 45001, because I'm also providing consultancy and training to ISO 9001, and most organizations kasi are certified to quality management system, and it's for ISO 45001, this is a relatively new ISO standard, so that's why few companies in the Philippines are certified to ISO 45001, and we have a few engagements right now, but I hope it will increase in the future. We will have more organizations that would like to be certified to ISO 45001. So we will also provide you the steps in establishing an occupational health and safety management system. So the ISO 45001 is structured in the PDCA cycle, plan, do, check, act cycle. And this plan, do, check, act cycle, if we will use this as a framework for establishing a management system, any management system, occupational, quality, environmental, information security, management system. So if you will use the PDCA cycle, so if you will break it down into sub steps. So you can establish your management system in 10 no, vital steps, no, 10 vital steps. So we will discuss this later, yung 10 vital steps in establishing an OHSMS, no, Occupational Health and Safety Management System. We will also provide you no, some discussion on the typical mechanisms to control the OHS risk. So in making sure that your OHSMS is effective, so you need to make sure that you have the following controls or the controls no, to address OHS risk. And in this training, since we're promoting no, the improvement of your existing system, and we believe most of the participants, no, most of the organizations that will participate in this training are already certified to ISO 9001. And since we want to improve your quality management system, so we can have no, a project where we can integrate the OHSMS, no, the ISO, the Occupational Health and Safety Management System, no, with your existing quality management system. So by doing this, we will provide you a roadmap on how you can merge OHSMS with your existing quality management system. So in this training, we will have the following outputs. Now we will have the following outputs. So we will have two workshops, not two workshops. So initially, we will have to accomplish a risk-based thinking tool, no, a risk-based thinking tool. So we call it the higher up, HIORAAP, na HIORAAP. Before, we call it the HIRAC, na and then HIRADC, no, HIRADC, no. So right now, we're calling this HIORAP, no, because of the this words, no, hazard identification and occupational health and safety risk assessment and action planning. Action planning. So we will use that risk-based thinking tool to identify hazard, assess the risk, determine the appropriate controls, no, by planning it. No? So this is a risk-based thinking tool. So this is a risk-based thinking tool where we can use during planning ng higher up. So since we would like to promote integration, so we will also have a workshop on integrating, no, in integrating the OHSMS with the QMS by having this integrated process map, no, by having this integrated process map. So in this training, from what I have heard, no, from what I've gathered, no, I believe there are participants who are already has expertise na, in the field of OHS. Na, in the field of OHS. I've heard si Dr. Ambas. No? Si Dr. Ambas, I believe she heads the safety program of RITM. Tama po ba, Doc? Ano yung nickname ni Doc kanina na medyo nag-choppy? Si Dr. Ambas?
Doc Bing po.
Doc Bing. Si Doc Bing, tama po ba, Doc?
Yes. Ay, sorry, nag-feedback.
Feedback, no? Si Doc Bing. Yan, no? I believe si Doc Bing is the parang head of the safety initiative, safety programs, no? In RITM, no? In RITM. And then we have safety officers. So the participants, so medyo ano siya, no? We have the diversity in participants. There are experts, there are practitioners, and there are ano, no, parang newbies, no, in this OHSMS, no, Occupational Health and Safety Management System. So to help the other participants, no, to better understand this OHSMS, so I would expect na those with experience, no, those with expertise can also share, no, they can also share. So make this training as interactive as possible. So because yung amount of learning that you will get, no, the amount of information that you will get from this training uh, will not only come from me, no, it will also come from the participants, no. So if the participants can share their expertise or can share their experiences, so you will have a more complete information, no, relevant to this training. And so I would invite, no, the participants to ask, to clarify, to to share or to add on, no, on something na relevant to each topic, na. Okay. So for the seminar outline, Miss Maan has already provided to us yung seminar outline. So maybe I'll just skip this one, no? Yung outline nito. So in the morning, we'll have the hazard identification and assessment of OHS risk, the higher up, no? I believe si Doc Alma, tama po, from Rizal Medical Center. One of her objectives is to accomplish this higher up. Tama po ba, Doc Alma?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
So, pahihirapan namin kayo mamaya. Yan. And then,
Kinabahan sila,
pahihirapan
sir.
na. And then in the afternoon, so we will have our next workshop about preparing an integrated na OHSMS and QMS process map. Okay. So that will be the gist of the outline, no? Training seminar. So let me add more some information before we proceed with the OHSMS. So siguro let me pick your interest muna. According to the International Labor Organization about world safety statistics, no? There are around 2.78 million people, no, who succumb to work-related accidents, no? To work-related accidents and diseases every year. So ang dami pala, no? Every year. And which 2.4 million are disease-related. So 2.4 against 2.78, no, from my computation. So ito ay 86%, no? 86% of work-related fatalities, no, are attributed to ill health than accidents, no? So mas marami pa lang namamatay sa ill health sa work-related, no? An additional 374 million workers suffer from non-fatal occupational accidents. No? So the 2.78 million is deaths. 374 million are non-fatal occupational accidents. No? Let me share to you a model by an industrial safety practitioner in the 1930s, si Herbert William Heinrich. No? Herbert William Heinrich. No? According to his model, so there will be one major injury na 29 minor injuries can result to one major injury, na. And the 29 minor injuries na can be a result of 300 near misses, no, near misses. So when we say near misses, these are events, no, incidents that has the potential to harm, but it did not, no, consummate the harm. So kaya ang tawag natin ay near misses. And there are times we call it near hit, no? And I would prefer nga near hit because when we say near miss, no, in Filipino, 'di ba, if we will translate near miss, muntik ng mamiss, tama ba? No, muntik ng mamiss, muntik ng sumala, no? Pero if we will use near hit, no? Near hit ay muntik ng tamaan. Ayan, no? So kaya I prefer to use near hit than near miss, no? Ayan, so statistically speaking, if you're exposed to so many near misses, it will lead you to a lesser number of minor injuries and eventually end in the inevitability of fatality. So yan, so kapag maraming near misses, so pag maraming hazard, no, there are so many unsafe conditions and there are so many unsafe acts, then this could lead to injuries, minor and major. Ayan. So there are, of course, sample of accidents in the workplaces. No? These are just some of the sample. No? Slips, trips, and falls. No? Ayan, sample of accidents at the workplaces. Now, being hit by falling objects. No? Of course, when salesman or nasa travel ang employee, so there could be accidents, no? Road accidents, so crashes and collisions, so still related to work. Even electrocution, no? Even electrocution, cuts and lacerations, fire. So this could be accidents at the workplace, no? Recently, no, there is a very parang a serious incident in near RITM kasi RITM is in Muntinlupa. So yung skyway, no, na steel girder fell, no, and hit the motorist beneath the skyway, and then I believe meron death, merong one person ang namatay, and then others are of course seriously injured, no, because of the incident or because of the accident, not because of the accident. Now, when we say accident kasi, accident is of course an incident that already resulted to injury, ill health, illness, including death. No? Ayun yung difference of accident and incident. So it is also estimated that lost work in a global scale, no, represent almost 4% of the world's gross domestic product. Gross domestic product. So when we say gross domestic product, this is the total amount of the products that that a country, no, produce. No? So ito yung total amount of the products of the country has produced, no, depending on the period. So 4% of the world's GDP. So the last time I've checked, the 2019 GDP reached to 87 trillion. So 87 trillion. So 87 trillion, get the 4% of 87 trillion is 3 point something trillion. 3 point something trillion is 10 times, no? 3.5, no? A trillion is 10 times, almost 10 times higher than the Philippines gross domestic product, no? In 2019, Philippines reached ang gross domestic product natin is 376 na 376 377 no 377 billion US dollars no for 2019. So the Philippines is placed at the 33rd highest, no, 33rd highest in GDP. Na. Of course, yung first place ay always US, second place China, third place Japan, then Germany, of course the developed countries. But Philippines is 33rd among 100 plus nations. So we're still doing good no, in our GDP. So if 2.78 million no, dies every year, no? So every year, so that would account to at least no, to around 7,500 deaths every single day. No? 7,500 deaths every single day worldwide. No? So of course, if you will divide 2.78 with the days of the year, so 365, so somehow nasa 7,600. No? So yeah, so that's why I just have a parang ano na to, estimate na more or less 7,500 deaths every single day. So according to, again, in the International Labor Organization statistics, so from that 7,500 deaths, na, so 86% of that is caused by illnesses, diseases. So kaya 86% of 7,500 is more or less 6,500, no? 6,500, and the remaining 1,000 die from occupational accidents. So still, of course, every day daw, no, there are so many people who will die from work-related illnesses, diseases. And that would mean 5 to 7% of deaths globally. 5 to 7 deaths globally. So every day, every day. So if there will be diseases, so these are just examples of diseases. So types of diseases caused by chemical agents. If you were exposed to lead, mercury, beryllium, ketones, so these can result to diseases caused by chemical agents. If you're exposed to vibration, noise, compressed air, radiation, extreme temperature, you will have diseases caused by physical agents. If you will be exposed to fibrogenic mineral dust, asbestosis, silicosis, dust of cotton by cyanosis, so you will have respiratory diseases. Yung mother ko, yun yung kanyang cause of death because before we're living in anong bata pa ako, we're living in Pasig, no? And yung mother ko, she's working at CRISPA. Sino ba taga Pasig dito? She's working at CRISPA. Do you know CRISPA? No? Who among the participants know CRISPA? No? So not the basketball team, no? The most during that time, the most winningest team, no, yung CRISPA, headed by Coach Baby Dalupan, and yung CRISPA is the manufacturer of t-shirts before. And yung mother ko, she's assigned in sa cotton, no? Before kasi the fabric, yung tela, no, ay magawa, meron mo ng cotton, no? So because of the exposure with the cotton, so na-develop yung bicyanosis, no? If you're exposed to repetitive movements, no, tenosynovitis, I hope I'm pronouncing this properly. Okay lang ba yan, Doc? Ito mga asbestosis, silicosis, bicyanosis, tenosynovitis, no? So ang daming is, ano? Carpal tunnel syndrome ay one of the ano siguro result, no? Not exposure, no? Exposure. Carpal tunnel syndrome is a result. It's a musculoskeletal disorder. Ayan. If you're exposed to asbestos, benzene, ionizing radiation, vinyl, chloride, arsenic compounds, so it could result to occupational cancer. And you can have biological agents and infectious or parasitic disease if you're exposed to eto mga pathogens, no? Pathogens. Brucellosis. I believe itong brucellosis is very parang recently, no, there are news about brucellosis in China, no? Tuberculosis, HIV, no? I am exposed to HIV, no? Ayan. I am an HIV patient, no? Ayan. So hair is vanishing. Ayan. Kasi baka si Miss Maan naawa, kawawa naman si Tony. HIV ano pala siya.
Nakakagulat ka naman, Sir
Oo nga, sir,
Tony.
nagulat ako.
Pero sige po, we will agree. Thank you.
Yes, sir. We agree.
Akala ko you will disagree because no, sir, it's not hair is vanishing. Hair is already vanished.
We will concede din po, sir. Sige po, thank you.
Yeah, HEPA, virus, and of course, the very popular one who is causing this so many problems. No, that's why we are doing this virtually because of this virus, the corona virus. No? Very popular itong coronavirus na ngayon. No? That's why RITM ay so busy, no? Because of this. No? Tama po ba sa RITM? No? Ang daming work because of this pandemic. So, this pandemic has caused a lot of impact, no? In the world of work, according to the International Labor Organization. No? These are just some, no? Increased unemployment, no? Increased unemployment. So, ano ba yung because of this, no? Before, in the Philippines, in January 2020, yung unemployment natin is only 5.3%. No, that's the unemployment rate of the Philippines in January of this year. But when the COVID starts, yung pandemic starts, and there are restrictions, ng mga protocols, lockdowns, no? In April, it went as high as 17.7%. No? And then we tried to manage that. And in September, we managed to decline the unemployment rate to 10%. So right now, nasa ganitong ano siya, no? Level, no? 10% unemployment rate. It worsened the occupational health and safety and working conditions. No, it is now difficult to travel. No, offices are operating in skeletal workforce. No, if there's a single employee found infected by COVID, it can cause office lockdown. No, it happened in the AP. So before we're already trying to to work in the new normal. So there are skeletal workforce na in the office, but nagkaroon ng infected person, na, and because of that, lockdown. So work from home. So ganun nangyari, no? So in some organizations, employees need to take the swab test from time to time, no?
Occupational health.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
Ilan ba ako nag-register dito?
Mm-hmm.
Sige po, minute ko na po.
Please help si ma'am. Mm-hmm. So in one Facebook account, because if you're working from home and you are providing no, training virtually, there are times na you have to check Facebook because the participants usually will communicate to you through the messenger. So, and there's one ano parang posting in Facebook, according to the posting, sabi niya, the air is pure but wearing a mask is mandatory. Roads are empty but it is impossible to go on long drive. No? People have clean hands, na malinis yung kamay, but there is a ban on shaking hands. Friends have time to sit and talk, but they cannot get together. No? And then you're longing to go to the office every Monday, but the weekend does not seem to end. No? Parang hindi na natatapos ang weekend because nasa bahay ka palagi. No? Those who have money have no way to spend it. And those who don't have money have no way to earn it. So it is ano no parang it is we are in the interesting times, no, because of this COVID, no. So the culprit, you can see the culprit, but you know it's there, no. Yun yung problema with the with COVID, no. And what are the responses, no, in COVID, no, for this pandemic, no? These are some of the responses. Identification of workers, occupation sectors at increased risk of contagion. No? According to Doc Alma, meron siyang acronym dito, MARPS. Tama, Doc? What do we mean by MARPS? Doc? Ano yung MARPS? Wala si Doc?
Anyone po from RITM, ano daw po ibig sabihin ng MARPS?
Hindi RITM. Doc Alma is from
Doc Alma pala.
Rizal Medical Center.
Rizal
Dinig ko
Medical.
sa kanya kanina. MARPS. No? MARPS. Parang most, ano yun? Most at risk. Yun. No? Most at risk. So that is MARPS. Most at risk personnel. No? Persons, most at risk persons. So,
yes.
So if we know those MARPs, no, so we can of course prioritize our controls, no, in managing those MARPs, yung most at risk personnel. So of course those who have less exposure to pandemic, medyo hindi ganong priority yung pag-address, yung pag-manage sa kanila. Other responses, implementation of control and prevention measures based on risk assessment. No? So this you can make use of your risk-based thinking tools, no, katulad ng HIRAC or HIRAC o HIRAD-C o job hazard analysis. There are so many na there are so many tools or so many parang tools, no, in addressing occupational health and safety risk, no. Dissemination of information on preventive and protective measures, no, to reduce the spread of infectious diseases in collaboration with public health authorities. So right now, of course, most of the protocols will be coming from the IATF, no? The ano ba yung IATF? Bigla ko na lang nakalimutan.
Interagency Task Force.
Yeah, Interagency Task Force. Ayan. So actually, kunwari ko lang nakalimutan. I just wanted the participants to interact. Ayan. Interagency Task Force. No? Before, because I was involved also in the automotive sector. So, ang tawag namin before in the IATF ay International Automotive Task Force. Na International Automotive Task Force. So, that task force created the standard for the quality management system intended for the automotive industry, na for the automotive. So kaya maraming definition itong IATF. Yan. So, yeah, dissemination of information on preventive and protective measures. So, we're using TV, no, and any media, no, print media, no, radio, TV. So, in disseminating information, no, to prevent no the spread of this infectious disease. Ayan yung mga naging mga responses, no? Not just by, of course, not by just the Philippine government, but of course the private organization then, no, and of course other countries. They have this responses, no, to address the COVID-19 pandemic. During their virtual global summit, the International Labor Organization has set the following employers' roles and responsibilities. So, ito yung mga naging agreement nila. No? The employers must ensure that so far as is reasonably practicable, the workplaces, machinery, equipment, and processes under their control are safe and without risk to health. So that's why right now, because of the failure of EEI, no, and of course San Miguel is partly responsible because they are the proponent of the project. So they are now reviewing what went wrong, no, in their safety practices, no, about crane safety, no, and the construction safety. Ayan, so because it's the employer's role to ensure na the workplaces, the machinery, na are safe without risk to health and of course safety na ito. But this one is COVID kasi ano. Ensure that so far as reasonably practicable, the chemical, physical, and biological substance and agents under their control are without risk to health when appropriate measures of protections are taken. So another role of the employers, no? If you're using chemicals, if you're using samples, no, in our ITM, so they have a lot of samples. They siguro because of their job, no, they analyze samples. So you need to make sure that those samples, no, that you are analyzing will not harm the employees or the analysts, no, about their safety, no, and health, no. So provide where necessary adequate protective clothing and protective equipment at no cost to workers, no. So yan, so mga employers' roles and responsibilities. Provide where necessary for measures to deal with emergencies and accidents, including adequate first aid arrangements. So in the event of emergency situation, so one of the participants mentioned that he is a member of the parang emergency response team, parang na-mention kanina. Sino ba yung nag-mention nun? I believe one of the participant, I don't know, from RITM, no? New pa lang daw siya, no? Yun yung natandaan kong ano. So, new pa lang daw siya but naging member siya ng emergency team, no, emergency team. So, because although you have the controls, no, there might be chances that the operational controls to address risk, occupational health and safety risk, might fail. If the controls fail, there should be emergency responses. No, we should be prepared for emergency situation, and we should be prepared for responding to emergencies. No, another terminology, no, related to emergencies, ay accident. No, and we need to have adequate first aid arrangements. Yeah. Ensure that workers and their representatives are consulted, informed, and trained on OSH. One of the requirement of the standard of ISO 45001 is that when establishing your occupational health and safety management system, particularly in identifying hazard, risk, no, you have to consult, no, you will have to let the workers participate on that activity. So it should not be the parang it should not be the job of the management to identify hazard and risk. It should be we in participation with the workers. Yeah, so those are the roles and responsibilities as laid by the International Labor Organization during their global virtual summit. No? And there are, of course, responsibilities of the workers, the rights and responsibilities of the workers. Right to remove themselves from a work situation which they have reasonable justification to believe presents an imminent and serious danger to their life or health without undue consequences. So even there is no undue consequences, no, walang problem. There is no accident, no, there is no, it didn't resulted to an unfortunate events. But the worker believe na it has a potential, no, to affect his or her safety. So meron siyang right to remove himself or herself, no? Ayan. Right to receive adequate information and training on occupational health and safety. Ayan, so kaya we have to provide orientation, we have to provide training to our workers. Right to inquire into and to be consulted on all aspects of OSH associated with their, sometimes OSH, sometimes OHS, but it's the same, no? All aspects of OSH associated with their work. Okay. Duty to cooperate with the employer in the field of OSH. For example, comply with OSH instructions and procedures, use PPE correctly, report to supervisor, hazardous situation. So earlier I mentioned that during the identification of hazard, you will need to consult, you will need to allow workers to participate na, and then if the workers will have this opportunity to report to supervisor yung mga hazardous situation, so that could be a mechanism to satisfy the requirement for allowing the workers to participate in identifying hazards and risk. So, ano naman yung Philippine response, no? These are just the recommendations from an internationally recognized organization, which is the International Labor Organization. So, in the Philippines, of course, meron din tayong responses long before the global summit of ILO. Why? Because in the Philippines, we have the labor code. No? And in the labor code, it is stated there, no? The labor code was released in 1974. So panahon ni Marcos ito, no? PD. Whenever you encounter the word PD, Marcos yan, no? PD. So during the 1974, as amended and renumbered, so according to its statement, the Secretary of Labor and Employment shall, by appropriate orders, set and enforce mandatory occupational safety and health standards. So it is written in the labor code. And because of that, in 1978, the occupational safety and health standards was formulated. No? And during the basic occupational health and safety training, etong BOSH, no? Sa RITM po ba, did we have the BOSH? I believe nagkaroon tayo ng BOSH before, no? In 2019 ba o in 2018, no? Kasi marami kayong safety officers. Yes po, on 2018. Ayan. So, I believe si Sir John Paul Felipe is one of the attendees of this BOSH training in RITM. So, how many hours yung BOSH training? How many hours? No? 40 hours. That's the minimum. No? So, ano yan? Nasa requirement yan. No? Requirement of this occupational safety and health standard. So, you have to attend for 40 hours of training. So, ang dami nun. So, anyway, most of the materials that will be used during the training, no, are coming from the standard itself, this yellow book, no, this yellow book. Ayan. So, of course, usually it will be facilitated by safety consultants, no, safety consultants. Or DOLE, pwede, no, because they have their own pool of safety experts, no. Ayan.
Sir Tony, excuse me po.
Yes po. Mhm.
Sir Tony, reminder ko lang po, 1 minute before 10 o'clock po. So we
Meron
will,
tayong break.
po.
Mhm.
Yun po. Sige, bali 10 o'clock na po. Okay lang po ba mag-break tayo our first
Maybe
break?
I'll just finish this
Sige po, sir. Go
slide,
ahead.
and then
Kahit po
after
5
this slide,
minutes. Sige po.
then after the
Adjust
slide,
tayo. Go ahead, sir.
so thank you, ma'am. Mhm. Of course, si Miss Maan, she doesn't want you to be hungry. Siyempre, it will affect your health.
Concentration.
It will affect your health. So, of course, we're very concerned about your occupational health. So in 1978, after the enactment of the after the issuance of the PD 442, no, this was formulated, no, in compliance with the constitutional mandate, no, to safeguard the workers' social and economic well-being as well as his physical safety and health. Then it was later revised in August 1989. So in August 1989, so ano bang time yun? No? So, na-revise siya. No? I don't know, maybe during the time of Harrison Alvarez. Harrison Alvarez ba? Yung head before ng DOLE. Secretary before of the DOLE. No? Then, now we have this, no? RA 11058, no? This is new, no, relatively new, no? An act strengthening compliance with occupational safety and health standards and providing penalties for violations thereof. No, was enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the Philippine Congress. It was approved by the President of the Philippines on August 17, 2018. So RA 11058 is a law, but this one is only applicable to private organizations. No? Only applicable to private organizations. Itong RA 11058. But the yellow book, itong Occupational Safety Health Standards, no, is applicable to all types of organization, no? Private and public, na yung yellow book. That's why ang RITM, you have attended this Bosch training using this yellow book, no? Kasi applicable din siya even in the government setup or government agencies. Okay, so let's have our break, no? How many minutes po ba yung ang break natin?
15 minutes, sir.
15 minutes.
10
And then
to, so
we'll continue. Okay?
sige po.
So,
Alright.
are we going to flash parang timer? Ganun po ba? Or
Actually, sir, magpapatugtog po ako. Kung okay lang po
okay.
sana.
Mhm.
So, alright.
Sige po,
Sige,
ma'am.
pabalik po tayo after 15 minutes. You do not have to log out po. But you may just mute your microphones or also turn off your cameras if you would like. Sige, thank you po.
What do people actually expect from the government?
It's a government that listens to its people.
It's all about lakas, talino at buhay.
To be one that would have more of government, less of governance. That would have the welfare of the Filipino people as its primordial concern.
A government that has a very clear vision.
Para sa akin, ang gobyerno, dapat lahat ng kawani ay lingkod bayan.
Passionate about its vision and responsive to the needs of its people and country as a whole.
My ideal government is very trustworthy, government that you can rely on, may malasakit sa kapwa mo mamamayan.
Ambisyon Natin 2040 reflects these expectations of the Filipino people through this collective long-term vision for the Philippines. To achieve this vision, the government has to step up to improve services geared towards the people. And this can be done through the Government Quality Management Program, or GQMP. Institutionalized through Executive Order Number 605 in February 23, 2007, the Government Quality Management Program directs government agencies to adopt ISO 9001 Quality Management System, or QMS. GQMP aims to strengthen the institutional capacities of public sector organizations in delivering citizen-focused public services and implement international standards-based QMS. The adoption of the ISO 9001 QMS in the public sector will empower government institutions to provide quality, innovative, efficient, and people-centered public goods and services. Create an enabling environment for the business sector to sustain economic growth, deliver quality health care for Filipinos, and provide quality education to prepare the youth for the future. Over the years, the program, through the Development Academy of the Philippines, or DAP, has been strengthening institutional capacities of public sector organizations in delivering citizen-focused public services through the implementation of the international standards-based QMS. Government agencies which had implemented ISO 9001 QMS attest to the benefits of the standard.
The mandate of DepEd Mandaluyong is to deliver quality basic education services to all of the 23 schools in the city. True to its mandate, we have ensured that we will be certified to a quality management system such as ISO 9001 2015.
Before QMS, yung PSA kasi came from 4 different agencies. So you can just imagine, I'm sure, ang dala-dala ng bawat isa. So with QMS, there's this sort of unifying effort kasi now we have one system, one process that everybody should follow. So it helps us be more productive, be more conscious in customer service. Isang klaro sa amin, yung pagiging more conscious about satisfying yung customer. But now we are looking also at certain KPIs na nagpo-promote ng comfort level ng mga customers namin. Kumusta ba yung cleanliness namin, timeliness, even yung temperature, we monitor it. Kasi nga, dapat maging comfortable yung customer. These are part of good things coming from QMS.
Sa healthcare, walang room for error. Kasi pag nagkamali ka, napakalaki ng impact. Ang quality, ang pinaka-core dapat ng lahat ng trabaho at operation sa ospital. Nagiging ingrained sa lahat ng empleyado namin. Pagpasok pala ng pasyente, paghiga niya sa kama, pag-deliver ng services at paglabas. Kalidad yun ng serbisyo.
At
testament to all of this is the number of awards that Muntinlupa has received through the years. Most noteworthy is the back-to-back win for most business-friendly LGU. Speak highly of the level of competence that the city has manifested. And people have come to appreciate that. Not only businessmen, but ordinary folks. They want to start a new business, entrepreneurs who want to engage in a business.
The mandate of the Basis Conversion Development Authority is actually to transform former U.S. military bases, identified military camps like Fort Bonifacio, into economic hub and help the government economy. BCDA, with its current implementation of the QMS, actually help the government in developing a sustainable economy and also the Build program of the government.
For any quality management system, it's very important to monitor what your customers are saying. So, yung customer satisfaction surveys namin, so far, with the implementation of our quality management system, the customer satisfaction is quite high. Actually, we average even above 95% of our customers being satisfied with the extra mile that we provide, their experience.
What kind of service do individual citizens expect from frontline government agencies? Were they happy with the services they received? Through a nationwide citizen satisfaction survey in 2018, frontline government services received an overall rating of 8.37, where 10 is the most satisfied. This means that the efforts of the government to improve the quality of how they deliver frontline services through the QMS are starting to produce good results.
SDO Mandaluyong has always been aware of the needs of the teachers. They conduct needs assessment. So, malaking bagay para sa mga teachers, lalo't ang daming mga innovations ng DepEd. Kung di kami tutulungan ng SDO Mandaluyong, di kami makakasabay.
Napaka-comfortable ngayon kasi aircon na siya. Swabe yung transaction, napaka-smooth lang. Then, napaka-hassle-free.
Dito sa PCMC, ang mga pasyente nagkaroon ng unity, naging isang pamilya dahil alam mo kung ano yung mga nasa puso ng bawat isa.
Dito ngayon sa BPLO kasi mabilis na ang pagkuha. So in 15 minutes, makakuha mo na yung mga permit mo for business. And then, pag renewal naman, mas mabilis na. Unlike before na marami kang pupuntahan, ngayon meron silang one-stop shop.
Accommodating naman sila. Tuwing pumupunta ako rito pagka kumukuha ako ng result ng examinations, mabait naman yung nag-assist sa akin kasi in-entertain niya kaagad ako, tapos tinanong niya kaagad ako kung ano ang kailangan ko. Satisfied po ako dito sa Civil Service Commission.
Thank you, QMS! Thank you, QMS!
This is what QMS can bring. A government that will work better, serve better, a government comparable to the best in the world. Government Quality Management Program, bringing quality government service closer to the people.
Hi, sir.
Yes, Ma'am Ann.
Yes po. Sir, meron pong question dito, pero I will give it to you anonymously. Okay lang ba?
Okay lang.
Oo. There's a query here. If there's an employee assigned sa isang trabaho niya, pero he thinks that it's a risk sa kanyang health, is it possible, makakasuhan po ba siya ng insubordination, I guess? And saan siya pwede maglagay saan siya pwede ilagay kung isa siyang frontliner?
So right now kasi the requirement there's no law pa para ganyan, no? But yung ILO na I have presented to you ay nangyari to this lang, no, parang September o April. So ILO, of course, is an international organization, and usually if a government will adopt the international organizations recommendations, tsaka pa lang siya magiging of course implementable, o maaaring if it will be if that will be converted into a law. So yan, so pwede talaga, no? But it will depend on the organizations na. For a private organization, usually they don't have to wait for a law, no? Because they can set their own policy. Now, if they will set their policy na an employee can parang can parang reject or hindi niya tatanggapin, no, will not accept if he thinks na yung process o yung task is hazardous to his or her health. Ayun, pwede sa mga private organization, no? But for legal, no, yung mga regulatory requirement, so maaaring meron pa mga further investigation para yung employee ay sabihin ng manalo dun sa kanyang kaso. So meron pang mga, of course, it will go to the legal process pa, no? So, but for private organization, if they have policies, and then the top management can, of course, honor the policy, no? Kung yun yung kanilang ano. Of course, if there are sabihin ng from the participants, if they have maaring they have parang more accurate na references na okay lang if they can share that, na okay lang if they can share kung meron pang mas accurate na references. But from my experience, na maaring hindi pa siya batas, kaya maaring it will be it will be subjected to legal remedies pa. Okay? So can I grab the screen now? Mm-hmm.
So sir, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so let me continue. So for the legal basis, of using the ISO 45001, the RA 11058 has actually mentioned this. No? According to this statement, the state shall ensure a safe and healthy workplace for all working people by affording them full protection against all hazards in their work environment. It shall ensure that the provisions of the Labor Code of the Philippines, all domestic laws, and internationally recognized standards on occupational safety and health are being fully enforced and complied with by employers, and shall provide penalties for any violation thereof. So this could be another information that we can use sa answer kanina, no? Because in this statement, ay sinabi, it shall ensure that the provisions of the Labor Code of the Philippines, all domestic laws, and internationally recognized standards on occupational safety and health are being fully enforced and complied with. No? Kaya lang, of course, yung ILO, hindi naman sila yung nag-create ng ISO 45001. And of course, the ISO 45001 has no specific provision about yung right of the employee to parang to not accept a task na sa tingin niya it will put his life in a hazardous situation. So yun yung kailangan pang we need to make sure na talagang very clear yung statement na to in the standard na. Okay? So some highlights in the development of ISO 45001. So ISO 45001 is an ISO standard, but before hindi siya isang ISO standard. It was a globally accepted standard, no, that was introduced in 1999, no, a group comprising of the national standard bodies, no, accreditation bodies, no, mga certifying bodies. So they created this OSHA's 18001, no, OSHA's 18001. So they tried to copy an ISO standard before. So yung ISO 14001, an environmental management system, no, that was introduced in I believe in 1996, no, the ISO 14001, no. It was introduced in 1996, and then the ISO 14001 is a standard to to help organization to address environmental aspects, those that can result to or can cause pollution, no. So ito yung mga environmental aspects. So yung standard of ISO 14001 is very easy to convert into an occupational health and safety management system because the concepts are almost the same. The risk-based thinking concept can be applied with occupational health and safety management system. So that's why the certifying bodies, with the help of the other accreditation bodies, no, they created this OSHA's 18001 standard. And many organizations during that time, no, readily accepted this OSHA's 18001, no, in 1999. So, and most of the organizations are private, no, organizations. And then this OSHA's 18001, no, has a second edition in 2007. No, in 2007. No, it was developed to ensure continuing compatibility with ISO 9001, 2000, and ISO 14001, 2004. So since for ISO 9001, so yung ISO 9001, 2000 is the third edition of ISO 9001. ISO 14001, 2004 is the second edition. No? So OSHA's 18001 were were ISO 18001, OSHA's 18001, no, utilize the framework of ISO 14001, and during the revision of ISO 14001, so they
Sir Tony, nakamute po kayo. Sir Tony?
Yes.
Na-mute po kayo.
Bigla po napansin ko biglang
nakamute. Oo.
Nag-mute ako nga eh. Kaya para ops, napagalan ako. Okay, anyway, I hope nandito pa rin ako in the third bullet, no? There's a version, no? The second version of 18001, 2007. So they adjusted the OSHA's 18001 based on the new version of ISO 14001 during that time. So yung ISO 9001, we have the 2008, the fourth version, and the 2015 na version. In the 2015 version of ISO 9001, this is now a new, it adopted a new structure, yung ISO 9001 2015. The same with ISO 14001. So ISO 14001 released also a 2015 version. So using a new structure, Before ang structure they have 8 major requirements or 8 major clauses. So right now they're using 10 major clauses, 10 major clauses. And then the risk-based thinking concept was introduced in ISO 9001. So for OSHA's 18001, so instead of creating again an OSHA's 18001, so ISO now adopted the OSHA's 18001, and naging ISO 45001, ISO 45001. It was created by ISO Project Committee 283. So the ISO 45001 is also aligned with the 10 major clauses of ISO 9001 and ISO 14001. So for uh, facilitating an easy integrated management system. So kasi if an organization would like to be certified to ISO 45001, they can easily uh, make use of the existing structure of ISO 9001 to integrate the requirements of ISO 45001 because they are using the same structure na. Yan. So what is ISO 45001? For those newbies or new to this OHSMS, no? So ISO 45001 is a system, a management system standard, no, that pertains to occupational health and safety. No, occupational health and safety. So it has guidelines for its use. No, aside, unlike with ISO 9001, ISO 9001 has so many requirements and a guideline, no, that was created to support the implementation of ISO 9001 is documented on a different standard, which is ISO 9002. For ISO 45001, you have the requirements in ISO 45001 standard, and at the back of that requirements, or at the last part of that requirements, are the guidelines on how you can implement na better the requirements of ISO 45001. So meron siyang requirements and meron siyang guidelines. Yan. So the intention is to, of course, prevent work-related injury and ill health, na, as well as by proactively improving health and safety or occupational health and safety performance. It is applicable to any organization. So public sector, private sector, no, small, no, medium, large enterprises, no, can use this. No? Kahit na mom and pop shops, no, can use this ISO 45001. It can also be used by multinational organizations. It is applicable to occupational health and safety risks under the organization's control. Ayan. So you need to have a scope for this because within that scope, no, yun lang yung application of this OHS management system. No? So risk under the organization's control. Na yan, risk under the organization's controls. And usually, this will affect the workers' health and safety, including those who are near to those processes. So yung ISO 45001. So what ISO 45001 is not, no? It does not state specific criteria for occupational health and safety performance. So similar with other, no, management system standard, the ISO 45001 standard will only tell the organization what to do. How you will do it, no? Although there is a guideline, no, dun sa ISO 45001, so but of course the guidelines will provide generic samples. So in satisfying the requirements, no, on in satisfying the requirements of the standard, so the organization can make use of the existing practices, laws, no, and other references to satisfy the requirement of ISO 45001. No? So because usually a standard will only tell what, not how, not to satisfy the what. So nor is it prescriptive about the design of an OHS management system. So it is not intended to, it's not intended by ISO 45001 that you will have similar approaches in satisfying the requirement of the standard. Because of course, every organization will have their unique operation. So it's up to the organization on how you will satisfy the requirement of the standard. It does not specifically address issues such as product safety. So product safety is different from occupational health safety. Na yan, so iba yung product safety. So if FDA, so I believe we have participants from FDA, so they need to make sure that the drugs, food, no, are safe for use. That is a product safety, no, maybe they are using a standard for product safety. Yan yung FDA. But occupational health safety is different from the product safety because it pertains to the workers' health. No, yan. So it doesn't also address issues such as property damage or environmental impacts. No? So, ayan, when we say environmental impacts, so usually another standard for that. Property damage unless the property damage can lead to accidents to workers, no? But if na-damage lang yung property but it doesn't have any impact to the workers' health or safety, so hindi siya under ISO 45001. And an organization is not required to take account of these issues unless they present a risk to its workers. Ayun, na-mention ko na related to property damage or environmental impact. Okay. What are the benefits of implementing an occupational health and safety management system? No, you have heard earlier, you have seen the video about the quality management system. No, and I believe most of you are implementing the quality management system. So ano bang benefit ang nakuha nyo from the quality management system? No? Can you cite examples? Meron ba? No? I believe RITM is certified. No? RITM is certified to ISO 9001, no? by TUV Rainland, I believe. Tama po ba? Rizal Medical Center is also certified, no? To ISO 9001, no? I think before by AJA. Tama ba, Doc Alma? Certified din. So
Yes,
what benefits did you get, no, from having a quality management system? Ano bang nakuha niyo doon? Aside from the parang sharing that we seen from the video, meron ba kayong nakuhang benefits? Mm-hmm.
Applying it to my department, sir,
Mm-hmm.
the pagiging
Mm-hmm.
what do you call that, yung ISO accredited in the department where I work for, the processes are parang sinistreamline to be followed.
Mm-hmm.
That one po yung nakikita ko po.
Mm-hmm. Ayan, so before siguro, the processes are too complicated, no? Too complex, so many steps, no, to produce the output. So right now we try to streamline the process, and QMS help us in streamlining the process. And when we streamline the process, it will of course impact the patients, no? Of course it will benefit the patient. So what about the for RITM ba, what benefit did you get from 9001? Meron po bang gusto mag-share from RITM? Mm-hmm. So pili tayo. So meron tayong nakikita dito, no? Ayun, merong nag-chat. Hindi ko lang alam if this is about my question.
Yes, sir. Ano po? From Miss Mirasol. Would you like to open your microphone, Ma'am Mirasol?
Ayan, from DOST Region 9. 11.
11
sorry.
po.
11
Opo.
from Davao.
Apo,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
medyo
Ano
matagal
po
na po kasi
ang
kami
benefit?
ISO 9001 certified na agency, and from there, para po kasing nagiging partner ng culture namin yung to always think about the satisfaction or to delight our customers in everything that we do. So, ganun po yung pinaka benefit talaga sa amin ng QMS. Aside from other things po, kasama, katulad nung pag-streamline nga ng mga processes. With that, we ensure continuity, and then para kunyari may mga mga new entrants kami sa agency, they can have like a go-to document for them to be familiarized with how we do things in the office. So yun po.
Thank you, Ma'am Mirasol. So you will notice na when you implement this QMS, na parang there's a new challenge for us. And unlike before, without the QMS, we go to our work and then we wait for our salary. So parang ganun lang eh. But during the implementation of the QMS, you become more involved, no, in your organization. No? Parang the QMS is a sticky matter that everything would like to be involved on that process of implementing this management system. And then, of course, the intention is to satisfy the customer, not just the end user, the external customer, including our internal customer. The same is true with ISO 45001. So this is a management system standard also. And of course, the intention is to make sure that we will prevent accidents, we will prevent illnesses in our workplaces. No? So these are some of the benefits. No? It will reduce the overall cost of incidents. No? So ano ba yung mga overall costs? There are two types of costs, the direct costs and indirect costs. No? Direct costs are associated with the treatment of injury or illness. No? Of course, if there will be injuries or maaring may accidents, so of course yung hospitalization of the person affected by the accident, so merong cost. But there are also indirect, which is more I believe more costly, the indirect cost. Loss which we cannot conventionally retrieve or quantified. No, halimbawa if nagkaroon ng accident, of course there will be pain, there will be suffering. No, the person can be disabled, no, meron disability, and then there will be loss of working time. No, pag wala ka ng working time, loss of earning, and if the person died because of the accident, loss of loved ones. No, and then if you are in naging ano ba to? Naging inutil, no, yung yung person, so loss of support to family, no, if you're the breadwinner of the family, so loss of support to
Sir
your
Tony?
family. Yes,
Oo.
ma'am.
Meron lang po mga nag-comment dito. Sir, galing kay Sir John Paul ng RITM, QMS developed a new culture in the institute. Tas galing po kay Sir Richard Castaños ng BOI, QMS helped our agency in streamlining the process and identified the risks ahead of time, in which we were able to mitigate the risks therein.
Ayun, thank you po, no? Ayan, so those are mga sharing, no, from our participants. So maybe on the next version of the GQMP video about management system ay maisama na yung mga ano natin, no? Baka pwedeng pumunta sa inyong organization, no? To be one of the mag-share sa video, no? Ayan, thank you. Reducing downtime and the cost of disruption to operations. So meron ding mga cost of disruptions to operations, no? So so of course yung mga cost ng mga loss of productivity, no? Ma-reduce yung quality and the quantity of the output, no? Increase of overtime, no? Because merong kulang na tao, no? Replacement and training of new employee. Why? Because you have to replace the person and you have to train new person. And then maaring loss of good image, no? by the organization, loss of good image of the organization if merong problem, no? I believe BEI has lost something. Even SMC has lost something during the accident in Sukat, no? Skyway. So maaring yung good image nila ay nabawasan, no? Reducing the cost of insurance premium. So usually the organizations with healthy implementation of health and safety program ay lesser ang insurance premiums, no? No? Ayan. Reducing absenteeism and employee turnover rates. Ayan. Because pag marami absences, no? Lost time incidents, so maraming absenteeism, and it could result to employee turnover rates. Recognition for having achieved an international benchmark. So if you are certified to ISO 45001, most private organization can make use of this to market their product, no, to future customers. What about for the public sector? What about for the public sector? So, ano naman yung makukuha natin? So, of course, one is we will be recognized, no? No, yeah. So, if there will be issues that might happen, so this can be easily addressed. Why? Because we have a responsive occupational health and safety management system. So, yun yung mga ringan natin. Of course, the main intention is to prevent, no, accidents, to prevent illnesses, to prevent injuries. Ayan, mga benefits of ISO 45001. So right now, globally, we have so many certified organizations, no? For ISO 45001, it already reached 38,654 certificates on 62,889 total number of sites. No? Yeah, this is the ISO survey 2019 results. Of course, the most number of certificates still held by ISO 9001, because ISO 9001 is of course, the most popular, no, standard. So 883,000. So in the Philippines, among the Southeast Asian nation, so pang ilan tayo dito, no? So right now we have 161 certificates, and most of them are from the private sector. From the private sector. So for ISO 45001, no? Previously, the ISO 9001 certificates are mostly private sector. But right now, we have so many government agencies, national and local government agencies, na certified na rin to ISO 9001. No? For ISO 45001, so if the government agencies, national and local, will implement ISO 45001, and I believe, of course, it will increase the certificates, no, of ISO 45001. No? And if they are certified, of course, yung benefit that government agencies will obtain from being certified to ISO 45001 ay yun yung ma-experience nila, yun ma-enjoy nila. No? They will enjoy that benefits. Okay. So, but before certification, you have to satisfy the requirements. No? Before certification, you have to satisfy the requirements. So, another sharing by Doc Bing. No? We learn how to do CAPA. No? Yung CAPA raw. Yan. Corrective and preventive action to reduce recurrence and other losses in terms of HR and performance rates. So, ito yung root cause analysis. Ito yung RCA. So, in ISO 45001, so we also have that, no? In ISO 45001. So, saan siya makikita? So, dito sa 10, no? Corrective action. Ayan, no? So, corrective action. So, what are the major requirements, no? So, I've also placed the major clauses, or yung number of the major clauses from clause number 4 up to clause number 10, because the requirements of any standard will start at clause number 4. Kasi yung usually the clause 1, clause number 2, clause number 3 are for guidance, no? Clause number 1 is about the scope of the standard. Clause number 2 is about the normative references, and clause number 3 are the definition of terms. Now, clause number 3. So those are for guidance. Clause number 4, the first shall will start at clause number 4. No? First, shall. No? So maraming shall. No? Yan. So what are those? No? You need to document the scope. No? You have to ensure integration of the OHSMS requirements into the organization's process. No? So those with asterisks, no, I have placed here a note. Those with asterisks can be integrated with the existing management system. So if you have the quality management system, you can just integrate those with asterisk. Yeah. In ensuring integration, so I would expect na for organizations who has quality management system, so anong integration ng ginawa natin, no? For example, if you have an internal audit service, you can tap the internal audit service or internal audit office, no, to perform the internal audit for quality management system, no? So instead of creating additional quality objectives, so you can make use of the existing success indicators in your OPCRs and IPCRs. No? If you're familiar with OPCRs, your Office Performance Commitment and Review. So you don't need to create another set of objectives. So you will just have to integrate. No? Now, if you have existing management meetings, so you don't need to create another type of meeting and call it the management review meeting. No? So you will just make use of the existing management meeting to review, no, your management system. So those are example, no? Those are example of ensuring integration. So you will have to document a quality OHS policy. ISO 9001 quality. This one is OHS policy, Occupational Health and Safety Policy. So there is no asterisk here because it would be better for an organization to have a separate policy for occupational health and safety. Because if you will try to integrate it with the quality policy, so the intention will be diluted. No? So mas maganda, you will have more focus if you will have separate policies. No? Assign persons to oversee the OHSMS. No? Maybe the secretariat that you have before can be the same secretariat for OHSMS. Plan, integrate, and implement actions to address risks and opportunities. So for ISO 9001, so you will have to identify a risk that will result to non-conformities, non-conforming products, non-conforming services. So for ISO 45001, so you will need to implement actions to address yung mga risk naman and opportunities or risk that will result to injuries and illnesses. Na yan. 6, hazard identification and assessment. So this one without an asterisk because it would be better to have a separate tool for identifying hazard, no? And OHS risk assessment. Determine legal and other requirements. So it could be integrated with the ISO 9001. Documented information on OHS management system, yung objectives. So documented information on OHSMS objectives can be integrated. Managing employee competence. No? So you will need to determine what are the necessary skills, no, and the knowledge of your employees to implement the OHSMS, and it can be integrated then with your QMS. Controls on documented information. If you have a procedure for controlling your documents and records, so it can also be used for OHSMS. Controls on hazards and OHS risk. This one is a separate thing. No, it will be difficult to integrate with other management system standard. Management of change can be integrated with other standard. Controls on procurement, yes, it can be integrated. Emergency preparedness and response, of course, it will be a separate process that you will need to establish in your organization. Evaluation of compliance can be integrated with existing management system. So when we say evaluation of compliance, this is the process where we check if we conform with the regulatory requirements. Now, with the regulatory requirements. So, and usually, each department or each unit within an organization will have to make sure na yung regulatory requirements governing their operation are being complied with. No? So if your work is from HR, so you will have to satisfy civil service. No? If your work is from finance, so you will have to satisfy COA. So those are regulatory agencies that you need to satisfy the requirements. So in OHSMS, there are also regulatory agencies that you will need to satisfy their requirements. No? Katulad ng DOLE, OHS Center, no? BWC, Bureau of Working Conditions, anyway, under DOLE pa rin siya. No? And then the Yellow Book. So the Yellow Book is a set of requirements that you will need to satisfy. Ayan siya. OHSMS internal audit and management review can be integrated. So if there is an organization that has an integrated management system and if I will audit them, so usually I will cover two areas. No? While I'm auditing the quality aspects of the operation, I will also try to ask questions related to controls for addressing risk, OHS risk, or controls for addressing hazards. No? So during the audit, so it can be integrated also. Incident investigation and reporting. So this one actually can be integrated. Now there are also incident related to the quality of your services. No? So pwede rin naman yan. Example, complaints. No? I just forgot to place an asterisk. And then the corrective action and continual improvement requirement can be also integrated. If you're using CAPA, I don't know what form are you using because there are organizations na ang ginagamit nila ay RFA, request for action. There are organizations using corrective action requests. So if you're using CAPA, so you can also make use of the CAPA form to identify nonconformities, determine corrections, corrective actions, ayan, so and to document also your root cause analysis. So what are the major clauses of ISO 45001? So since I mentioned a while ago that ISO 45001 is aligned with the other ISO standards, so they also have these 10 clauses, 10 clauses. So they have the same title for each clause. So for example, clause number 4 is context of the organization. With ISO 9001, context of the organization din. The same with the other clauses, clause number 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So they have the same clauses. But in the sub-clauses, there might be some additional sub-clause. For example, in clause number 5, 5.4, in ISO 9001, we only have at up to 5.3. In clause number 5, we only have 5.3. But in ISO 45001, we have up to 5.4, consultation and participation. In ISO 9001, instead of saying needs and expectations of interested parties, ISO 45001 is using needs and expectations of workers. Ayan, so yun yung title of for ISO 45001. So almost the same, but there are some adjustments in the requirements of ISO 45001. Ayan. So the structure is also modeled against the PDCA cycle. So for clause number 4, 5, 6, and at the half of 7, I plan stage, the plan stage. 7 to 8, the do part, the do stage of the PDCA cycle, and the evaluation, performance and evaluation is the check stage of the PDCA cycle, and improvement uh, is within the act stage of the PDCA cycle. So same same model, no? PDCA, plan, do, check, act cycle. We call the plan, do, check, act cycle as the continual improvement cycle, no? Popularized by William Deming. So in establishing an occupational health and safety management system that is certifiable, certifiable to ISO 45001, so we can have the following steps. Now, from the PDCA cycle, from the PDCA model, we can break it down into 10 steps. 11 if you want to be certified. No? If you want to be certified, so that will be the 11th step. But the vital steps in establishing an occupational health and safety management system, you can set this up in only 10 steps. No? First step, you have to define the context of your organization, define the context of your organization. So almost similar with ISO 9001, no? Almost similar. Okay. Next step is you have to establish management commitment. So the steps here are actually aligned with the clauses of the standard. No? That's why I have placed here the relevant clauses of ISO 45001. So if you need to define the context of your organization, you will have to satisfy the following. No? So I'm assuming na you are also familiar with ISO 9001. No? Example 4.1, 4.2, 4.3. So those are related to the context of the organization. No? So yan siya. So you will have to establish objectives. Now you have to assign roles and responsibilities. You will have to support the OHSMS and its processes. So what are you going to do? So you will have to, of course, provide the resources. No? In the quality management system, we call it the PIEMO, P-I-E-M-O. No? What is PIEMO? PIEMO. P stands for people, I stands for infrastructure, E, environment for the operation, no? M, the monitoring and measurement resources, O, organizational knowledge. So it's almost the same with ISO 45001. So you will also need to provide this PIEMO, no? Yung mga resources, no? Resources. And then after identifying the hazard, no, assessment of the risk, and once you identify the controls to address them, you have to implement those controls. You have to implement the controls, and you will have to monitor if the controls are effective in achieving your expected results. No? So that's why here, yung step na ito will help you in monitoring the achievement of your set objectives and targets. And then if you find issues, shortcomings during your monitoring, and when we say monitoring, this will include audits, no? Management reviews. So if you will find issues, no, during your monitoring and measurement, so you will have to address those issues. So it will help you to improve your system. So those are the steps that you will need to undergo. So let's discuss this. No? We will discuss this, but not all of them, because this is just a one-day introductory course. No? We will try to tackle step number 1 and step number 3. No? Step number 1 and step number 3. Now for this one-day introductory course, because if we will discuss all of them, all the 10 steps, so it will require us to deliver this in 3 days. No? To deliver this in 3 days. So, since 1 day lang tayo, so let's try to have a discussion about step 1. No? Okay. Step 1, in defining the context, now you will need to determine what are the issues. Ano ba yung issues relevant to our purpose? What is our purpose? Ano ba ang purpose of the organization? What are the intended outcomes of the organization? For example, this one I believe from DPWH, no, from DPWH. They have this mission, no, this mission to provide and manage quality infrastructure, facilities, and services responsive to the needs of the Filipino people in the pursuit of national development objectives. So that's their mission. That's their mission. And the intended outcomes relevant to occupational health and safety could be this. No? The intended outcomes of the OHSMS are to prevent work-related injury and ill health to workers and to provide safe and healthy workplaces. So if we have an understanding of the purpose, no? Yung definition kasi ng mission, the word mission is defined as the purpose of the organization. No? Mission is defined as the purpose of the organization. The reason for being. No? So yung reason for being of DPWH is this. Ito yung mission niya. So once they have an understanding of their purpose and an understanding of the intended outcomes of an OHSMS, so they will need to identify what are the internal and external issues that will affect, no, the achievement, the fulfillment of our purpose. What are the internal and external issues that will affect the achievement of the intended outcomes of OHSMS? So these are some samples of the internal and external issues that they have identified, no? That they can identify, because right now DPWH is not, of course, ISO 45001 certified, no? But this can be identified, no? Monitoring of local projects at distant places. So this can affect their purpose, no? This can affect OHSMS. Some projects are located at areas with compromised peace and order situation, no? So if you're the project engineer, no, you will inspect the areas where projects are being implemented, and if that area is a hot, parang we call it parang hot area, no, parang ganun. So merong peace and order situation, so it can put you into hazardous workplace, no? Man-made and natural surroundings within the vicinity of the project sites, no? So if you are, kung may mga project sites near volcano, project sites near yung mga natural hazards, na maaaring volcano or near bodies of water, na yan. So those are mga natural surroundings na can be considered as hazards, no? The organization by itself lacks the technology to undertake modern projects. That's why they have to engage the contractors, no? Example in Skyway, no? Example in Skyway. So of course, ito ay DPWH project, but the proponent is SMC, and the SMC will need to engage a construction company to build the Skyway or to extend the Skyway. So that can affect their mission and the outcome of OHSMS, and which is now affecting them, di ba? Ayan, because of the accident. The organization sets the specifications, but project execution requires contractor conformity with the set specifications by the contractor. So there are times that a contractor might fail to satisfy specifications. 24/7 operation at project sites including the pandemic. Those are internal and external issues. No? So in ISO 9001, it is a requirement that you have to determine those issues. The same with ISO 45001. So you have to also determine these internal and external issues. So it is a requirement that you have to understand this. Why? Because it will help you in satisfying also the other requirements of ISO 9000, ISO 45001. So let me continue before I will discuss what are the other requirements that you can satisfy if you know the issues, and if you know the needs and expectations of the workers and interested parties. So
Sir
this is
Tony?
yes
Sorry,
po.
excuse po, may tanong po dito si Sir Rod ng RITM. What will happen if our OHSMS is not certified? Is there any effect in the implementations?
What will happen? So the only thing will happen is, of course, uh, you will not have the parang recognition if you are not certified to ISO 45001. But if your OHSMS is alive and di ba, healthy, so there will be benefits from implementation of an effective OHSMS. So yung ISO yung certification is just parang it's just a recognition that we want to obtain from an external party, and for a government agency usually yan ay recognition ang ano natin yung habol. But for a private organization, that could mean business. That could mean business with their potential customers, because there are customers that will require a private organization to secure ISO certification before they will be selected as part of the contractors. Example, 'di ba sa DPWH, there's a requirement na yung construction companies must have this accreditation, no? And maaaring one of the requirement na is they need to have this ISO 9001 certification before you place a bid to DPWH. No? Later on, if DPWH is also ISO 45001, they are now concerned with the occupational health and safety of their workers. No? So they might roll it out, the requirement to their suppliers na if you want to be a supplier, a contractor of the government, so you will need to be certified also to ISO 45001. No? So if RITM, FDA is certified to ISO 45001, then we can somehow assure the public na we are really serious with health and safety. No? Why? Because somebody outside is checking our system if we have an effective occupational health and safety management system. So, kasi if we are being audited by a third party, so most likely an organization will really take it seriously, to implement the management system that they have adopted. There's a question here again from Ma'am Soledad, Maria Soledad. Are there local certification accreditation bodies who assess compliance of organization with ISO 45001? Yes. If there are the members of the assessment team from OSHC and DOLE? No. Yan. So, yun yung pagkakaiba. So, ISO certification bodies, katulad sa ISO 9001, they are private entities. So, they got the accreditation from the country's accreditation body. For the Philippines, our accreditation body is the PAB, Philippine Accreditation Bureau. Philippine Accreditation Bureau. For other countries, they have their own. For example, for US, they have ANAB. ANAB means American National Accreditation Board. Yan, no? For UK, United Kingdom Accreditation Service, no? So for each country, they have their own accreditation bodies. So they regulate the operation of certifying bodies. So iba yung accreditation body, iba ang certifying body. Accreditation bodies are government, certifying bodies are private organization, no? So yun yung pagkakaiba ng dalawa. The certifying bodies certificate na are from private organization. So they don't they don't hire or they don't engage the OSHC and DOLE officials or employees to be part of their auditing team. Why? Because merong conflict of interest, na merong conflict of interest. So they cannot do that. No, they cannot do that because the OHSC regulators, DOLE regulators, no? But OHSC and DOLE can perform inspections on organizations because they have this requirement for working environment measurement, yung WEM, no? So, and if we need to satisfy OHSMS, kasi mas mabilis yung OHS eh. OHSMS, if we will need to satisfy OHSMS, no? We need to satisfy the Yellow Book, and the Yellow Book requires us to satisfy yung WEM, no? Yung Work Environment Measurement. The Work Environment Measurement is being done by OHSC, no? Yung OSH Center under ng DOLE. Another question, if it is for recognition only, meron po ba itong magiging ngipin sa pagpapa-implement ng policy? The same with ISO 9001, no? The same with ISO 9001. So, if you don't have the certificate for ISO 9001, now what will happen? No? Will the organization be para madi-dissolve ba yung organization? So no, the organization will still operate. But if the government, the national government will have siguro the same with ISO 9001, an executive order, no, an executive order from the president, na katulad sa ISO 9001, executive order 605, no. During GMA, no, PGMA time, she issued this executive order 605, no, requiring all the government, the GOCCs, the government financial institutions, na ano pa ba mga ni-require to be certified to ISO 9001, not to be certified to ISO 9001. So there's a requirement na sa national government. If the national government will recognize the importance of setting OHSMS in the government agencies, no, national and local, I'm praying that there will be an executive order, the same with 605, that will require government agencies to be certified also to this international standard. So ngayon, wala pang ngipin. Before, the 605 is the ngipin. Na yan. Is there a plan for CS na i-require? CS means civil service? Sir
yes.
Mike? CS, civil service
yes, po? Civil service. Kasi is ng requirement yata ang civil service.
Is there a plan for civil service na i-require ng ISO 45001? I don't know po. Okay, so
dami nating questions, sir.
If we integrate OHSMS to ISO 9001, we could also get ISO 45000 certification on top of the existing certification. Am I right? Yes, you will have two separate certificates, ISO 9001 and ISO 45001. Ayan, so very interactive, no? Okay, that means the private organization who certifies accredited by PAB. Can we hear a few certifying bodies for ISO 45000? The same, no? If there are the alphabetical soup, alphabet soup, alphabet soup certifying. Bakit ito tinawag na alphabet soup? Kasi puro sila alphabet.
Sir Tony?
Yes, no?
Oo. Meron pong tanong dito si Ma'am Soledad. May I also reply here, sir, yung sa certifying bodies?
Sa?
Yung certifying bodies, sir. Can we hear a few certifying bodies pala po, sir, for ISO 45001?
Ayun nga. So there are certifying bodies also. The certifying bodies for ISO 9001 ay the same for the certifying bodies for ISO 45001. Na? So kaya yung mga alphabet soup certifying bodies, kaya ko tinawag na alphabet soup because puro alphabet SG, TUB, BBQI, CI, no? Dati merong AJA, no? So puro mga alphabet, no? So they are the same certifying bodies, no? They can offer certification audit to ISO 45001. And just to clarify, if you are certified to a standard, we call it certified, not accredited. No? The one who needs accreditation are the certifying bodies. So we don't say we are accredited to ISO 9001. But it is proper to say we are certified to ISO 9001 2015. Yan. Okay, just to continue with the presentation. So to help you in satisfying the other requirements of a standard, no, even ISO 45001, no, it will be beneficial for an organization to know, to understand the needs and expectations of, for ISO 45001, workers and other interested parties. So these are just example of the needs and expectations of the workers. So interested party, the same with stakeholder, is defined as person or organization that can be affected or perceived to be affected by a decision or activity. So what are the examples of interested parties? No? Workers, customers, regulatory bodies, contractors, or external providers. So what are the expectations of these interested parties? For workers, of course, they want relevant training. So in the ILO rights and responsibilities of the workers, it is mentioned, no, in the ILO Global Summit, no? Relevant training, clear directions, suitable protection, ayan, yung mga PPE, no? Actually, the requirement for PPE ay requirement of the Yellow Book, yung Occupational Health and Safety Standard that we are using, no, ng mga safety officer. So it is a requirement that PPEs must be provided to workers, no, at the expense of the organization, not at the expense of the workers, no. Bawal na the workers will pay for the PPE. Appropriate compensation. There are regulations or policies, no, sa national government, for example sa GSIS, even sa private SSS, no, if there will be accidents and the worker ay na-injure, so meron siya mga compensation, meron siya mga benefits. Ayan. Customers, of course, the customers would like to have a healthy person, no, that will provide service to them, no. If you have patients, regional medical center, of course, the patients would like to be assisted by personnel na healthy, clean, no. Of course, the premises should be clean, no, orderly. So those are expectation of the customers. For regulatory bodies, they would expect full compliance to their requirements. Yeah. For contractors, they are expecting clear specifications and commensurate payment. No? So these are just examples. So once the context, no? When we say context, the context will consist of the internal and external issues and the needs and expectations of workers and other interested parties. If the context is very clear to an organization, they can easily satisfy the other requirements. For example, in defining the scope, no? Ano ba yung margin, ano ba yung boundaries that will be covered by this OHSMS, no? By this OHSMS. Saan ba siya applicable, no? So, applicable lang ba siya for one department o applicable ang OHSMS to all departments, to the entire organization, no? Before kasi in ISO 9001, there are organizations that they tried to limit their scope, no, artificially. So, for example, they want to be certified, but the certification will only cover, no, a department, no, or a certain process of the organization. So right now, you need to understand first the context of the organization. What are the needs and expectations of the interested parties? What are the issues that that will affect your organization? So you will need to understand this, so you will have a better scope for your OHSMS. Okay. Other requirements of ISO, OHS policy. So if you know the needs and expectations, so you will know what are the commitments that you will include in your OHS policy. No? Ano pa? Planning for OHSMS. No? When we plan, and usually there are two types of planning, strategic planning, operational planning. No? When we plan, no, there's a requirement that we have to consider issues, we have to consider needs and expectations. So that's a requirement in clause number 6.1. So if we know the issues and the needs and expectations, it will help us in planning. Diba, in planning, for some of you siguro, you have the risk-based thinking tool na ginamit. Did you use the SWOT analysis, PESEL analysis, or other risk-based thinking tool when you plan for your management system or when you plan for the organization? Na? Meron po bang gumamit ng SWOT? Ganito? Yes, no? During your ISO 9000 and during planning, no? During preparation of the strategic plans, no? So the same with ISO 45001. If you will prepare your strategic plans and that plan will include health and safety programs, so it is valuable to understand the needs and expectations and the internal and external issues related to occupational health and safety. Then, if you know the needs and expectations of your workers, the needs and expectations of the regulatory bodies, and then you can set objectives relevant to those needs and expectations. So usually I would suggest na if you will set objectives and targets, na something that you want to achieve, na there should be somebody or there should be interested parties that are parang they want you to achieve that objective, no? Because there's no sense of parang it is useless to set an objective or a target where nobody care if you will achieve that objective or target, no? Where nobody care would kasi minsan there are times na in addition, there are times na meron silang success indicator. For example, wearing of uniform, 100% no wearing of uniform. So if you achieve that, who cares? If you achieve 100%, who cares? No. So wearing of uniform, although you get 100%, did you produce the output expected from you? No. Right now, I'm not wearing anything below. But are you getting the output that you want from me? No? Are you getting the answers that you from the questions that you ask? So I'm not wearing anything below.
Parang we do not want to ask what are anymore, sir. Patay na mo sila, sir.
Pampagisig lang, pampagisig.
That would mean I will not satisfy my objective of 100% wearing of uniform, no? But of course, nobody cares if you're wearing a uniform or not, no? As long as you're providing the output expected from you. So that would mean if you will set objectives and targets, it should be aligned with the expectations of the needs and expectations, no?
Baka magalit yung HR, sir. Sabihin, sabi nung taga-DAP, wag na daw mag-uniform. Nakaka-deliver naman ng output.
Magandang blouse lang at saka
Bakit mo
shorts,
ako
okay na.
ina-MC? Joke lang. Sige po.
Anyway, it's up to the organization kasi nga in government agencies maybe expectation ng HR, no, but in other organization maaring they are more flexible. Okay, management review. So in the management review requirement of ISO 45001, you have to review the feedback, you have to review the issues, no? So that's why if you know the issues that will affect your organization, so that can also be an input to your management review. So that's how you can make use of the context to make use of the context to satisfy the other requirements of ISO 9001. So punta na tayo dito sa addressing risks and opportunities. That will be step number 3. So pupunta tayo sa higher up. Why do we need to address risk? Na? In ISO 9001, according to ISO 9001, we address risk not to prevent or reduce undesired effects. That's an ISO 9001 requirement. We address risk to prevent or reduce undesired effects. The same with ISO 45001. For opportunities, we address opportunities according to ISO 9001 to enhance desirable effects to achieve improvement. In ISO 45001, it is written in clause 6.1.1c to achieve continual improvement. What you can notice, ano yung na-notice nyo on addressing risk and opportunities? Now, what are the common, na anong common terminology in addressing risk? Ano yung common terminology in addressing opportunities? Chat box. So ano yung common? Now, if we are to address risk, ano ba yung common intention? No, common statement, a common word. In addressing opportunities, meron ding common word, no? Anyway, it's obvious, no? In addressing risk, we want to prevent. In addressing opportunities, we want to improve. 'Di ba? Ayan. So that concept should be should be remembered, no? Yung in addressing risk because we want to prevent. In addressing opportunities because we want to improve. Ayan, no? And by addressing risk and opportunities, according to ISO 9001, it will give assurance to your system that it will achieve its intended result. The same also with ISO 45001. It will give assurance that the OHSMS can achieve its intended outcome. So what are the intended results of ISO 9001? Customer satisfaction and product and services that meet the customer requirements. For OHSMS, prevent illnesses, prevent injuries, no? Ayan, so yun yung outcome naman na gusto sa OHSMS. Let's define some terminologies, no? That will be significant in hazard identification and risk assessment. Risk is according to 3.79 of ISO 9000 and 3.20 of ISO 45000 ay effect of uncertainty, no? Effect of uncertainty. And there's another risk here, OHS risk, no? Occupational health and safety risk. So occupational health and safety risk under 45001 3.21, combination of the likelihood of occurrence of a work-related hazardous event or exposure and the severity of injury and ill health that can be caused by the event or exposure. So there are two elements, no? The likelihood of occurrence and the severity of the impact, no, of this risk. No? Usually, when we say impact, injury, and ill health. So, merong likelihood at merong severity. So, that's why in the tools created for OSHAS before, OSHAS 18001, when we establish the risk level of any risk, no, any risk or any hazard. So we have to compute for the risk level, and we're using the rating system based on the likelihood of the occurrence and the severity of the effect of the risk. So minumultiply namin yung likelihood versus severity. Na? So before in the OSHAS 18001. Okay. So because of these terminologies, na, we can say na OHS risk is distinct from other risk. Because in ISO 45001, there is a mention of the word phrase other risk aside from OHS risk. In ISO 9001, risk lang. Na? Risk and opportunity, of course, always in tandem, no? Risk and opportunities. But here in 45001, there is a mention of the word OHS risk, and it is distinct from the other risk. So from this standpoint, it should be understood that the method for assessment for each type of risk can vary. No, it could be another tool that you will use for the assessment of the OHS risk other than the risk that you are already using. No? So I don't know what kind of tool that you are using for ISO 9001. So do you have? So you can mention the name of your tool. Meron ba? What tool do you have no in ISO 9001 for identifying risk and addressing the risk and opportunities, no? Kasi in other organization they have risk register. Others will have ROWA, no, ROWA. Other organization is using SWOT analysis, no? During the time with NMIS, National Meat Inspection Service of the Department of Agriculture, so they're using HACCP, no? HACCP, no? Hazard Analysis and Criticality Control Points. No? In RITM, we have Operational Risk Assessment Matrix. No? Operational Risk Assessment Matrix. Ayan. Okay. Maybe the Risk Assessment and Change Management Plan po. Ayan. Usually, your tool will have the columns, no? Para may columns ito. What are the risks that you have identified, the opportunities that you have identified, what are the controls to address those risks, no? So usually those are the basic information that you will see from a risk-based thinking tool, no? For OSHAS, we may need to create, no, another tool to address or to assess OHS risk. Another terminology, set of terminology, OHS opportunity, circumstance or set of circumstances that can lead to improvement of occupational health and safety performance. So when we say circumstance, so ano ba yung circumstance? Na ito yung ginagawa during summertime sa mga batang lalaki, sini-circumstance sila. No?
Sige sir, bigyan po natin ng funny emoticon si Sir Tony.
Kasi seryoso si Ma'am Angie, nakatingin lang ganun eh.
Sorry, nagbabasa kasi ako ng chat.
Tinitingnan ko kung ano yun. So circumstance, so usually situation, event, no? In Filipino, ang hirap eh. Meron bang in Filipino of circumstance, the word circumstance, no? Ayan. Circumstancia is not, of course, hindi Filipino ang circumstancia. It's just parang Filipinized, ano lang, no? Translation of circumstance, no? Pero ano ba yung word talaga on circumstance? So, it's usually a situation, a condition, na a situation. It's not an action, na it's not an action, na it's a circumstance, na it's a situation, it's a condition, sitwasyon, na yan. Pagkakataon, event, opportunities, pagkakataon, no? So, yan, so circumstance that can lead to improvement. So it's not exactly an action, no? It's a circumstance. Yan. Hazard, source with a potential to cause injury and ill health, no? Ayan, source with a potential to cause injury and ill health, no? So the hazard will become a risk if the hazard releases the harm to the worker, na? So ayan, if the hazard releases the harm, so we can say that's a risk, no? Yung fees, yung aking fees ay hazard ba ngayon? It could be a hazard, no? But the risk of releasing the harm of my wrist, no, ay napakababa. But if we are in a boxing ring, no, we are in a boxing ring, no, yung risk of releasing the harm of the wrist ay mas mataas na. Why? Because I have to use my wrist, no? Fist pala, sorry, wrist ako na wrist. Kasi risk, my fist, no? So of course it will depend on who is the owner of the fist. If the owner of the fist is Manny Pacquiao, of course,
Sir,
the
ibang
risk
usapan
level
yun,
will
sir.
be higher, no? If the process owner of the fist ay ako, risk is lower, no? Ayan. Ayan. So kaya it will depend on the the risk will get higher depending on the hazard, the likelihood of the hazard to happen, and the severity of the effect of that hazard. Injury and ill health, adverse effect on the physical, mental, or cognitive condition of a person. So effect on the mental, of course, or physical, usually ay maaari may ill health, no? And usually, injury ay palaging effect on the physical, no? Parang ganun, no? Injury and ill health. So these are some of the injuries and these are some of the hazards that can cause injuries and ill health, no? The health hazards can cause ill health or illnesses. The safety hazards can cause injuries. No, ito yung if we are to identify hazards, no? So online training daw po ay may health risk. Of course, right now you are sitting for one day. 'Di ba? If you're sitting for one day, merong health risk 'yan. Me, I'm not sitting. Na? So, 'di ba? You will notice that I'm not sitting. 'Di ba? I'm not sitting. Why? Because I want to remove that risk. Na? So yan. So hindi naman tayo magsasayaw. So I want to remove that risk, na? So ano yung mga examples of health hazards? Of course, chemical, biological, radiation, no? Physical, such as temperature, pressure, ergonomic, no? Work position. No? You're working now. No? I'm working now. So, but I believe I have a better position because I'm not sitting. Na yan. Specific stressors such as work shifting, workload, due dates, boss. No? The boss are specific stressors. They can cause health hazards. Diba? So, yung aking mga boss, of course, si Mama Ann at si Mama Angie.
Boss
so,
talaga, sir. Colleague, sir. Colleague.
Ayan.
Boss po.
Pag maraming assignments, maraming pinagagawa si boss, of course, it will affect your health. No? Safety hazards, of course, the mechanical hazard. No? The one example is yung nangyari sa Skyway, of course, mechanical. Electrical hazards, radiation, overexposure to ionizing radiation. No? When we say ionizing radiation, example in X-ray machines. No? Tama ba? Doc Alma, no? X-ray machines ay mga radiation that are ionizing, no? Ionizing because it will affect yung ano yung mga physical properties, na? Tama po, no? And non-ionizing usually are radiation that can cause heat. Katulad ng yung mga cell sites, no? Meron silang mga non-ionizing radiation, non-ionizing radiation. Before kasi I was involved at the health and safety program for Globe, sa Globe, no? Nagtatayo sila ng mga cell sites. Substances that may be inhaled, no? Hindi lang siya sa health hazard, no? Fire and explosion and others such as sleeping, tripping, even violence and moving parts. So those are safety hazards that can cause injuries. Health hazards can cause illnesses. So if you are tasked to identify hazards, no? So there are two hazards. Now, hazards that will cause injuries and hazards that will cause illnesses. No? Ayun, according to Doc Alma, more than 2 hours of sitting, according to Dole, you should move about, no? So, nakakatulong yan. So, anyway, malapit na tayong mag-lunch. So, medyo pwede na kayong move around, no? In ISO 45001, there are requirements in hazard identification. So, these are the requirements in hazard identification. The same with ISO 9001. Meron requirements in identifying risks and opportunities. ISO 45001, there is a requirement for assessing risk. But you cannot assess the risk if you don't know the hazard, the source. So you need to identify first the source of the risk. Ayan, so kaya may hazard identification. So for hazard identification, you have to take into account, no? Take into account. So there's a concept in ISO 45001 now when the standard says consider, no, different ito sa take into account. Ayan, so that's another that you have to consider, that you have to remember. In ISO 45001, there's difference between consider and take into account. The word consider means it is necessary to think about it, but it can be excluded. No? You have to think about it, but it can be excluded. When the standard says take into account, it means it is necessary to think about it, but it cannot be excluded. So more prescriptive yung word na take into account than consider. Ayan, so you have to remember that. So if the standard requires us, no, to take into account, then we have to really implement this. No? How the work is organized, workload, work hours, harassment. So those must be taken into account in identifying hazard. No? Routine and non-routine activities and situations. No? Ano ba yung mga non-routine activities? No? These are the activities that we don't usually perform. No? And this may happen during peak hours. This may happen during maintenance. No? This might happen if this time, no? Merong non-routine. We are doing this. Hindi ito yung routine. No? Yung skeletal workforce ay non-routine. No? So you have to consider those routine and non-routine activities, including consideration of, so this one, no, consideration naman to, consideration of infra, equipment, material, substances. The hazards that arise as a result of the product design, including during research development. Now there are times na if you are designing a new product, designing a new service, so there could be hazards in the product, and the product in the hazards, the hazards in the product or the services, no, kailangan you have to identify that in your higher up, no. The human factors, ano yung mga human factors? There are times na yung height, no, of a person could affect the occupational health and safety. No, there are person na if you will assign to a task that will require no a higher person or taller person, so magkakaroon ng problem with the person assigned to perform task by a taller person. So for example, if you're the record officer and then your records are stuck in shelves na taller than you and yung height mo is not so tall, no? Not so tall. So you will need to make use of ladder, you will need to make use of steps, no? So that will somehow increase the risk that you will have an accident kasi pwede kang malaglag sa ladder, no? But if you're taller, so no accident of falling on the same level, no? Medyo nalilesen your risk, no? Okay. How the work is actually done, so you have to consider that because there would be activities, no? For example, there are activities that you will need to sit down for so many hours, no? Or there are activities that you will have to stand for so many hours, no? That's why in malls, di ba? In SM, they have this from time to time they will have this yung parang clapping, no? Happy to serve. Tapos no? But in the manufacturing, they always do that, no? The Japanese manufacturing companies, no? Every 2 hours they will play a chime or play a song, no? Parang Japanese song din, no? And then everybody will participate in the exercise, no? Parang simple exercise. So that's how they stretch. No? Ano pa? What are the other requirements? Past incidents, no, you have to take into account because it can happen again. People, including consideration of those with access to the workplace and their activities. No? There are workplaces where magiging maapektuhan yung other individuals, so other workers. No? So those in the vicinity of the workplace, the one example nga yung sa Skyway, no? So there are workers, EEI workers, no? San Miguel workers siguro, but who are the affected interested party? Yung people in the vicinity of that work, no? Okay. Workers at a location not under the direct control of the organization. So, for example, you were asked to travel and you have to you have to parang you have to ride a transportation. For example, you have to ride ship, you have to ride an airplane, you have so kung baga magta-travel ka through ship, through airplane, through bus. So those are location not under the direct control of the organization. So there might be hazard on those location. Ayan, workers at a location not under the direct control of the organization. Or you're visiting, you're inspecting something. So it is not within the control of your organization. So if you're a regulatory body organization and you're visiting or inspecting a site, so kailangan you have to identify also those hazards. Actual or proposed changes in the organization. If there will be changes in the process, changes in the design of the machine that you're using, so there might be hazard that will be introduced. Yeah. Changes in knowledge of and information about hazards. There are times that previously we're using a chemical before and we don't know that it is hazardous. Before, di ba, yung paint ng mga toys, we don't know na meron siyang lead. So right now, because we know that the paints of toys are with lead, so naging hazard na talaga siya. So there are materials na before we're using na we don't know na hazardous yung substances na materials. So when there are changes in the information about the materials, so it could also be considered in identifying hazards, na? Before may mertiolate, di po ba? Na before, are you using mertiolate? Yun na kinikwento ng ano ko noon, kinikwento ng tito ko. Yung
Sir, ako
mertiolate.
dati, mertiolate nung bata ako.
Kapag ano, 'di ba? Kapag nasugatan ka, mertiolate. Pag naglilinis ka ng kuko, mertiolate. Pero right now wala nang gumagamit ng mertiolate. No, kasi harmful siya, no? So maybe better if we will use betadine instead
Oo,
of
sir,
mertiolate.
mercury base si mertiolate.
Parlor po yata yung pink. So hindi, yung iba yun, parang yung pink is for the cuticle
Pero I
remover.
think, sir, the same siya. Mertiolate po yung nilalagay nila.
Mertiolate din ba?
Opo.
Hindi kasi ako nagpapa-pedicure
Yung sa parlor po, yun din po, same po yun. Para po bigyan po ng pink color yung paa. At the same time po, para po ma-disinfect siya. Pero it is still mertiolate.
No? Before, yung IMO, no? Before we have IMO, but right now, it is not recommended to use IMO. No? Yung no? Okay. Other requirements about identifying hazard. Other issues including consideration of the design of work areas, no? Installations, machinery, equipment, operating procedures, work organization. So there are times na in the procedure na you will be required to perform, halimbawa yung workload, no, yung workload nakalagay sa procedure, or you have to perform this in one shift or for the entire day. So the procedure can be enhanced to reduce your exposure into that hazard, na yan. So kaya kinoconsider yung mga procedures din. Situations occurring in the vicinity of the workplace caused by work-related activities under the control of the organization. No? Earlier, there are hazards outside the control. So this now hazards within the control of the organization. Situations not controlled by the organization and occurring in the vicinity of the workplace that can cause work-related injury and ill health to persons in the workplace. So there might be, no, halimbawa, your building is located near a construction site kasi may tinatayo rin siyang bagong building. So that could be an example of a hazard. No? That could be an example of a hazard. So situations not controlled by the organization and occurring in the vicinity of the workplace. Ayan, no? That can cause work-related injury and ill health to person. Or your workplace is near, not in a construction site, near a siguro a restaurant na merong minsan loud yung restaurant, no? So meron sa video case, so ganyan. So it could also affect the health of people, no? Kasi malapit lang sila dun sa maingay, no? Pero kung this one is a patay sindi pub, it can also be hazardous to employees, no? Although stress reliever, but it could also cause harmful effects to employees. Tama ba 'yon, Sir Mike, sa GSCWD? Sir Mike, saan po yung GSCWD? Ano pong
General Santos City Water District po, sir.
General Santos City Water District. Is General Santos City Water District near the Red District?
So, wala po kaming ganyan, sir. Wala po.
Okay. So red districts can also be hazardous to anyway, my example is about the construction site. Okay. So you will have to spot the hazards here. No? Paano ba gagawin to, ma'am? Can they annotate?
Yes po.
So before we take our lunch, try to identify as many hazards that you will see from this picture, na? From this caricature, na? Paano nila i-annotate?
Miss Maan, pa-open po nung annotation.
Ay, wait lang. Sandali
Sige
lang po.
po, i-allow po tayo ni Miss Maan for the annotation.
Then siguro if this will, kasi mag-12 na rin.
Pero pwede ding chat box.
Na?
Opo. Pwede ding chat box. Pwede din naman pong you can encircle in the annotation. Ayan.
So anyway, I can just leave the picture, no? Naka-share siya. So kaya even during lunch you can still annotate, na kasi abutan
Okay.
tayo ng lunch eh. No? Pero paano gagawin, Ma'am Maan?
Wait lang sir, nahanap ko po yung sa annotation.
Ayan, dito
Kanina
po
nandito
sa
eh.
view options, Miss Maan, view options, yun po sa taas na portion ng Zoom, you can click the view options, you can click annotate, and then
Wala akong annotate dito.
click
There's no annotate. Wait lang, sorry. View options.
click
Okay,
draw.
there you go.
Yes,
Okay na po.
click draw, then you can choose what are the hazards. I'm drawing the first circle. Yes.
Ayan,
Ano pa ba yung mga hazard? Ito.
Sabi ni Ma'am Alma, carrying a
Yan.
heavy load,
You can
brown box.
encircle po the hazards that you are seeing. View options, annotate, and then click draw. Pili po kayo ng parang available dito na pwede nyo pong pang-encircle.
Di ba din sa view options pwede yung
Ayan, meron na po tayo mga
nakikita sa akin dahil ako no. Nakikita ko pala but of course
nag-annotate na sila.
Ayun.
Yes. Yan.
Ayan,
Sige
no?
po, annotate lang po tayo.
Pili kayo ng kulay ng para sa inyo po.
Pag halimbawa sa tingin nila nagkamali sila, can they
Yes po, may
delete?
eraser po.
Pwede nilang tanggalin, sir. Opo. Meron naman
may
pong
eraser
erase.
pala,
Opo.
may eraser.
Sige po,
Pwede rin pong arrow.
Anybody
Pwede rin po
po
kayong
can...
mag-arrow.
Yes po, anybody can annotate po.
Ayan.
Pwede nyo rin
If
pong
you want
i-clear.
once encircled, you can double encircle din po. It's okay with us.
Si ate, kakaiba, no?
Madami yata kasing hazard.
Nasa workplace si ate naka-spaghetti
Parang
strap.
buong workplace yata, Sir Tony, hazard.
Ayan, si ate naka...
Yung buong workplace, ganyan noon.
Dami ko.
Meron lahat
din. Nag-annotate
Sino nag-circle doon?
Lang po. Sige po, please identify what are the hazards that you're able to see.
Ayan.
11:50.
Meron na po, Miss
Then after this, siguro after annotation nila, after lunch, we'll try to discuss ano ba yung mga hazards na na-identify nila.
Sir, can we discuss this po after lunch? Pakita natin sa kanila. So it's 12 p.m. na po noon. Ano po ang inyong mga ulam? Sana po ay masasarap. I-leave lang po ni Sir. Sir, would you like to leave that up for the meantime?
Yes, I'll just leave this. So bahala na silang mag-annotate.
Okay, sige po. Reminders lang po, you don't need to log out po. You may just turn off your cameras and you may just mute yourselves, but no need to log out po. Okay lang naman po. So kung meron pa po kayo nakita, kung nakita niyo po yung buo pong workplace ay hazard, pwede rin yung pong encirclean yung buong workplace. Sige po. Salamat po and enjoy your lunch po.
Have a good lunch, everyone. See you at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Yes po. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are now faced with a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. This is the era of disruptive changes. We are now faced with a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. This is the era of disruptive changes, information overload, and lightning-paced developments. This is the age of innovation. Because of these rapid changes in the globe, the needs of people changed as well. New markets were formed as accessibility and online transactions become integral parts of daily lives. Having different platforms of commerce and communication, people have radically shifted to digitization and virtual activities. This radical trend has resulted to an inertia in national development and a widened gap with the government and the general public. Coupled with the diminishing public trust, today's leaders are faced with the greater challenge of bringing the government closer to the people. Innovation is the only way forward. More than just giving what the citizens need, the government should give what the people deserve. Thus, the birth of the Public Sector Productivity Innovation Laboratory has become imperative to equip the public servants with innovative skills as they become part of future-fit organizations. Along with integrity, transparency, accountability, and efficiency, Innovation Laboratory adds a key ingredient in fortifying the pillars of good governance, a new culture of innovation.
Hello, my name is Ino, and this is the PSP Innovation Laboratory in the Philippines, one of the country's efforts in preparing the nation through innovation programs in the public sector. We gather small cross-functional teams to collaborate, discuss, and develop new technologies, products, solutions, or programs. We unleash the skill to adapt experimental and innovative methods as the different agencies tackle social, political, and organizational issues. Our main objectives are to enhance citizen satisfaction, improve government efficiency, and strengthen public sector innovation. InnoLab is a venue for knowledge sharing, creative thinking, and discovery of cutting-edge techniques to address public sector productivity. Our role is to create a culture of innovation among public organizations with the ultimate goal of creating a pool of innovators engaging in interagency and sectoral collaborations. InnoLab will be the catalyst of national development through innovation, a venue to stimulate out-of-the-box thinking, and the moving force of implementation and scale-up. Innovation Laboratory follows a citizen-centered approach in coming up with innovation initiatives. We call it the co-creation innovation process. Let me show you how this works. Co-creation is really not hard to do. All you need is a group of people gathering together towards a specific objective. Starting with identifying roles and objectives, the innovation challenge was framed.
The decision point that we used was to choose an innovation that affects so many customers, and we should do everything to make them comfortable, of less cost on their part, fast and most efficient service.
Empathy is a tool that will allow you to go deeper inside the system. Empathy will lead you to frame up an innovation. It will lead you to gather insights and information. And it will also lead you to plan how to implement the solutions that you have in mind.
The data gathering process is a complicated phase. Digging deeper does not only allow you to understand the problem, but also makes you understand the pains and gains of the stakeholders.
Getting into the data gathering, tapos yung talagang as in naka-immerse ka doon kahit man lang a few hours na nandoon kami sa branch, we're able to see kung ano yung mga dapat na i-improve on our own, yung kung ano yung mga dapat na hinihingi ng members. So we're looking at it at the members' perspective.
The birth of an innovative idea comes from the identification of alternative solutions through creativity tools and techniques where wild and crazy ideas are encouraged.
Creative thinking actually allowed us to look into ways that rather we would not be able to do in a normal thinking process. We were able to use wild ideas, take inspiration from them, and apply it in our situation that we wouldn't even think would be applicable.
Innovation does not stop in the mind. Prototyping is where an innovative idea is being brought to life.
I think prototyping is very important, especially in product development or in innovation. The prototyping is the best sample to show our stakeholders that we do understand what they express to us, that they convey to us. And as a response, we made these prototypes.
This is just the start, okay? What happens next will depend on you. And implementation is really key in any innovation efforts.
We are lucky enough that we have the public sector productivity to make it happen, to make this possible, because they are provided us with solutions to unlock this problem that our members, our stakeholders are encountering.
At Innovation Laboratory, we aim for a sustainable future of innovation. We believe that the possibilities are endless and that progress is a continuous cycle of growth.
It really applies sa real-life situation. We're in the office. We are really bound by time and pressure. So, pinaka-memorable sa akin are those mga 5 minutes, 10 minutes na activities wherein you have to give your all of your effort. Those ideas with the collaboration, nagiging innovative siya, and it will actually help me. Skill kasi siya na parang mas nakatulong pa siya sa akin in the future na makakam up ako ng mga better ideas. So parang non-stop thinking and non-stop innovation.
I think it's very important because things are changing, specifically when it comes to the EODB law. Bootcamp makes government employees realize the value of innovation and how to make things easier for their clients.
The drive for innovation in the government will prepare our nation as we leap towards the future under a sound governance and future-fit leadership. Join us as we spread the culture of innovation. There is no other time but now.
Hi, good afternoon po. Thank you, Miss Angie, for playing that. Yan po ang aming isa sa mga programs in Innovation Lab. If you are interested for an Innovation Lab session or training course, you may let us know. Or dun po sa classroom po, meron po tayo dong client request form. You may also put it there po kung meron po kayong services na gusto or kung na-inspire or enlighten kayo doon sa video na pinakita ni Miss Angie about our Innovation Lab. Sige po, pwede na po tayong mag-open ng mga webcam. Tayo po ay gagalaw muna, galaw-galaw, baka ma-stroke, ika nga sabi nila. At ang ating, bago tayo umalis, tayo ay nagsabi na kailangan gumagalaw. At least tumatayo tayo ng 2 hours each and every time. Pero alam ko, kasalanan ko yun. Minsan, 8 hours, hindi pa rin ako tumatayo in front of my computer. So, good luck na lang po sa aking hita. Nakasing lapad na po siya ng upuan namin. Awa ng Diyos. Kakaupo. So, yun, kailangan talagang gumagalaw tayo. So, before tayo mag-start doon sa ating spot the hazard, Meron po tayong tinatawag na math dance. Hindi ko alam kung familiar kayo doon. Alam niyo po ba yung math dance? So magre-request po ako sana na buksan po natin ang ating mga webcam. Gagawin ko pong gallery review para makita ko kayong lahat, hindi muna sa speaker. Pabukas po muna. Magma-math dance tayo. Kung gusto nyong tumayo, tayo po kayo. Kaya lang pag tumayo po ako, ang aking tiyan po ang makikita ninyo. So ako po uupo muna. Sige po. Ay, konti pa lang po mga nakabukas ng webcam. Andiyan na po ba yung iba dyan? Yung pong mga ibang 26 tayo, kanina ay 31. Siguro habol po yung iba. Kamusta ba ang mga ulam ninyo? Pwede niyo pong unmute ang sarili ninyo. Ang aking ulam po ay paspasan, pritong spam at barbecue sauce. At bahaw na kanin na walang oras magpainit. So, yun po. Sige po. Okay, sige. Susubukan kong tumayo. Sana hindi niyo makita ang tiyan kong malaki. Sige. Sige po. Natatawa ka, Miss Angie, kaagad. Sana ay hindi niya makita aking incomplete uniform, so to speak.
Sige, magpipicture po ako.
Patay tayo dyan. Ako, may mabibenta na akong buhay. Sige po. Pwede na ba? Sorry ha. Galaw-galaw muna tayo. Adobong manok at itlog na maalat na may kamatis. Sir, nangiinggit pa talaga kayo. Alam niyo naman, basic lang ang aking lunch. Basta lang may makain. Sige. Ready na ba? Sige. Ang tawag natin dito ay math dance. So, anong meron tayo? Plus, minus, divide, and equal. Sige. So, dun muna tayo sa plus. Ang plus ay ganito, di ba? Nakaganyan, plus. So, plus tayo. Let's all cross our hands. So, plus. So, ang sayo po dyan, plus, plus. So, single, single, double, 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 double. Okay. So, plus, okay na. Si equal sign. Ganyan. Equal sign. Alam na ni ma'am. Si ma'am Mirasol, alam na. So, equal, equal, tapos, double ulit. Equal, 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 equal. Okay. Tapos, si multiply, obviously, x siya. Pag ganyan. So, multiply tayo. Okay. Single, single, double, 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 double. Sige. Last na lang, si divide. So, ganyan tayo for the bar sa gitna. Tapos, yung tuldok, pok, pok. O, di ba? Madali lang. So, single, single, double, 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 double. So, ganun lang. So, pag kinall out ko kung ano, yun yung gagawin natin. Sige, practice. Sige. Okay. Ang gagawin natin una ay, kailangan mabilis. Pag sinabi kong plus, plus, pag sinabi kong plus, tapos kung ano yung susunod, gagawin ka agad, ha? Okay, game. Wala pong tugtog. Game. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Sige, plus po tayo. Plus. Single, single, double, 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 double. Divide. Single, single, double, 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 double. Okay, divide. Divide na pala yun. Oh, equal, equal. Single, single, double, 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 double. Plus ulit. Plus. 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 Multiply. Double, 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 double. Okay, yan lang po muna. Sige po, salamat po. Hindi ko na po tatagalan masyado. At medyo hiningal ako. Sana po ay medyo nakagalaw kayo at nakatayo. Sige po. Para po, yun lang po ay panggalaw ng ating mga dugo. So ako pala ay naka-YouTube streaming. Nakita po ng madlang tao. So okay lang po yun. Salamat po sa pag-participate. Sige. Sir Tony, you may take the floor.
Napansin ka na wala yung mga nawala yung
ano po?
Yung mga annotation.
Ha? Nawala, sir?
Ayan, tignan niya.
Ay, siguro dahil nung nag-share si Angie. Ulitin natin. Pwede natin ulitin. Sige po.
Tingin ko baka mukhang tingnan na lang natin kung meron sila nakita dito, no?
Ayan, annotate po ulit. Sige, go. Meron pa
Yan
tayong
nakita nila itong mga to.
5 minutes.
Mukhang nakita naman nila.
Sir, oo.
Lang.
Actually, mukhang sir nakita nilang lahat.
Ano ko lang try muna natin ulit linisin. Kasi yung annotation. Paano ba malilinis yung annotation?
I think
ayun, natanggal. Sige, natanggal po muna ng mga annotation. So, ayun. So, thank you din sa mga nag-identify. No? Tingnan ko lang kasi meron din naman akong ni-ready na at tingin ko mukhang nakita rin nila. Na? Ayan. Pwede patanggal ng annotation? Meron pang annotation na natira?
Sir, sige, do ko na muna annotate, sir. Sige, go ahead.
Okay, ayan. So, tingnan nyo kung nakita nyo to, no? Oops, may nag-annotate ulit.
Ay, sorry, paano ko ba i-ano to? Sorry, tanggalin ko muna annotate. Sige po.
Ayan, ayan. Teka, bumabalik. Ayan.
Ano nangyari? Sandali, namabalik siya.
Okay, ayan na. Malinis na.
Okay po.
Okay, so tingnan nyo kung nakita nyo to, Yan, nakita nyo yan? Yung mga basag na glass, na? Teka lang, yung chat pala. Nawala ako sa chat. Ayan, ito yung number 1 ito, yan. Number 2, makikita nyo yung ladder niya ay naglagay ng 'di ba? Hindi pantay, but naglagay siya ng parang wedge, no? Number 3, compressed air. So you will notice this is the compressed air. Compressed air, tapos meron siyang supply. So ginagamit nila siguro for Isa kasi ginagamit
ng dust, sir.
Packing. Actually hindi lang pang ng dust. Ginagamit yan mismo pantak, no? Parang
air gun, sir. For air gun.
Air gun. Ginawa niya yung air gun, ginawa niyang pangtanggal ng kanyang dumi. Ayan. Ops, makikita mo, kung gumagamit ka ng compressed air, dapat ikaw ay naka-glass. Safety glass, safety goggles. No? Kailangan naka-safety goggles ka. At dahil nasa construction area ka, kailangan ay naka-hard hat. No? Ako, lagi ako naka-hard hat.
Meron pong sinasabi si Ma'am Mary, wala daw. Hard hat
walang
lahat.
Hard hat lahat. No? Ayan. Ayun nga. Kaya yung number 5, yon wala ring hard hat. No? Yung first aid kit ay sira na rin dito. No? At dilapidated na yung box at pwedeng imbis na makatulong ito, makasugat pa. Itong ladder, anong mapapansin niyo sa ladder? Merong required ang ladder, no? Kung paano yung tamang angle, no? 4:1, no? 4:1. So ibig sabihin kung ano yung haba ng ladder, dapat yung 1/4 nun yun yung kumbaga kung 10 feet yung ladder, so yung 1/4 nun dapat 2.5 feet ay siya. So ganun yung kanyang angle, no? So, 1/4 nun ay yun yung angle niya. So, mukhang, dito kasi pag sumakay ka ng ganyan, pwede kang malaglag niya, no? Ibabagsak ka ng ladder na ganyan, no? Ayan, ano pa? Yung kanyang mga tools ay naglalaglagan. Siyempre, mababagsakan niya yung nasa baba. Wala rin siyang hard hat. Yung rung, no, nung ladder ay bali. Ano pa? Ito yung medyo unsteady itong area na yung mga boxes na nandito, no? Meron nakakita rin no, parang may nag-mention dito. Ayan, no? Heavy load brown box. Ito pala. Ito ay meron din problema. Ito tingin ko ito ay isang bulb, kaya lang dilapidated na rin yung yung wire. So pwedeng maputo lang yan at makakuryente pa yan. Wala ring hard hat. Ano pa? Yung dala-dala na siguro ito ay plank, no? Wooden plank na dala-dala ng lalaking ito, no? Ay dapat dalawa nagdadala niya kasi ang haba niyan eh. Ano dito ito ay yung the way he lift, no? Dapat you have to lift with your legs, not with your
hips.
Eggs.
Sir, sa hips.
Ganun ba? Kasi hindi, napatingin ako doon sa itlog na maalat na ano. Lift with your legs, not with your eggs. Yun nga yun.
Not with
Okay.
your legs, so.
Of course, kailangan naka-hard hat. Yung suot niya, naka-spaghetti pa siya. No? Wala rin siyang safety shoes. No? Actually, the woman here is the hazard. Na? In some organizations na hindi allowed na pumasok yung ganyan na suot if you're working with all male. Maghahabaan, no? Maghahabaan ang mga
leeg.
Maghahabaan ng mga leeg, no? Pag may pumasok na ganyan. And of course, pwede rin siya malaglag dito. Yung hinagis na I think hammer, no? This one, yung pipe na nasa baba, it should be secured. Dapat meron siyang siguro meron siyang post dito, no, to prevent from falling itong mga to, or yung mag-slip yan no. Hard hat, sitting on the parang mga siguro mga parang garbage ito, or yung mga mga strips of metal na not wearing safety shoes. This one, meron siya mga protruding na mga nails na. Ito pwedeng will cause slippery na. Slippery ito, it will cause slips. Ito standing under suspended load, delikado yan. Pwede kang mabagsakan ng suspended load. Not wearing hard hat. Improper yung hoisting, no? Improper hoisting, because there is a proper way in hoisting. So maglalaglagan itong mga to, so dapat proper yung hoisting. Itong mga this will cause tripping, na ito ay sleeping, ito tripping kasi matri-trip yung lalaki na to. Hard hat, tapos itong boxes na ginawa niyang ginawa niyang ladder, yung mga boxes hindi pa pantay. Meron siyang forklift, but the forklift is obstructed yung kanyang view. No? Obstructed yung view. Wala rin siyang hard hat. So gumagamit siya ng, siguro ito ay oxygen or acetylene tank. No? So medyo may lumalabas na doon, no? So baka ito ay oxygen or acetylene tank. So the oxygen and acetylene tank should be properly secured. So during transport, usually magkasama yan oxygen and acetylene tank kapag ginagamit for welding. If you are transporting them, kailangan sila ay nasa dolly o yun nasa cart na hindi sa tutumba. Kasi if matumba yung tank, no, it can parang pwede itong pag natanggal yung kanyang nabangga itong itong nasa taas na to, no, yung nakalimutan ko lang ang tawag. So pwede siyang maging pwede siyang tumalsik, no? And then yung table ay maraming mga may sira yung pwede nga pag merong masugatan dito sa table na to, no? At ayun yung sira yung tinutuntungan dito. So Sa bilang ko, may 42. No? 42 hazards. So,
Sir, may
marami
I,
pa kayo nakita na hindi ko nakita. Yes?
Sir, yung nando sa table, hindi nakaset yung yung clamp niya na maayos. Yung katabi ni 41 na number, hindi siya nakaset
Malapit
yung clamp
dito.
ng yung
So, pare,
yan, hindi siya nakaset yung clamp niya.
Okay.
Sir, yung number 28 ba, nasabi niyo ba na nasa ilalim siya directly nung
Ano yan, working under suspended load.
Okay.
So hindi dapat na, so kung mag-guide ka, hindi ka pwede dapat nasa ilalim ng suspended load kasi meron sa YouTube no, nakita ko na meron siyang ginaguide na nalaglag mismo sa kanya yung buong container, no, yung buong container. Ang laki ng container nilalagay sa 40-footer na truck. Kung bumagsak yung container na yun sa'yo, para kang kamatis.
Sir, may tanong lang ako. Anong ginagawa ni number 36? Ba't parang nakaluhod siya na nagpapandango sa ilaw?
Number 36.
Si 36, ano ginagawa niya?
Tingin ko baka tumatakbo siya, no? So, dapat iniiwasan din yung mga parang horse playing sa work area, no? Yung may hawak na mahabang stick to get something, ayan siguro ito, hindi rin, pag mahaba yung stick na ito and then you are on top of this unstable, so magiging, may weight din ito no? So yung weight nito, dadalhin ka pababa niyan. So tama, meron din dito sa stick na ito, no? Ayan. Electric wires crossing the floor ladder, not steady. This one, I don't know kung electric wires, baka electric wires siya, or baka, siya, yung wire para sa compressed air, no? Para sa compressed air.
Sir, hindi mukhang shower sa likod ng ladder.
This one, tama. Merong shower dito na maaaring ginagamit nila in the event na magkaroon ng chemical spill. Sa iba kasi in other organization na baka matapunan ka ng chemical, so meron kang shower or kaya meron ding eye washer. Minsan may ganun na meron dalawang nakatutok na itututok mo sa mata mo yung eye washer para ma-wash yung mata mo. O kaya naman merong talagang shower na para matanggal sa iyo yung chemical. Okay, ayan. So yan yung mga pwede natin makita, no? Ito naman sa the usual work area in an office.
Sir, may last pa. Floors not marked
for walking and those vehicles.
Tama.
So those are the controls that you will need to identify, no? So if you want yung parang markings on the floors, no? So para doon lang pwedeng mag-access yung mga employees. Kaya lang this one is parang construction area, no? What about on the hazards in your workplace? Ano kaya mga makikita niyo dito, no? Sige, pwede niyo i-annotate, no? Of course, this will cause tripping, no?
Sorry, yan. Okay, sige, go ahead po.
Ayan, of course, ayun, no? Pwedeng yan, no? There are hazards na if not properly used, no? If their equipment, if not properly used, they can become hazards, no? Ayan, so even yung ito, halimbawa ito naglagay ng lamp, no? Although meron ng computer dito, no? Dating computer pa, na yung dating style ng monitor. So the monitor will already provide yung screen light, pero gumagamit pa rin siya ng lamp, so maaaring mag-cause ng problem sa kanyang mata, no? So hazard din 'yon. Tripping hazard, cutting hazard, no? This one, pwedeng matapon 'yan and then it can damage the equipment or can cause electrocution din, no? Kung matapunan ng electricity. Hindi ko lang alam kung ano 'to nandito baka pagkain 'to. No? Yung uh, itong ano no, a chair na maaring not totally supporting the back of the ay pwede rin maging hazard, no? Kasi pag usually we tend to parang sit back and incline the chair, so pwede bumagsak yan. Nangyari na dati before sa aking boss, no? Meron kami before pinuntahan na isang organization, and yung boss ko kasama ko, ginawa niya, pag upo niya dun sa isang silya, umano siya, no? Nag-inclined. Kaya lang bigla siyang bumagsak kasi masyadong maliit yung no? Nawala yung center of gravity. So, yan, pwede bumagsak na ganun. So, these are some examples of hazards, and sa higher up, so we will try to make use of the higher up to identify the hazards in your processes, so we will know what are the controls to be implemented. Na? Okay, thank you very much for spotting the hazards. Di ba? Paano ba tatanggalin ito?
Signally, sir.
Ayun, nawala.
Clear.
Okay, thank you. So, yung first requirement in hazard identification and risk assessment, yun yung kanina na mention natin, hazard identification. This one is about risk assessment naman, no? Risk assessment. So, what are the requirements? Now, the organization shall establish, implement, and maintain a process to assess OHS risk from the identified hazards. So, yun yung difference from ISO 9001 to ISO 45001. ISO 9001, ay sabi lang, determine risks and opportunities that need to be addressed, no, when planning for the organization. In ISO 45001, it is a requirement na we have to assess risk, na OHS risk from the identified hazards. Ayan, so it's a requirement. While taking into account the effectiveness of existing controls. So, we need to emphasize na by identifying or by assessing the risk, eto na, we have to take into account, again, no, na-mention yung salitang take into account the effectiveness of existing controls. In the design of the higher up, so we have to take into account that requirement. No? Kaya we don't just use the likelihood and the severity to determine the risk level, but we are also need to assess the effectiveness of the existing controls. So kaya makikita niyo mamaya na sa higher up form ay merong another criteria for determining the level of risk. And then there's a requirement here, no? The organization's methodologies and criteria for the assessment of OHS risk shall be defined with respect to their scope, nature, and timing to ensure they are proactive rather than reactive and are used in a systematic way. Documented information shall be maintained and retained on the methodologies and criteria. So, unlike with the ISO 9001, there's no requirement on documenting, no, identification of risk. There's no requirement in documenting procedures for determining risk. In 45001, there's a requirement. Documented information shall be maintained and retained on the methodologies and criteria, no, for assessing OHS risk. Ayan. So how to assess the risk? No? Ito yung mga basic steps. No? Form a team. No? A team should include those who are familiar with the organization's activities. No? We have to consult the workers, no? Include persons, representative samples of all applicable levels and functions who are exposed to the risk. So it is a requirement that they have to participate to identify a hazard. No? Include people with technical knowledge and expertise. Of course, makakatulong to identify extensively, no, yung hazard inherent in one process. After forming a team, then you will have to define the scope. No? So in defining the scope, what will be the scope? No? Ito yung area that you will have to analyze. No? Set the process or function to be analyzed. So maybe in other RBT tools, no, risk-based thinking tools, halimbawa SWOT analysis, you will create a SWOT analysis for the entire organization. Or you will prepare a risk registry for the entire organization. But this one is specific to a process. No? So you have to identify occupational health and safety risk for each process. Then break the process function down into set of activities. So break it down into more detailed steps or sequence of steps because there are risks or hazards na you will encounter in every step of the process. Next, once you have broken down the process into sequence of steps, now you can now identify the hazards in each step. Describe explicitly the hazards relating to each activity step of the process function. No? So when we say explicitly, it should be very clear, not vague. No? Halimbawa, nilagay lang ay smoke emission. Kunyari, yun lang, smoke emission. So you have to define it further. No? Smoke emission of what chemical? Baka mayroong chemical, no? So kailangan medyo mas explicit. Yan. Identify as many actual and potential injuries and illnesses as possible that are associated with each hazard. So, yan. So you identify the hazard and you will identify the harm that it can, the harm that it may incur, no? Affect the workers. Yan. Next, assess the level of risk. So, in assessing the level of risk, you will be using tables. No? Meron tayong table to rank the seriousness of the injuries. We have a table to rank the probability of the occurrence, yung likelihood of the occurrence of the hazard leading to injuries or illnesses. And then, to help in evaluating the risk, it is advisable that existing controls are identified. No? So earlier I mentioned na in risk assessment, you have to take into account the effectiveness of the existing controls. So that's why in assessing the level of risk, you will also need to identify also ano ba existing controls. Because yung risk could be lower if there are existing controls na very effective in addressing the risk. So, pwede yan eh. Evaluate rank the effectiveness of the existing controls. So, once you have identified the existing controls, you have to evaluate the effectiveness. So, there's another table to rank the effectiveness of the existing control. No? The more effective the existing control, the lesser the rating will be. No? So, the more effective. If there is no existing control, and then it will have a higher rating. No, ibig sabihin, in assessing the level of risk, the higher the level of the risk, the more priority that they will be, that they will, the more priority that will have to consider sa pag-address ng risk. Evaluate what kind of risk, what must be addressed first based on the level of risk. Next, determine appropriate controls. No? So, in determining the appropriate controls, we have to identify circumstances that can improve the existing controls. When we say circumstances, ito yung opportunity. No? Earlier, I mentioned opportunities are circumstances. No? Maaaring situation o condition that will help us improve the existing controls. Ayan. Then identify appropriate additional controls by taking into account the hierarchy of controls. So once you have that opportunity, you will now need to translate that opportunity into concrete actions. But in identifying concrete actions, nakalagay dito na we have to take into account the hierarchy of control. So in occupational health and safety concepts, meron tayong mga hierarchy of controls. No? The best controls will be yun yung pinakamataas sa hierarchy, and then the less effective controls ay nandun sa pinakamababang level ng hierarchy. And then assign individuals in implementing the additional controls. Number 6, we have to monitor and review the implemented controls. No? Effective ba yung controls that we have established? And then we have to reassess the level of risk. If before, yung level of risk ay high, ano nangyari sa level of risk? No? Did we reduce the level of risk from high into medium, from medium into low? No? No, we need to make sure that the risk will be reduced in the lowest possible value. No? Ito yung parang tinatawag na ALARP, ALARP, as low as reasonably practicable. No? As low as reasonably practicable. Ayan, to as low as reasonably practicable, ALARP. So this is example of a higher up, no? Ito kaya parang hirap no? Higher up. Kaya sa higher up because of hazard identification, OHS risk assessment and actions planning. Kaya tinawag ko siyang higher up, no? So from this example, so they have identified first no yung team. So kilala niyo ba yung team na ito? No? Kilala siguro nila to, no? Ayan. Si Ma'am kilala to, inabot niya yan Si Ma'am Angie, inabot niya yan. Si Doc Alma siguro inabot niya yan. Na Doc, na? Si Steve, Mark, Big Bert, Jamie, Little John. Ayan. No? May kulang ba ako dito? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Initial assessment date and updated date. So, ito yung mga columns na mahalaga sa atin. No? So, for every process, example in this process, cash management. No, kunwari lang, cash management. So, cash management, so maybe they're the one who will collect cash from collection, no? from payment of customers. And then maaring sa cash management, they are the one also responsible for depositing cash to banks. So ganyan siguro. So ano yung isang activity that they have identified? Receiving of payments at the cashier. No? Ano raw yung hazard nila? So explicitly, they have identified the hazard. Exposure to bacteria, viruses on cash bills, mga cash bills. At this hazard will may cause ill health, can be infected by respiratory viruses like influenza or coronavirus. So ngayon, no? So how severe will be the impact of this injury or ill health? So binigyan nila ng 4. So saan nila kinuha yung 4? 4 is based on this table. Severity of the injury and illness rating table. So you also have the copy of this, no? So you can use this if you want to, no, sa inyong area, sa inyong process. So the less severe, the less rating, no? Less yung rank. The more severe, example, fatal, no, if the hazard will cause an injury that is fatal or ill health that is fatal, so magiging 5. So kanina binigyan natin ng 4. 4 is serious, may endanger health if a person is exposed even in a short period, could result to multiple injuries, serious irreversible health impairment, permanent partial disability, major amputations, major fractures, life-threatening diseases, illnesses. Dahil if you will be exposed to COVID virus, no, so maaaring life-threatening illnesses ito. Kaya binigyan ko siya ng 4. So, the lesser the impact, of course, bumababa yung rating. Ayan siya. Kaya binigyan ko siya ng 4 kasi baka you will be exposed to influenza or coronavirus. No? Ayan. So, Likelihood is 5. Why? Because every day, the cashier is exposed to ano no to bills na maaring infected by different viruses kasi yung pera is of course hindi naman clean yung money, no? Existing controls, washing of hands with soap. Teka, bakit 5 ang binigay sa likelihood? From this table, no? 5 means certain, expected to occur in most cases. Either occurs a few times a month or a few times each time the activity or event take place. No? So, yung exposure to bacteria or maaring virus is, for this example, 5 because palaging ano yan, every time the activity will take place, lagi siyang exposed. No? The less likely, ayan, so marireduce yung rating. No? So there are two concepts here that you will need to consider. No? One is yung mismong occurrence. And another one is the likelihood of that occurrence. No? No? Example is this one. No? Expected to occur in most cases few times a month or few times each time the activity or event takes place. So there are sabihin ng mga events or situations that can only happen once in a blue moon, but the likelihood that it will release hazardous substances ay pwedeng mataas. For example, fire can only happen very rarely, no? Parang gano'n, no? Yung fire. It would be very rare na magkakaroon ng fire. But a fire emitting hazardous smoke or toxic smoke ay very likely. Na, di ba? So kaya kailangan you need to consider also the likelihood of releasing that hazard. No? Hindi lang yung the occurrence of an event. You also need to take into consideration yung likelihood that a hazard, no, will be released by that event. Yan. So, kailangan yun na tinitingnan din natin dito sa likelihood of the occurrence of the hazard. Okay? Back to the higher up. Existing controls, washing of hands with soap and water and use of disinfectants, for example, alcohol. So how effective is this existing control? According to this ranking, yung C, which is stands for yung effectiveness of the existing controls, ay 3 lang siya. Let's see, ano ba yung nasa table? 3 means there is recognizable control on the risk. These include administrative controls. No? In the hierarchy of controls, administrative is the third level among the hierarchy. The highest form of control is by elimination. No? The highest form of control is by elimination, no? And there are times by substitution. No? No? Elimination and substitution, there are times sila yung pinaka-highest form of control, no? For addressing occupational health and safety risk. So the second level, no, ay sa hierarchy of controls are engineering controls or system controls. No? Engineering or system controls. So maaaring meron ng automation, no? So instead of manual, ino-automate. No? So para mawala yung exposure of people to hazards. The third level, third level form of control is the administrative control. So what are administrative controls? Ito yung worksheets, training, safety instructions, na personnel hygiene. Ito ay mga administrative controls. Fourth, ito yung PPE. Controls in place address the effect of the risk, which is reactive. However, such controls, for example, PPEs, no, personal protective equipments, do not prevent, no, they do not reduce or detect the risk occurrence, no, ang mga PPEs. So ano lang sila, pang-prevent lang pang-prevent uh, to shield lang the worker from the hazard. There is also rampant inconsistency in implementation and use. I made mention also of yung yung paano ginagamit na halimbawa kaya kasama siya sa ranking. Control of the risk including its effect is non-existent. 5, if the control of the risk including its effect is non-existent. So if walang existing controls, 5 agad. Or maaaring personnel lack the knowledge of the occupational health and safety risk. So pwede maging 5 siya. Okay, so that is how we take into account the effectiveness of the existing controls. So from the combination of the severity, likelihood, and the degree of control, we can now identify the level of risk. Before the approach before was to multiply severity to likelihood. That's the typical approach. Minumultiply yung severity to the likelihood. The problem is, of course, we really don't multiply ordinal numbers. We can only multiply cardinal numbers, di ba? We can only multiply yung halimbawa 1, 2, 3, 4, those are cardinal numbers. Ordinal ay first, second, third, fourth, yung mga ganyan. Those are ordinal, no? So, we cannot multiply fourth to fifth. So, there's no answer to that, no? But we can multiply cardinal numbers. So, here, we're not using that kind of approach, no? Kasi may nakikita akong mga approaches na they trying to multiply ordinal numbers or they will create a matrix, no? But still they will have to multiply the severity and the likelihood. And usually two-dimensional because they're only using severity and likelihood, no? From the definition of OHS risk. But in risk assessment, according to the requirement of ISO 45001, we have to take into account the existing controls. So that's why there is another criteria here, which is in letter C, no, that we have to take into account. So yung risk level here is high. Why? Not because of the product of 4 multiplied by 5 and multiplied by 3, but because of the combination. Combination yan. So this is the table that I'm recommending to use. So this is based from a very popular risk-based thinking tool na naging very useful in the manufacturing sector. They call this tool the FMEA. Siguro you have heard the FMEA, no? Failure Mode and Effect Analysis. Si Doc, alam niya yung Voltage 5. Ngayon ko lang nakita yung Voltage 5. FMEA, nadinig niyo na po yung FMEA, Failure Mode and Effect Analysis. Yan. So it's very popular in the manufacturing sector, yung FMEA. So the FMEA is not using a two-dimensional criteria in identifying what failures are to be prioritized. Kasi sa FMEA, failure naman. And failure can be considered also as risk. In the quality concept kasi, when we have failures, those failures can be considered risk. And those failures can have effects. Kaya meron silang study na failure mode and effect analysis. The failure mode and effect analysis, since very popular before, other tools were designed based on FMEA, katulad nung sa food, yung HACCP. The National Meat Inspection Service is using HACCP, Hazard Analysis and Criticality Control Points, based on FMEA. Most of the risk registry, yung mga ROAP or the tools that we're using for ISO 9001, they are also based on the FMEA concept. no, FMEA concept. So right now, there is a new FMEA, and yung failure mode and effect analysis na ito was improved by the automotive sector. So instead of multiplying before, no, minumultiply din nila before. So right now, they're no longer multiplying the criteria, itong mga rating na to get the risk priority number before they have to produce a risk priority number on RPN para the higher the RPN, the more priority. But in using that, nagkaroon ng mga problems because there are times na merong RPN na higher in value, but actually yung severity niya ay very low. No, yung severity is very low. Maybe severity is 3, pero yung RPN niya is higher than a failure na severity is 5, but multiplied to likelihood and degree of control, so pwedeng ang value ng RPN is lower. So nagkaroon ng problem sa ganung ano. So yung severity of the failure is high pero yung RPN is low. Why? Because maybe yung likelihood is low and the degree of control is low. No? Kaya nagkaroon siya ng RPN na low. Ayan. So because of that, they change it to combination. No? So ito yung based from, the combination na to is based from the approach that was introduced by the Automotive Industry Action Group and VDA, medyo German kasi to, Verband Dutch Automobile Industry. Yan. Failure Mode and Effect Handbook. So ito yung combination ng American and German approach in determining the risk level. So ginamit ko yung concept na yon. So ngayon, doon sa ating sample, H siya, high siya because combination siya ng 4, 5, and 3. So 4, 5, and 3. 4, 5, and 3 is 4, 5, and 3. Now, 4, 5, and 3 is high. Now, 4, 5, and 3 is high. Ayan. So, meron silang circumstance or opportunity that they have identified here. A circumstance, not yet an action, not yet a concrete action, a circumstance. So parang usually when we say circumstance, it's a wish list. No? Siguro dapat we have a contactless payment method. It's a situation that they want to happen. No, a contactless payment method. So by translating this circumstance into a concrete action, so yung contactless payment method, so they have now the recommended additional control. Ito na yung concrete. Arrange with Paymaya and Bayad Center to accommodate payments. Yan. So, concrete na yan. No? Yung contactless payment method, medyo vague pa eh. How are we going to realize this opportunity? No? Ayan. So, yung recommended additional control answers the question, how can we realize this opportunity? No? Opportunity is a circumstance, it's a situation, it's a condition that you want to have. And then, how can we realize this opportunity? If you have an answer for that, that will be your recommended additional control. Yan, no? And then, so your responsible and target date is, of course, very easy for you. No? So you have to assign this one to somebody na they can implement. So, ito yung action planning. So, after the date, no, after the date, so after they have implemented the controls, then you have to verify if the controls are effective. Because same with ISO 9001, there's a requirement in ISO 45001 that you have to evaluate the effectiveness of the controls or effectiveness of the actions taken to address risk. So this is the section where we can satisfy that requirement. No? We have to evaluate the effectiveness. So kamusta kaya, no? Ito yung actual that happened, no? Payments can now be made through PayMaya and Bayad Center. So after September 2019. So from this action, they reduce the level of risk from high into low. So yung severity, one thing in severity, you cannot reduce severity. Now, you cannot reduce yung S. You cannot reduce severity. Now, why? Because although you can reduce the likelihood that it will happen, no, from very certain that it will happen to very rare that it will happen, pero once it happened, it will have the same impact. No? Parang fire, no? A fire that can happen every month will have the same impact if a fire will happen every 5 years. Di ba? So kaya severity, it's very difficult to reduce S, yung severity. Very difficult to reduce yung S, yung severity. So usually we can only reduce the likelihood that a hazard will result to injury or ill health. And if the controls are depending on the hierarchy of controls, no, from example from administrative or from PPE naging engineering controls, no, from PPE which is 4, and right now you have an engineering control, so magiging 2 yung engineering control, no. Ayan. So because nabawasan yung likelihood and the control is 1, no, na-eliminate yung manual, no, manual acceptance of cash. So because meron ng PayMaya and Bayad Center, so meron na-eliminate. So because of that, naging 1 yung control. So 4, 2, and 1 based sa combination, 4, 2, and 1 is low. No? So based on the combination, 4, 2, and 1 is low. The next example is about transporting of large amount of cash for bank deposit. Ayan, so mas mas delikado. No? So pwede raw magkaroon ng hold up by armed robbers. No? So this could lead to physical injury to death. No? Kung ikaw ma-hold up. No? So if death, so 5.
If death, sir, 5 agad, ano?
Yes, oo. 5 yan. Pag death yan, fatal. Exposure may endanger life, could result to sudden death or death. Di ba, have you seen yung news na parang nagmumotor yung yung meron siyang dineposit ata o meron siyang kinolect from the bank, nagmumotor siya, and then another motor, no, riding in tandem, bigla siyang binaril sa likod, tapos pagbagsak niya, no, kinuha yung cash, at the same time, yung kanyang motor, no, nakita ko sa news, no. So that can happen, no, pag alam ng robber na you are carrying a large amount of money, no. Ayan, so kaya 5 yon, no, pag death ay 5, no? Pag it can result to death, 5 agad, no. Likelihood, of course, not unlike with the handing of cash, no, hindi naman palagi ka na-hold up, kaya 2 yung likelihood, no, 2 yung likelihood. And then ano yung existing controls nila? They have this practice, no, constant changing of schedule of deposits, no. So this is an administrative control. So administrative controls will have a rank of 3 sa hierarchy of controls. Kapag administrative yung controls, you will have a rank of 3. So yung combination of 5, 2, and 3 is still high. Still high. So based on the priority, so kailangan para i-prioritize the same, no? There's an opportunity that they have identified here, use of security agency. It's a situation, again, a condition, and then how to realize this condition, it translate into recommended additional control. Sign a contract with a security agency to transport cash through their armored vehicle. So this is now more concrete. Who's responsible? And then after implementation of the control, so you will have to verify and reassess. So the armored vehicle transport cash on peak season. So this time they are using armored vehicle transport, no armored vehicle, but they will transport it. They will only use this armored vehicle during peak season, no? During peak season. Ayan, pag peak season lang.
Sir, bakit daw peak season?
Maaaring during peak season ay mas malaki yung amount of money that they have collected. Example, in LGUs, di ba? In business permit and licensing, every year, no, yung first quarter, usually in January, peak season sa kanila yung business permit, yung mga mayor's permit, na mayor's permit, peak season yan. So
Oo
since
nga.
malaki yung collection during the peak season, no, yung cashier ay delikado siya dahil mas marami siyang dalang pera no, during peak season. Pero during the normal season ay hindi ganoon kalaki yung amount of money na dala-dala ng cashier. So here they have a contract with an armored vehicle, a security, organization na merong armored vehicle, but they will only use the armored vehicle during the peak season when they have large amount of money na na-collect. So yun ang ginagawa nila. So the likelihood that they will be hold up, no, ay bumaba na from 2 naging 1 na kasi hindi naman hold upin mo pa ba yung armored vehicle, no? So 1.
Sir, pwedeng mangyari yun, nangyayari yun.
Napanood ko yun dati. Before, I believe parang napanood ko, it was starred by Raymart Santiago. No?
Yes,
Napanood ko
sir.
ba? Nakwento lang pala sa akin. No? Kasi matagal na yun. Eh. Do you know Raymart Santiago? No?
Sir, I think and with these participants, mukhang alam po nila si Raymart Santiago.
Ayan.
Sige po.
So siya yung katag team ni
Sino ba?
Barreto? Sino yung
Claudine Barreto.
Siya yung katag team ni Claudine Barreto during a wrestling fight with Montulfo. Yan.
Montulfo.
Ayan. So yung degree of control is 2 before 3. So why? Because yung 3 is administrative. Now they are using armored vehicle. So nagkaroon ng hierarchy, no? Tumaas yung control niya. Before is administrative, no? So they will just change the schedule of deposits. So right now they are using now an armored vehicle. So mayroon pumasok ng mga system and engineering controls. So from high naging medium siya. No? At least they reduce the level of risk. So that would mean if they reduce the level of risk, they can demonstrate that they have implemented an effective control to address the risk. Ayan. So from high, naging low, from high, naging medium. No, kung medium ito, naging low, so ganun pa rin. No? So that's how the higher up can be accomplished. So now you will be tasked to accomplish a higher up. Ayan, so workshop number 1 natin. So using the hazard identification, OHS risk assessment and actions planning form, participants are to list down at least 2 activities in your process. Activity. Parang the same with the example. No? So depende, saan ba kayo assign na process? No? If you're in RITM, ano bang processes within RITM? No? Ano ba yung mga processes within RITM that you're assigned, and then you have to identify at least 2 steps or 2 activities in that process, and then identify the hazards and the risk, yung hazard and injury. So yun yung mga hanapin niya. No? Hazard that can lead to injuries and illnesses, the existing controls that you have, and then try to assess the risk level based on the table that we have provided to you. I believe they have a copy of the presentation materials. So meron sila. So they can, kumbaga, refer to the tables, no? Meron po, no?
Sir,
So,
maybe we can flash po muna yung table. Oo. Sir, hindi ko pa po kasi na-upload yung yung material. Usually after we upload. Pwede
After.
po,
Anyway,
oo.
so we will just siguro flash the material na yung table, no?
Opo, bale ibibigay ko po yung link ng table sa kanila sa chat. Ito po yung into the first workshop po. Tapos i-flash na lang natin yung table, sir, yung dito sa
Kaya lang
paano
tatlo
nila
yung
yung
table
rating.
natin eh.
Tatlo.
Okay. So severity, likelihood, the effectiveness of controls, then later on, yung combination.
Okay, share ko po, sir, yung nyo, yung sa G Drive. Bigay ko po sa kanila. Sandali lang po, sir.
Ayan. And then yung form natin for higher up, siguro, ayun, sa G Drive na rin, sa G Drive, tama ma'am?
Form for higher ups po?
Meron tayong higher up form na PowerPoint.
Okay,
yung workshop PowerPoint, Sir Tony.
Workshop PowerPoint number 1.
Sige po. Let's try to screen share, Miss Maan.
Ayan, sige. Ito muna yung screen sharing ko.
Wait lang po medyo
encourage the participants to also click on the link and join us po in the Google Documents to access it during the workshop po.
Sandali lang po medyo nagkahang. Wait lang po.
Ako po ay loading lang.
Yung na-click ko, ma'am, ay yung drop and integrated process map.
Ay, sorry lang, wait lang, sir. Nagkabaliktad ata. Oo, sandali lang, sir.
Nagkapalit lang.
Nagkabaliktad. Sorry, sir. Sandali
yung workshop 1.
Angie, could you access? Medyo naghang si computer.
So what we are about to provide you is the PowerPoint template. PowerPoint template. So this a PowerPoint template, there are slides na pare-parehas lang yung laman. So since we have how many participants? So we have 25 participants. Now 25 participants. The 25 participants will need to choose from the slide siguro kung ano sila, no? Kasi you will have to provide naman yung name ng organization no? Nakalagay ba? Yung name ng organization or yung process, anyway, ma-identify yung process. Siguro, in identifying the process, you can also provide the name of the organization para at least kung ikaw yung slide number 2, so yung another participant will not edit slide number 2 because it is already allotted to the participant na unang makapunta dun sa slide number 2. So meron tayong 40 slides, I believe, na ni-ready because we're expecting umabot sa 40 participants. So just select from the na lang sa slide kung ano yung kung saan kayong slide. Pare-parehas lang naman siya, no?
Sir Tony, naririnig niyo pa ba ako?
Yes.
Oo. Medyo nag-stall lang yung computer ko. Hindi ako makapag-navigate. Maybe I can ask for assistance siguro kay Angie doon sa G Drive na lang. Andun kasi yung presentation ni Sir. So baka pwedeng ma-access nila just for that particular
Sa G Drive?
Si Angie po may may access po siya doon sa presentation.
Sa G Drive bata.
Opo. Hindi ko lang po magalaw right now. Wait lang po. Mukhang may process siyang ginagawa.
According to Sir Paul Andrew sa RITM, ay akala ko po ay group. Hehe, joke lang po. Actually pwedeng group kasi if you belong to one department within RITM, kasi of course sa RITM naman you have different units, different departments, divisions. So if you belong in one division, siguro you can ano lang, no? You can have a higher up, no, for your group na lang kayo, mag team up na lang kayo. Kasi same ano lang naman 'yan, no? So but for other organizations, of course, medyo mahirap mag-grouping sila because maybe they have a different process, no? So hindi pwede basta-basta i-grupo. Unless if example, you belong to another organization pero kunwari admin ka, HR, sa human resource ka. Another participant ay from HR also. So office setup sila, office setup. So what are the usual hazards sa office setup? No? Pero sa RITM kasi I don't know if meron mga from yung mga nag-handle ng mga samples, no? Baka meron sa storage naka-assign, so iba naman yung hazard sa kanya doon, no? Aha. Paano kung combination of controls? Kung combination of controls, of course, so halimbawa meron ka administrative, meron kang PPE, ay de 3 agad 'yon kasi administrative yung pinaka-highest. Kung aside from administrative, meron kang engineering controls, meron kang PPE pa, de engineering 'yon. So magiging 2. No? So ganun siya. So yung highest sa control yun yung rank that you will use. Saan mag-fall ang air purifier sa hierarchy of control? No, so how effective ba yung air purifier natin, no? Baka kasi parang yung nakasabit lang dito, no? Baka meron ganun eh. May nakikita ko parang nakasabit lang na So unless that is parang a system, a ventilation system na it will really parang suck out the yung mga toxic or mga hazardous substances out of the room. So parang nakita ko before, example sa National Historical Commission, no? When they parang restore itong mga artifacts, no, sa National Historical Commission, when they do the restoration of the artifacts, they are using chemicals, no? Pero while they are doing that, meron siyang parang system na sinasak out yung meron siyang exhaust system na hinihigop palabas yung yung mga fumes or vapor na will come out from the agent, no, yung mga chemical agent that they are using. So yan ay isang masasabi ko engineering control, no? Pero yung sinasabit lang, yung parang nakikita ko minsan kay President Digong kapag siya, no? Hindi ko alam kung yun ay engineering control ba. Well, I don't know how effective is that.
Okay, sir. Okay na. Gumalaw na yung computer.
Okay.
Oo. Sige, try po natin itong link na to. Tapos, sir, kailangan po natin buksan yung inyong presentation. Tama ba, sir? Sir, could you click on this link muna? Just to check.
Kinlink ko rin para makita ko. No? Tapos, so once you click it, you have to open with Google Slides. Tama po? Yan, no?
Opo. Sir, bali yung PowerPoint nyo po ang isi-share ko. Tama po ba?
Yung isi-share ko.
Hindi ibig ko po sabihin, sir, yung sabi nyo kasi may mga tables na kailangan
Na kanina
to
during the
refer with that.
presentation.
So yung presentation niyo po i-open ko din. So I will share with them as well po.
So i-share niyo na. Kung
And ano
ma-share
po
na.
ba yung, sir, sandali. So yung aking shinare po ngayon ay yung sa workshop 1, tama po ba?
Workshop 1.
Tapos yung risk na basis nila, yung kaninang binabasa natin, nandun din po sa inyong presentation po. So i-share ko din po siya. Okay po.
Baka pwedeng ma-share yung presentation.
Sige po, sir. Apo.
Pwede nila. Maybe they can download that from the from
Ito
the
na po, sir.
drive.
I-share ko na lang po muna din dito sa bigay ko sa kanila now. Kunin
So
ko lang po yung
from the Google Drive, so save it to your computer para pero yung pag-answer dito sa higher up, pwedeng dito niyo na gawin. No? Pag inopen niyo siya, pwede naman siyang mag-answer. Naglagay na ako ng sample, hindi naman pala sample, guide. So you will only need to remove na lang yung mga yon, no? Ayan, halimbawa yung second slide, naglagay na dito, Paul, Kenneth, Yara, Lara, and Doc Bing. Malamang RITM to. No? Ayan,
okay. So ito po yung link na i-share ko. Yan po yung sa PowerPoint presentation po ni sir.
So you can download the PowerPoint presentation into your computer para pwede kayong may drive, no?
Sir Tony, ano pong slide particularly para po mabilis silang mahanap yung yung risk table?
Slide number, teka lang 40, slide number 40, nandun yung example ng higher up, tapos yung 41, so from 40 to 45, yun, nandun yung mga tables. From 40 to 45, nandun lahat ng tables. So yung slide number 2, RITM. Slide number 3, ayan, so sinong gustong gumamit ng slide number 3? Yung slide number 1 kasi, cover page. Okay. Slide number 4, ayan, so General Santos City Water District. No? So yung slide number 4 ay sa General Santos City Water District. Ayan, so yung slide number 3, wala pang kumukuha. So you can use this slide number 3. No?
Parang upuan lang sa conference, yung face-to-face. Yung pong mga nasa harap, nasa likod, pumunta po sa harap.
Ayan, no? So, gamitin niyo yung wag niyo lang, pag sa tingin niyo meron na nauna kasi you will, you will notice na meron nang nauna doon sa slide na yan kasi meron nang naglalagay, no? Makikita niyo parang may kumikilos na actually pwede kayong magkopyahan dito. Pero kung magkaibang process.
Makikita namin kayo actually kapag habang gumagalaw kayo.
so tinitignan ko rin sila, no?
Sige sir, mag-access din ako.
Slide number 3, wala pang gumagamit. Sa General Santos City, sir, palagay na lang pangalan ni Sir Mike sa General Santos. No? Tapos anong process, anong function? No? Ayan. Wala pa si Doc Alma sa RMC, sa iba pa, sa CAAP, no? Sa BOI. Hi, Miss Mayan, I cannot access the link po.
Access the link. Pero may mga nakabukas na. Sir, try nyo lang po ulit. Kailangan po kasing i-open siya so lalabas po siya as parang presentation mode. Tapos, ang tatanungin niya sa inyo, open the document with, tapos pipiliin niyo po Google Slides. Ayun. May nakatingin na kaagad doon sa first slide na madaming tao, 5.
Yan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yan, no?
Oo.
So, nandun yung may anonymous camel, dinosaur, Dumbo octopus, chipmunk, no? Blobfish. Nakita niyo yung mga no?
Opo. Sandali. Sir,
Yes po.
yeah.
So, ka-up na pala yung slide 3. Okay.
Oo.
Mhm.
Diretso
Hi,
natin si
ma'am.
Sir.
Opo,
Yes,
hindi
Sir
ko
Richard.
ma-access yung link. Ang nakalagay
Hindi
po
nyo
dito
the
sa
requested URL
cannot be retrieved. Yes
Sir,
po, yun po yung nakalagay
Sir,
after.
Ano kaya
bakit
nga
kaya Sir? Sa iba po nakakapunta na po sila.
Sa
Pwede ko po
kasi
i-share yung screen ko para makita po ninyo kung...
tingnan natin. Sir.
Gamit nyo Gmail po ba or ano?
Gmail po.
Gmail, tama. G-Drive yung atin eh.
Oo.
Sige nga, sir. Tingnan natin.
Ayan, nag-share po ako ng screen right now. Ito po yung nakalagay. Ayan, the requested URL.
Access denied?
Yes, access denied po. I
Sir,
actually tried twice.
Sir, i-refresh nyo po.
Sige po.
Access denied.
Oo nga eh. Sir, kung kailangan nyo mag-sign in, kasi nakalagay po dyan sign in. Oo. Kasi kung, ayun, kung kailangan nyo po mag-sign in pala.
Sir, nakikita namin yung inyong ano.
Sorry. Stop ko muna yung share. Sorry.
Sir, baka makita namin yung password nyo. Sir, risk yun, 5.
Sorry.
Anyway, naman yung mga asterisk. Hindi naman lalabas.
Ako, sir, ako tinatanggal ko. Kailangan ko makita. Sige po, sir. I-advise nyo lang po kami kung...
Sa civil aviation.
Ito, ma'am. Hello, sorry.
Sige po.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Sir Richard.
Ito po yung nakalagay. Cannot sync to your email address. Service unavailable. Try again. Later. Tapos, keep on repeating lang po. Sorry. Can't sync to your email address yung access po.
Sir, mukhang may problema po ata dun sa inyo. Hindi na po dun sa
document. May naka-open pa na Google, siya, no? Kaya, kumbaga, try nyo i-close lahat ng mga Google, natin.
Windows.
Yung mga naka-sign in po na, Sige po, i-try ko yan.
Yung Gmail, at yung baka may calendar, yung mga ganun na YouTube.
Sige sir, i-try ko pa. Thank you.
Yung Google yan eh.
Mga apps.
Na maaring yung pag-sync doon, hindi niya maano.
Sir, lalabas po muna ako doon sa dito sa table na to para po kasi yung bandwidth po ng nagre-record din po ako.
Okay.
Lalabas muna ako doon para hindi po ma-loadan ako masyado.
So since I'm viewing it, okay lang ba na i-share ko yung screen ko para nakikita ko kung ano yung nakikita nyo rin kung ano yung nakikita ko, ganun, okay lang ba?
So tingin ko sir, go ahead po.
Sige.
Para din po makita shout out nga din po pala sa YouTube, ating mga
yung
mga
ating,
viewers.
No? Para malaman nila na. Ayan, so nakakarami na nakakarami na ba? Ayan, meron na sila yung sa first row. No? Ang RITM. Anong process kaya ito?
Si RITM po ay per group na sila, no?
Yung slide 2.
Oo.
Nakikita niyo yung share ko yung screen ko so nakikita niyo yung nakikita ko.
Sir, kayo ba si Anonymous Camel?
Hindi ko alam. Mukhang nakaano lahat sila.
Oo nga Dolphin, Camel, Chipmunk.
And then si Anonymous Camel is isa sa mga nag-edit na.
Okay. Ma'am Almas, kung wala pong kumukuha nung slide ko, pwede naman po. Wala pong problema.
Slide 3 ay Civil Aviation Authority. Slide 4 ay Water District, General Santos. Slide 5 ay kay Ma'am Mirasol Domingo. Anong organization?
Mirasol palagay, okay. Starbucks. Ma'am, palagay na lang po nung ayun, area department. Okay, DOST. Okay po, thank you po.
Slide 6 ay FDA. No? FDA. So ano kayang process sa FDA? No? Actually, FDA, in-audit ko yan eh. Nag-readiness assessment ako dyan before eh. Kaya lang during the time pa ng dating parang head ng FDA, Sir Kenneth, di ko lang matandaan. Ma'am, ano?
Si Ma'am Angie, baka matandaan niya.
Sabay tayo yata, sir, nag-QMS yung first nila.
Parang Kenneth ang pangalan na.
Pero 2018 na ba yun? Version? Ay, 2015 na ba yun?
Parang 20, di ko alam kung bago ang 2015 version nun or 2008 version. No? Matagal na kasi. Before, parang sino yung ano do, parang Kenneth, lagi ko rin nakikita sa TV yung before eh.
Sir, Tony, double check po tayo. Lahat po ba sila ngayon ay ilang slides po yung finifill up na yun?
Ngayon ay tinitingnan ko yung 6, yung 7 ay sa LRTA. Ba, meron pala sa LRTA.
Opo.
No? Dati lagi akong pumupunta diyan sa LRTA, no?
QMS po.
Sa QMS. Version 2000 pa 'yon, no? Version 2000.
Sir Richard, pasensya na po. Nag-try na po kayo mag-log out to all your Gmail accounts? Okay. Yes, Sir Tony, paano kaya natin ma-troubleshoot ito? Miss Angie, hindi daw po kasi siya maka-sign in.
Log out na po all the account, then sign in again.
Sige po.
Ano kaya?
Ano lang, sir, close mo lang po yung yung Google document, tapos balik ka lang, sir. Minsan po kasi sa internet lang po.
Sige po. I actually tried na rin po na i-close lahat ng tab.
Apo, sir, ay mukhang kailangan nyo pong patayin din yung mismong web browser nyo, sir. Subukan natin.
Sige po. Okay.
Thank you.
Sensya na po. Bakit kaya? Minsan po talaga sama si Ma'am Angie na na yung mismong server talagang hindi siya nag-aano.
So sa ka-app, ano kaya ang Ma'am Catherine, so kamusta po? Medyo wala pang updates dito sa anong process o function ang do you want to analyze yung hazard and assess the risk?
Sir, I think sa renewal of licenses po yung gagawin ko pong process.
Renewal of licenses.
Yes po.
Ito, parang last year ata, pumunta ako sa ka-app
Yes, sir.
Readiness assessment.
Yes po.
Nakita ba tayo doon, Ma'am Cathy?
Yes po.
Na-audit ba kita?
Hindi, sir eh.
Hindi
Nagkita na lang po tayo nung sa final na po.
Closing
sa report. Sa closing na po.
Kasi ang
Kamusta?
office kasi, ma'am.
Certified na, tama po ba?
Hindi pa, sir.
Hindi pa. kaya medyo
naabutan ng pandemic.
Kasi parang
nag-extend po
nag-check ako
kasi
sa inyong
naabutan na po ng pandemic.
Ay, oo nga, inaabot na.
So,
lagi kong kasama
sana po
na
next
si
year.
Sir Fortune.
Yes, si Captain Tom po.
Palagi. Ano pa yung first name ni Sir Fortune?
Thomas po.
Sir Tom. Yan, Sir Tom.
Yes
Sir Tom.
po.
Nagla-log out daw automatically yung Gmail account ni Sir Richard.
Yes, ma'am. Kaya siguro hindi ko din po siya ma-access.
Or pwede natin siyang siguro pwede niyang gawin 'yon sa kanyang computer na lang tapos i-upload na lang niya sa G Drive.
Yes po. Pwede naman.
Kasi kung dito niya gagawin within the Google Doc, Google Slide, yun nga may problema. So,
Sir, pwede niyo bang i-download muna?
Download mo na lang sa computer mo, no? Pwedeng dun mo na lang siya gawin sa computer tapos pwedeng i-upload mo na lang later. Or
actually, sir, yun po yung tinry ko kanina kasi hindi ko ma-access yung link. So, tinry ko po siyang i-download. After downloading po, dun po lumalabas yung the URL requested cannot be retrieved. I think, sir, kasi may problem talaga with my Gmail account.
Kapag in-upload natin mismo sa Zoom chat, teka lang po
Sige, sir, baka through Zoom ma-download ko siya.
Dito sa Zoom chat natin, Try kong maglagay ng file from my computer.
Sir Tony, gaano katagal yung workshop po natin?
2 lang naman.
Hindi po, anong oras po yung ano natin?
Ilang minutes po yung allotted time, sir?
Opo.
Actually, dapat 30 minutes lang.
30 minutes. So, it's around...
Kasi medyo mabigat talaga tong workshop na to.
Opo. So, we'll give them until 3 o'clock po ba?
Hindi
30
naman
minutes,
siguro. Baka
15
after
more
15 minutes, pwede na tayo magsimulang mag-check ng kanilang outputs.
Okay, thank you so much. Miss Maan, maybe we can ask them also to volunteer in the chat box if they want to present. Ilan po ba ang pwede natin ma-accommodate, Sir Tony, na presenter?
Parang 7 slides pa lang yung nakita ko na may laman. So, tingnan natin baka...
all of them? Okay.
Tapusin muna nila. Tapos...
Sige po. Thank you.
Sir, yung hazard identification, ito yun, di ba, sir? In actions template. Yung action plan, sir, meron tayo nun, di ba?
Hindi, yun na rin. Magkasama sila. Integrated sila.
Oo. Sir, magkasama po sila, Sir Manny, integrated po. Na-access niyo po. Sir, pwede daw po bang patingin yung likelihood scoring?
Ito muna, nailagay ko yung yung hazard identification risk assessment template. Ito yung same copy na nasa Google Slides ngayon na ina-access ng marami. Pwedeng ma-access ngayon to ni Sir Richard kung talagang hindi siya makapasok doon sa Google Slide, no? Para pwede niyang gawin doon sa mismo, i-download niya lang from the Zoom chat, no? From the Zoom chat, tapos pwede niyang gawin sa kanyang computer, tapos later na lang natin siguro pwede niyang i-share yung kanyang computer, no?
Sir Tony, ilan po yung magpe-present mamaya? Hindi naman po kailangan silang lahat, ano?
Siguro mamimili na lang tayo to manage the time.
Sige po. So 2:31, 30 minutes po, ano? Tama po ba?
By 3:40, pwede na tayo mag-start siguro.
3:40 po, sir? 2:31 po.
Yung request natin at least 2 activities, pero baka medyo makabagal sa medyo hindi natin makover yung iba pa. So siguro kahit isang row lang, sige, pwede na sa akin, no? Para malaman lang kung tama yung kanilang entry.
Opo. Kasi sir, so 30 minutes, 3 o'clock. Tapos may break tayo ng 3 o'clock to 3:15. Baka pwedeng working break sila?
Okay lang ba?
Okay lang po ba tayo mag-working break? Kasi yung ating pong workshop ay napunta na po sa hapon.
Okay lang.
Dahil medyo na-late na rin tayo mag-start kanina.
Opo, okay lang po kaya mag-ano tayo?
Working break.
Okay lang po. Kasi yung mga...
Ay, thank you po. Opo, pasensya na po.
Sir Tony, i-upload po ba sa Zoom chat yung file for...
Ito, sa Zoom chat, meron na siya. Kaya lang pumasok pala dun sa kay Sir Manny. Pumasok dun sa private
sa private message.
Ulitin ko.
Kaya po pala hindi ko ma-access, sir.
Sorry.
Ulit ko, sir. Ito, sorry.
Sige po. Thank you,
Ayan,
sir.
Ulit ko. Yan, send successfully to everyone.
Ayan po. Ayan, nakita ko na siya. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So meron na rin kayong copy nung PowerPoint presentation ko kanina. So nandoon na rin yung Okay, tingnan natin sa RITM. So nakaka-isang row na sila sa slide number 2. Slide number 3 ay ka-up for license renewal. malamang palaging na-identify niya laging possible exposure sa COVID kasi nga yun lang pinaka-obvious. Pero try to see also kung baka meron kayong prolonged sitting on your desk, no? Ano pa bang ano yung pwedeng ma-identify yung mga hazard, no? Kasi pag yung so much time you're sitting on your desk, pwedeng magkaroon kayo ng mga back injuries. Ako, nagkaroon ako ng back injuries. Ano yung lower, Doc, baka alam ni Doctor, yung medyo yung dito, yung lumbar region, no? Tama ba, Doc, yon yung ano? Ito yung sa lower back, yung lumbar region dito, parang nananakit palagi. O tumatanda lang talaga ako, parang ganun. yung parang alam ko sa spinal ano yun.
Scoliosis, sir?
Hindi. Yung 'di ba yung spinal column natin naka-connect sa ano natin, sa pelvis ba 'yun? Ano ba 'to yung
Opo, pelvis po.
Pelvis. Yung area na 'yon laging sumasakit dahil nga sa tagal na laging work from home, naka-computer, ganyan. So nananakit siya. So, sa matatanda, sinasabi binebewang ka raw, pero actually, hindi nung bewang.
Sir, ako po nawawala po yung bewang ko ngayon. Hindi ko na po alam.
So, iba yun.
Kasi po work from home, nawawala na po yung bewang. Puro balakang na lang. Spondyloarthropathy or mucoskeletal disorder.
Yan. So,
ayan,
yun yung
patay tayo.
Pwedeng yan yung... Kaya sabi ko sa inyo, nakakatulong kapag mayroong mga technical expert, may technical knowledge doon sa nag-identify ng mga ito sa hazard. No? Hindi hazard doon sa mga injury or ill health kasi nga yung prolonged sitting, it can cause spondyloarthropathy. No? Ito. Spondyloarthropathy. Ito yung mga musculoskeletal disorder. Masakit ito. Kailangan mo ng ano dito, parang ano ba yung gumagamot dito? Yung mahal bayaran itong ano na to, itong therapist na to eh. No?
Ma'am, yung spondy, yan po ba yung parang lumalambot yung buto or nagiging hollow siya? Tama ba, ma'am? Yan ba yun?
Parang siguro na iipit kasi lagi yung mga patong-patong yung spinal column natin. So, parang naiipit na nagkakaroon ng ano.
Siguro sir, kahit mag-working break tayo, kahit mag 5-minute break after nung ano nila, nung kanilang table. May mga tapos na ba sir? Hindi pa sila tapos na.
Sa RITM ay yung first row ay somehow nasa ano na sila dito sa risk level. So they only need to identify ngayon na kung ang combination is 4, and so medyo inaalam pa nila yung yung existing control, no, yung degree of. So sa third slide, ang civil aviation ano pa lang sila, ongoing pa lang yung first row. Kahit isang row lang siguro para hindi tayo tumagal. Pero sa water district, nakarami sila dito nakadalawang row. Hindi, kinopya lang pala muna niya yung So, yung first row niya ay tapos na, no?
Nakailan na po ba tayong slides, sir? Ibig sabihin, ilan po yung nag-accomplish ngayon?
So, nag-accomplish ngayon ay LRTA sa 7, 8, Tugigaraw si Sir Julius. 8 slides ang nakita ko merong activity. Meron pa pala. Opo. Yung slide number 10 ay Regional Metrology Lab team, no? Anong organization kaya, anong agency, no? Baka DOST, DOST.
Opo.
Thank you. Yung slide 9, walang taker, yung slide 9, no? O, kaya 9, 9 slides.
9 slides po.
9 slides. So, nag-skip ng, yung slide 9, walang taker.
Risk taker.
Ayan. Okay, tingin ko mukhang pwede na tayong mag-check.
Sir, ilang minutes po yung ating second workshop?
Yung second workshop natin ay ang ano ko nga lang doon, parang mas maiksi yun eh. So baka in 30 minutes time pwede yun. Kaya lang syempre it will depend on the technical kapag medyo yun nga nahihirapan maka-access.
Mm-hmm. Nagta-type daw po si Ma'am Alma sa slide 12. Okay lang po ma'am, go ahead. Mm-hmm. Sige po. 2:40, 20 minutes po. Sige po.
Slide
If you have any
12,
questions
parang
po.
walang activity pa sa slide 12.
Oo, nagta-type daw si ma'am. Doon po daw si Ma'am Alma. Sige lang po, go ahead po Ma'am Alma. If you have any questions po, you may ask Sir Tony for any assistance po. Sir Richard, kamusta po?
Ma'am, sinasagutan ko na lang po siya sa PowerPoint dito po sa computer ko. Opo. And then I'll be sharing the screen na lang po later.
Sige po, wala pong problema. Sir Manny?
Thank you.
Yeah, okay po. Sir Manny, depende po. Pwede pong individual pero kung may kasama po kayong iba from your agency, pwede po kayong magsama, sir. Pwede pong combined forces, ika nga mag-Voltes 5. Volt in, sir. Yung pong pag-answer sa slide po, yun po. Pwede pong, yung individual slides po yan kasi. Per agency po. Ngayon kung dalawa po kayo from your agency, pwede po kayong dalawa on that one slide po. Ginagalaw ko yung yung slide, hindi ko magalaw, hindi nga ako pala to sa akin.
Okay. So siguro pwede na natin ma-check sino kaya pwedeng mag-volunteer kahit yung isang row lang, no? Kahit yung isang row lang muna kasi medyo baka hindi natin ma-cover yung iba, no? Kahit isang row lang muna. Okay na ba sa RITM? Pwede na ba natin i-check ito sa RITM? Yung slide number 2 kasi nauna sila rin na mag-accomplish, no? Actually nasa row number 2 na sila pero yung row number 1 ay okay na. Parang bitin po yung workshop na sinasagutan namin. Yes po. Wala siyang reassessment. Why? Because yung full yung full form ay up to reassessment. Since wala naman tayong opportunity for implementing the plan of action, 'di ba? Yung dun sa ating workshop, ang pina-identify lang natin sa inyo up to yung planning of the action. Sa workshop natin. So right now I'm viewing the this workshop 1 yung task, no? Ang natin is recommend additional controls, no? Yan. Determine the recommended additional controls. Up to that lang muna point. Because hindi naman natin ma-implement agad itong actions, so we cannot really reassess, no? But kapag ginamit niyo na ito on your own organization, so pwede na kayo magkaroon ng opportunity to implement and reassess yung actions that you have planned. So kaya talagang bitin siya, hanggang doon lang. For this workshop alone ay doon lang muna na. Okay, so pwede na natin siguro simulan sa RITM. No, I'm viewing the RITM output sa slide number 2 na, at naka-share naman ito sa aking computer, no? So ibig sabihin naka-share din po ba Ma'am Maan? Ma'am Maan, naka-share po yung aking computer, nakikita
Yes,
niyo?
sir. Opo, nakikita po ng lahat.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Pakita ko lang ng konti. Ayan siya, no? So for RITM, sorry. For RITM, yung process na kanilang in-analyze is safety inspection. Safety inspection. Kasi yung team nila ay siguro yung parang yung safety committee of RITM, no? So yung okay lang ba to manage the time? Hindi ako na yung diretso ko ng tignan, no? Kaysa pa-present pa natin. Kasi pag pina-present pa isa-isa, tagal. Diretso ko ng tignan. Okay lang po ba, RITM? Doc Bing, okay lang po ba? No?
Sir Tony?
Yes,
go ahead.
Pwede mo po bang i-click yung present na button? Yan, para lumaki po siya. Sa tabi po ng share na button sa taas. There. Ayan. Dito po sa may share button dito po sa tabi ng picture mo, sir, tapos share po, tapos present.
Pag-share?
Hindi po, yung present po, sir, wag po yan. Yung katabi po niya.
Present.
Yeah, yung katabi po. There you go. Yan.
Present.
Magpe-presenter mode po. Opo.
Kaya lang, ayun, nahihila ko ba siya? Masyado siyang parang masyado siyang hindi nakikita yung exit ko lang parang masyado malaki yung zoom niya, or I need to adjust kung eto ba ganito tapos saka ko present, ganun din
sige, sir.
Parang nawala yung first column.
Opo.
Yun yung isang maaring issue with Google Docs. Hindi naman siya naliliitan. Pag in-exit ko yung full screen, ganun din siya.
Sige, sir. Normal mode na lang po.
Normal mode ko na lang. Ito dito ko na lang i-adjust. Bawa 100%. Ayan, ganyan na lang, no? So, ang in-inspect nila, ang in-assess nila na process ay safety inspection. So, safety inspection. So, yung activity, yung first activity that they assess, conduct of walkthrough survey inspection. In the conduct of walkthrough survey inspection, meron silang hazard na na-identify, no? Biological, physical, ergonomic, and psychosocial, no? Bakit po mayroong biological RATM? Ano po yung doon na lang, siguro doon ko na lang kayo kukuhanan ng Bakit po may biological hazard during the conduct of the walkthrough inspection?
Sir?
Yes.
Naku, teka. Hinaan nyo yung nagpi-feedback. Kasi pag nagwa-walk through sila including all the offices, maski sa from the triage area, OPD, so there is a possibility of exposure to other infectious diseases, not only COVID, kasi in the triage, we don't know. Meron din kaming certain area for HIV or ARG, what we call antiretroviral. So yung mga so iba't ibang klaseng pasyente, and sometimes, syempre, pag-walk through nila, hindi mo naman ma-identify talaga kung ano mga sakit nila. So, so that is biological. For physical naman, there is a possibility that walking through a slippery or uneven floor, and also with extreme temperature, lalo na nung summertime, very hot weather, there is a possibility of heat stress or heat stroke. And then ergonomic, kasi sometimes because of safety, we are doing, I ask the safety officers to install signages. No, so sometimes there is a posture trap for yung bend sila, no, and even putting signages on the floor. And regarding psychosocial, syempre may mental stress din sila, and sometimes there is a stigma from other people that since they are from RITM, there is a stigma na minsan pinagdidirihan siguro kami or something.
Yes.
And so,
Dahil, okay.
So, severity is 4,
yes,
likelihood 4. So, what are our existing controls? Of course, through washing hands with soap and water and other disinfectant, alcohol, PPE, wearing of face masks and face shield. Now they are in body system naman sila, so they usually walk by twos, so they see to it that there is a social distancing, and we do have at RITM some psychosocial support.
Okay. I think ang one recommendation ko agad na pwedeng ibigay, no, I believe na i-lump natin in one row yung hazards and the injury that can result from the hazard. For example, yung biological and physical, ito, no? So, kasi yung pag-assess natin ng severity and likelihood should be per hazard and the result, no, yung harm, injury or ill health. So for example, yung exposure to various infectious diseases, maybe it will have a higher severity compared to yung exposure to extremely hot weather. So pwedeng you can still parang separate, no, the hazards, the harm or injury or ill health, so they will have individual rating for their severity. Kasi dito, for example, yung exposure to diseases, example COVID, no, and then extremely hot weather, mental health issue, stigma, so all of them ay binigyan natin ng 4, no. Pero if we will try to assign a severity per type of injury or ill health, I believe magkakaiba yung magiging result niya, na. And then in addressing those later on, if we will try to break it down into separate ill health, no, including separate yung hazard, so you could have identify controls specific for each one. No? And then, pag in-evaluate nyo yung mga existing controls, no, specific for each hazard and harm, no, so pwede maka-identify kayo ng specific risk level for each hazard, no. So kaya yung ating magiging recommended controls later, pwedeng magkakaiba rin. So right now kasi the recommended controls ay body system to counter-check proper use of PPE. Pero if we will try to separate na this hazard column into 4 siguro, and then yung injury and or ill health column will also be divided into 4. So malamang we can have 4 recommended additional controls. So the recommended additional control for exposure to infectious disease will be different from the recommended additional control for walking through slippery and uneven floor. Napagsama-sama natin. So siguro yun ang isa ng pwedeng para ma-improve yung ating yung pag-analyze, kasi mas maganda yung mas parang meticulously and very specific yung ating pag-identify ng mga
Sir, actually we are really doing it separately. We are already having this say this columns and everything, but due to the interest of time,
okay, thank you.
But we are already doing it separately, individually, per row, per column. So ina-identify na namin yan, sir. And with the proper grading, but unfortunately, due to the interest of time, you were asking us to.
Thank you, Doc. At consider nyo. Thank you. So anyway, since sa RITM, since we have this safety group, headed by Doc Bing, and then they have attended Bosch, meron silang ganyan eh. So I believe they have been doing this, maaring maaring similar yung approach with what they're doing now, Tama po ba, Doc Bing? Halos parehas lang ba yung ating naging tool?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Actually, latest namin na ginawa nitong hazard identification was during the Typhoon Ulysses. So we have walked through.
Ano yung tawag niyo, ma'am, dun sa inyong tool?
Si JP, ano nga tawag natin doon? Yung risk assessment tool natin.
High-RED-C, high-RAC, ano yung tawag niyo?
Parang generic lang po siya, sir, na risk assessment tool na natutunan sa Bosch. Yung parang ito rin siya, sir, kaya lang wala siya nung sa may control, tapos wala siya dun sa may opportunity. Parang activity, hazard, tapos yung risk, yung mga risk scores, dalawa lang siya, sir. Severity and likelihood.
Severity and likelihood
po. Tapos yun sir, yung nabanggit nyo kanina, yung multiply.
Yes.
Parang ganun lang siya, sir. Tapos
mas comprehensive, sir, itong ano nyo. Kasi yung sa amin, minumultiply lang namin.
Yun nga, so clarify ko yung minumultiply. Hindi nga minumultiply actually yung mga ordinal, kasi nga usually mag-create nga ng problem dun sa pagpili nung sino yung prioritize. Ayan. And then yun nga, anyway, na-mention ko na because of that issue, yung the automotive industry, maraming magagaling na mga dyan sa automotive industry, they created this new approach in prioritizing actions to address failure. But for us, we can make use of their concept to prioritize also the actions to address yung hazard and hazard and risk. So, ayan, there is also a saying, yung nakalimutan ko yung tawag dun sa yung Occam's razor, at pwede nyo ma-check yan, yung Occam's razor, according sa kay Occam's razor, so pwede nyo naman i-google ito, Occam's razor or Occam's razor, pwede ring Occam's razor. So according to this parang concept, so if it's not necessary to multiply, don't multiply, parang ganun yung niya. Dati nang yan, mga kasabay nila mga kasabay nila Socrates, nila na yan, si Occam's razor. So, yung simplicity in identifying the problem. So, there are times na if it's not necessary to multiply, don't multiply it. Ang nangyari, many organizations adopted that kind of approach na they will multiply severity and the likelihood. Pero ang totoo nun, they are ordinal numbers which we cannot really have no, a product for kasi yung first and second hindi naman pwedeng i-multiply talaga. Pero 1 and 2, no, yung mga cardinal numbers pwede talaga i-multiply. Ayan. So kaya gumamit tayo ng combination based na rin to dun sa concept na ginawa ng automotive industry. Okay, thank you ma'am sa inyong presentation. Thank you ma'am sa inyong presentation. So tingin ko mukhang pwede na akong lumipat sa iba. Na?
Sir Tony, oo. Ang ibig sabihin man ito, yung Occam's razor na Google po ako, the simplest explanation is usually the right one.
Makikita ka dyan na you don't need to multiply, may ganun eh.
Actually, sir, nakalagay ito in the Occam's razor is the problem-solving principle that entity should not be multiplied without necessity, or more simply, the simplest.
Entity should not be multiplied without
necessity.
Kasi hindi naman talaga. Ang nangyari doon, maraming na attractive kasi yung may multiplication. Usually, when we are presented with attractive tools, gusto agad natin gamitin. Pero there are times hindi naman talaga siya nakakalito lang naman siya. Kaya kailangan pinag-aaralan din yung tool.
Sir Tony, before we proceed, okay lang po bang mag 5-minute break tayo?
Okay
kasi
lang.
po mag-working break po. Baka po pwedeng mag-personal break muna sila. Wag po kayo
5-minute break dahil medyo puno pala yung natin, no, yung design. Kasi ito yung first time na offer this in So,
sige
ganun
po, 5
pala
minutes
puno
po.
yung ating.
Opo, wag na po kayo mag-log out po. Pwede po kayo mag-mute po.
Okay.
Thank you po. 5 minutes po. Break po muna tayo. Okay na po ba tayo? Nakapag personal break na po ba?
Yes, ako, okay na ako.
Sir, meron pong question dito si Dr. Ambas.
Yes po.
Apo. Does that mean that the training we received last year is not acceptable for ISO 44001 since we were taught to multiply severity and likelihood to determine risk? Sorry ma'am, 45,001 pala siya. Hindi pala ISO 44,001. They were taught to multiply severity and likelihood to determine risk.
Actually, there's no standard on what tool are you going to use. No, there's no standard. Kaya lang, if you want to really align your tool with the requirements of the standard, kaya binasa ko yung sabi dun sa risk assessment, if I will open a copy of the standard, no, dun sa 6.1.2. Ayan, so sabi dito, 6.1.2, ito to. Ang sabi niya, nakikita niyo yung aking yung copy of the 45,001?
Yes po, sir.
Yes, okay. So according to the requirement, no, sabi, the organization shall establish, implement, and maintain a process to assess OHS risk from the identified hazard while taking into account the effectiveness of existing controls. So, hindi tayo basta mag-evaluate o mag-assess ng risk na hindi natin tinitake into account the effectiveness of the existing controls. So, using the conventional tool na before I am exposed to that also, yung ganong two-dimensional, no, by multiplying severity and likelihood to produce the yung parang level of risk or risk level, and then I'm using the matrix, di ba? Maaring you have this matrix na 1 2 3 4 5 on the vertical, 1 2 3 4 5 vertical and horizontal. And then yung bawat combination na is a product of the two, yung severity and likelihood. And then maaring usually it is color coded, no? All the high will be red, all the medium will be yellow, and all the low will be green. Ganun yung merong ganong style, no? Merong matrix. But that kind of matrix, no, ay hindi niya na consider o hindi niya na take into account yung effectiveness of existing control. So there's no there's no standard on how you will assess. Kasi sabi dito ng requirement, the organization's methodology and criteria for assessment of risk shall be defined. No? Documented information shall be maintained and retained on the methodology and criteria. So as long as you can demonstrate that your tool is sound, no, to assess the risk, no, and identify controls to address them, as long as yun ay sound, no, okay lang sa isang sa requirement ng standard. But of course, since meron tayong guidance na binibigay, so kasi usually talagang I will need to make use of the requirements of the standard to develop the tools, no, na ginagamit. So kaya we're providing this to you so you can have an assessment. Ano ba yung mas kumpleto yung kanyang yung kanyang approach, no? So yung simplified approach ba na dimensional lang, pero actually it's not simplified because you have to you have to compute. Pero there are times na yung one hazard or risk will have a higher risk level compared to another, pero yung lower risk level has a higher severity, no? Has a higher severity. There are times na ganon. Halimbawa, a combination of a severity of 5 and a likelihood of 2 will have a product of 10. A combination of a severity of 3 with a likelihood of 4, 3 and 4 is 12. So, sino yung uunahin mo? Yung 12 o yung 10? But the 10 na product of 5 and 2 has a severity of 5. And yung severity of 5 will result to death. Yung severity of 3 will not result to death. Pero mas inuuna natin yung 12 because 12 is higher than 10. I hope na pipicture nyo no? Yung sa mga matrix na may 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then yung combination on. No? So, a severity of 5 and the likelihood of 2 will have a product of 10. A severity of 3 and a likelihood of 4 will have a product of 12. So, by priority, the 12 will be prioritized than 10. Pero yung severity ng 5 will cause death. Unlike with severity of 3 na hindi naman magkakos ng death. So, nagkakaroon ngayon ng problema. Dahil parang, even yung other organizations, no, if they're not using this kind of approach in risk assessment, OHS risk, maybe they're using this for health and for quality. No? Iba ginamit to for quality management system. So, if you will prioritize 12 than 10, and then, nagkakaroon tayo ng sabihin ng doubt dun sa tool na ginamit natin. So, prioritize namin yung 12, but why are we keep on experiencing this kind of problem? No? Why? Because yung priority o yung action priority ay naibigay dun sa yung mas mataas lang yung product without taking into consideration yung effectiveness of controls, no? Pwede kasing yung 3 and 4 which has a product of 12, pero there is already an existing control that addresses that, na very effective. Yung 5 and 2 na 10 yung kanyang risk level, wala pa pala siyang existing control. The problem with that is inuna pang i-address yung meron ng existing control. So, kaya nawawalan sila ng respect dun sa tool because hindi nagbibigay ng mas maayos na resulta. No? So, that's I think kaya kailangan tignan natin ano ba yung mas magandang mga tool. No? Okay? Okay, punta muna ako sa next natin, no?
Sir Tony?
Yes po.
Meron pong isang question dito. Are we required to have knowledge and skills in safety trainings or not? Tsaka thank you daw po sa pagbigay ng different perspective kay from Sir TJ Telan ng RIT.
Are we required to have knowledge and skills in safety trainings or not? Hindi, requirement na you have to undergo orientation, training, kasi yun nandun sa requirement ng standard about dito sa dito sa participation and consultation. Ito yung sa consultation and participation. Yan, no? The organization shall provide mechanism, time, training, di ba? So doon pa lang medyo clear na 'yon. Okay. Yan. So kaya, and there of course if you're a safety officer, hindi pwedeng kasi as a safety officer meron required, kailangan you have to attend BOSH, no? And if you want to be accredited as a safety officer, requirement talaga na you have to attend yung mga basic occupational health and safety. And then for the other employees na hindi naman sila safety committee or safety officer, so they need to have training, no, with regard to occupational health and safety management system. Requirement nung standard. No? Ayan. So, sa civil aviation, receiving of application for pilot's license renewal, nakita nilang hazard dito is possible exposure to COVID, over fatigue. So the same suggestion. You can separate these two. Kasi yung over fatigue of licensing staff due to skeletal workforce ay iba yung kanyang yung harm o yung consequence niya compared to exposure to COVID. Ayan. So yung over fatigue, maaring hindi siya kasing bigat kapag na-expose siya sa COVID. Ayan. So kaya better if you will separate the hazard. So hindi siya dapat nilalump into one row. Ma'am Cathy, okay lang po
Noted,
ba?
sir. Yes po.
Ayan. So sana matuloy na yung inyong certification, ano?
Yes po, thank you po.
Yeah.
Sir Tony, may I just give a shout out po sa mga ating YouTube viewers po. Sila po ay meron po tayong 8 participants sa YouTube. So just to give you an update, ito po yung ating hazard identification, occupational health and safety risk assessment and actions planning. So yun po nanonood sa YouTube, sana po ay marami po kayong tips and perspectives na bagong nakukuha, and I hope it would help you in your occupational health and safety po. Sige po sir, go ahead po.
Thank you. Ayan. For the water district, General Santos City Water District, yung activity na kanilang inassess ay yung process na inassess nila is electromechanical maintenance process. So since medyo technical ito, maaari may mga physical hazard dito. Motor control and monitoring checking, so mabigat yung hazard sa kanila rin, electrocution. So electrocution, ang dito, ang injury dito ay could lead to death. Actually hindi electrocution lang, maaring yung statement of the injury, yung what will happen to the person or to the worker, anong injury ang pwede niya makuha, from a major injury to death, kasi pag nakuryente ka pwede ka mamatay. So pwede ka mamatay, so of course 5 yan. Pero yung likelihood of electrocution ay 5 din po ba? Baka masyadong very naman to. Yung checking is of course it happens routinely, yung monitoring. Pero yung monitoring na merong nangyaring electrocution, so baka hindi naman siya 5. Ayan. Existing control, strictly observe, tag in, tag out, and complete PPE. So there are 2 hierarchy of controls here. PPE is number 4. Tag in, tag out is number 3, admin. So kaya hindi siya pwedeng 1. So maaring 3 lang siya. So 3 lang siya kasi ang highest na control mo ay tag in, tag out. Tag in, tag out is administrative. You can only have a 1 in C if you have a hierarchy of control na elimination or substitution. So yun yung pinaka-highest form of control. If you can eliminate the risk or you can substitute another material which is not harmful instead of that source. Yung hazard kasi ay source. Source of potential injury or ill health. So source ito kasing hazard. So if you can substitute another material sa hazard and then 1, pwede yun. Pag meron engineering controls, 2. So maaring na automate yung system, so yung people will no longer be exposed but the robots will be exposed, or something automated na hindi na people yung may expose. So 2 yon. Tag in, tag out is 3. Administrative. Anyway, kung meron kang 5 and 3, mataas pa rin ito, it will be high. So opportunity, a circumstance that you want to have an automation for monitoring and checking. So to realize automation, you will implement daw SCADA. Sir Mike, ano yung SCADA?
Sir, supervisory control and data acquisition po.
Supervisory control and data
acquisition.
Appreciation. So since ito ay iniisip ko baka ito ba ay isang engineering control, system control, no? Kasi engineering control or system control will somehow reduce the level of C, no? Na yung engineering control or system control ay 2 in our hierarchy, na. So, yeah, somehow it will improve yung yung C, na. So kung magiging 5.2 siya, somehow mababawasan yung risk level niya, no? Mababawasan yung risk level. Okay. Meron lang akong dito sa 5. Hindi ko alam kung madalas ba. Kasi pag ang likelihood mo ay 5 is parang every time na ginagawa nyo itong checking, meron na electrocute, no?
Parang ang case, sir, is halimbawa anytime, pagka nag-check anytime, talagang kasi live po eh. Sine-check po na sa po eh. Live po ang energize po ang
Yes,
energize ang control. Opo. So anytime in a split second, so meron talaga po pwedeng mangyari.
But based on your historical data, no? Meron na bang mga based from your na mga records. So you can also make use of the records kasi in the table that we have presented to you, no? Yung table ay hindi lang yung likelihood ang kino-consider, including yung actual occurrence, no? Kasi if yung actual occurrence nangyari ito before once, no? Once in 1 year, ganyan. So yun, pwede nyo i-consider yun, no? So, kasi baka masyado naman masyado mabigat itong 5. Pero of course, if you want to really prioritize, pwede naman talaga i-manipulate yung numbers here, no? If you want to prioritize talaga, you can manipulate. But of course, if there will be auditors and they will try to challenge your tool, no? Bakit siya 5? So nangyayari ba siya talaga those are the those are the things that you will need to prepare, no? If somebody will try to challenge your rating, no? So dapat talaga ay based from the reference that you're using, no? So kailangan meron kayo may-provide talaga na justification why 5, no? Ang likelihood. Ayan. Okay. Thank you, Sir Mike. Punta lang ako kay Ma'am Mirasol sa DOST. Deployment of Starbucks in Davao Region. Parang tunog kapito, Ma'am.
Ako rin, sir. Starbucks.
Ano po yung Starbucks, Ma'am Mirasol?
Counting ba yan, ma'am?
Mahaba kasi talaga, sir, yung acronym na yan. Actually, digital library po.
Digital library.
Apo. So, meron siya mga e-books na nakaloob ng software na yun, mga research outputs, mga ganyan po. Coursework.
Yung para maging catchy.
Starbucks.
Installation of software for digital library in schools. Ang hazard, traveling to areas. Ayan, so travel. So if you're traveling to areas, exposed ka sa road problems, no? Road accidents o ano man. Exposure to skirmishes in conflict-stricken area. Kasi merong mga hotspots.
Opo.
Ayan, so actually mabigat yan pag expose ka sa mga hotspots, no? So, of course, if exposed ka dyan, pwedeng mag-cost talaga ng 5 yan, no? Pero yung travel to volatile peace and order situation ay hindi naman ganun ka-likely. 3 ang binigay niyo dito, ma'am. No? Hindi siya certain na every time na may installation you will have to travel to volatile peace and order situation. No? So 5-3 and close coordination with barangay officials. So close coordination with barangay official is an administrative control. So madaling mag-rank ng mga existing control. No, you will just make use of the hierarchy of controls, no? So na-mention din naman 'yan sa hierarchy, yung hierarchy of controls requirement nung standard, no? Hierarchy of controls. Dito sa actually sa 8 na pala, sa 8 na pala siya binanggit yung hierarchy of controls. Ayan, operational planning. Ayan. Eliminating hazard and reducing risk. Ayan. Ito yung hierarchy of controls. No, hierarchy of controls. So A, eliminate the hazard. B, substitute, use. C, use engineering controls. So yan yung mga hierarchy of controls. So 5, 3, and 3 is H. High siya. Change the area where the installation will be done. So yun yung kanilang circumstance that they want to happen. So bring the desktop computers in the barangay hall and do the installation in the area. So no need to go to the volatile yung mga hotspot area. Tama, ma'am? So ito ay bring the desktop computers. So somehow, if you will eliminate the hazard because you will, kung eliminate mo yung hazard, kasi sabi, bring the desktop computers in the barangay hall. So instead of going to the area na hotspot, edi by elimination yon. So later on, yung SIM mo ay pwede maging 1. Ayan. So if you, katulad kanina, yung robbery, yung hold up, so ginawa nila, naglagay na sila ng armored vehicle by a security agency. So nawala na yung chance na hold upin. So since nawala yung chance na hold up sila, so by elimination, 1 siya. No, by elimination. So yun siya sa hierarchy of controls, eliminate the hazard. No? Okay, so tingnan naman natin na iba para sige mapagbigyan lahat. No? FDA. FDA, thank you ma'am Mirasol. FDA chemical testing ang exposure dito sa mga volatile organic solvents. Ayan, no? Sample preparation, reagent or solution preparation. So mga organic solvents. Ano po ba yung mga organic solvents na pwedeng ma-expose tayo? Marami, no? Sa FDA kasi Food and Drug Administration nga pala to. So, pwedeng mag-cause daw ng upper respiratory irritation, nose, throat irritation, shortness of breath upon exposure. No? Ma'am Sol? Si Ma'am Sol, nandito po ba? Pero this one is not as as severe as 5. 5 is it could be fatal, no? Base din sa ating table, baka nga hindi siya 4, ma'am. Baka lang siya. Severity 3. Moderate. Continuous exposure may get people sick. Could result to temporary, total, partial disability, reversible damage to health, or minor amputation, minor fractures, injuries, illnesses that need medical treatment such as lacerations, concussions, burns, upper limb. So there are 2 types of effect dito, no, consequence. One is ill health, another one is the injury. Yung ill health, ito yung could result to temporary, total, partial disability or reversible damage to health. No, reversible damage to health. So baka 3 lang siya kasi pag 4 may endanger health if a person is exposed even in a short period, could result to multiple injuries or serious irreversible health impairment. Na? So, pa-check yun kung 4 ba talaga siya o just 3. Na? Use of PPA. So, binigay natin, although maaring mababa ang severity niya, maaring 3, no? Based from my take, no? From my take. Ang likelihood niya is 5. Why? Because this is a routine job. Tama, Ma'am Sol, no? So, halos sa araw-araw nangyayari ito po. Tama po
Yes
ba?
po. Monday to Friday.
Monday to Friday. So, continuous exposure ito, no? So, kaya mataas yung 5. Mataas dito, 5. You're using PPE, meron kayong maintenance of relevant facility, meron kayong, may exhaust system, meron kayong fume hood. Ayan. Because of the engineering controls, nagkaroon kayo ng 2. So, which is, okay tayo dito. Nung nakita ko yung PPE, ang PPE kasi 4. Since with the, with the combination of the engineering control, so engineering control is 2. Ayan. So 4, 5, and 2 ay medium. Yung sa another one is H. No? So high. So by priority, mas dapat inuuna itong yung risk with a level of high, by priority. So usually if an auditor will try to check this one, so mas in-expect niya na mas inuuna ang pag-address dito. So from your recommended additional control, so we can see na this will be addressed on September 15 and this will be addressed on October 15. So parang mapapakita na prioritize itong yung high over the medium. Tama po ba? Although September 15 is already past due, no? Or ito na yung nangyari.
Okay, sir. Salamat.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Dito ay sample lang ito, September 15, pero baka totoong nangyari to, ma'am? September 15? Ma'am Sol?
Ulit po ulit.
September 15, 2020. So since November na ngayon no? Nangyari ba talaga itong mga dates na ito?
Hypothetical, sir.
Hypothetical. Okay. Just to show na prioritize yung high.
Highly. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ma'am Sol.
Thank you, sir.
Planning department sa LRTA, no? Before na-involved din ako sa LRTA, no? Nung bagong-bago pa lang sila from LTO tapos LRTA, tapos nung may mga operation na napunta na sa LRMC ang operation. So na-involved din tayo sa LRMC, no? Light Rail Manila Corporation. So si Ma'am Annabel ay planning department, Ma'am Annabel, and Don Ferry and Sir Don Ferry, tama po ba? So work from home arrangement. Too much siguro distraction dito, which is A siguro, tama po ba? Yung distraction, yung nakaka-distract, no?
Sir Tony?
Tama po. Yes, Ma'am.
Oo. So time check lang po, sir, 3:34. Tayo po ba ay
baka no.
Baka
Sorry,
may mga i-discuss pa po tayo na iba.
ma-cover lahat, pero sige. Dahil medyo marami pa tayo, no?
Opo. Kasi yung may roadmap pa rin po, important din po na makita nila. Opo, sir.
Punong-puno kasi yung na nagawa na rin na design na natin.
Opo, siklik po talaga.
Pero I hope dun sa ating ginawang higher up workshop, no, for those who are already using the same tool or a similar tool, ay ma-improve natin yung existing. And for those who are new with this tool, I hope magamit natin in your future endeavors, no, in establishing occupational health and safety management system. So once you have the HIORAP accomplished, no, those actions or recommended controls that you have identified, no, in the HIORAP, yung action planning column niya, so you will have to implement those, no. And in implementing those, ito raw yung kailangan natin, we have to ensure na we have the following controls. No? Ito yung mga hierarchy of controls. So first is eliminate the hazard. So in eliminating the hazard, so these are just examples. No? First in the hierarchy of control is elimination. So removing the hazard from the workplace. You have to modify design to eliminate the hazard. And this is the most effective control and must be considered first. Ayan. Ayan. So examples lang, no? To remove the risk of falling on heights, huwag kang magtrabaho on heights, no? Work at ground level because nobody will fall at ground level. But if you're working from heights, by gravity, pwede kang malaglag. But if you're working at ground level, hindi siya malalaglag, no? Ayan. So anyway, it's up to the organization naman. How can they do this? No? Physical injuries, so instead of manual methods, no? Use mechanical methods. Ayan. To remove the risk of inhalation of smoke emissions, instead of using diesel or gasoline motors, consider electric motors. So walang emission yan, no? Before meron joke, no? Nasa LRT ka, yung LRT papuntang Caloocan. Saan papunta ang usok? Alam siguro nila ano yan, no? Nila sa LRT, no? Yung joke na yon because wala namang usok ang LRT, no? Exposure to people infected by COVID-19, no? So instead of face-to-face training, what we are doing now ay virtual training session. So right now we have a hierarchy of control na number 1, no? Okay. Substitution. By substitution, this is the second one, no? Substitute a less hazardous material, no? To reduce the consequence or impact. The replacement should not introduce another hazard, no? If you will substitute another material. So examples of substitution: to significantly reduce the risk of contact with irritants. So instead of using petrol-based ink, consider vegetable-based ink. So example, this one, no? Pilot. This one, no? Mas gusto ko to. Why? Because meron siyang kick, no? Kasi siya ay alcohol-based. Merong water-based. No, merong water-based. The water-based, wala siyang amoy. But it's less harmful. Kaya lang, mas gusto ko lang to.
May amoy ba, sir?
Meron siyang tama. Masarap amoyin ng yung pilot na nagpatalo. Anyway, so that's just an example, no? Pero if you want to eliminate, no, yung irritants from petrol, so use a vegetable-based ink. Instead of using spray painting, no, to prevent inhalation of paint mist, so consider deep painting, no? Instead of lifting big packages to reduce the risk of strenuous manual lifting, and so lift smaller packages. So that's mga substitution. Sample lang ng substitution. Engineering controls. So these are just examples of engineering controls. So it does not eliminate the hazard, but isolate people from hazards through engineered controls. Includes ventilation system, machine guarding, and closure. So those are examples of engineering controls. So usually the engineering controls are installed, no, at the source or along the path. No? At the source or along the path. So yan. So, kunyari, ito yung source and then meron siyang exhaust system, no? So para hindi makarating doon sa worker, no? Katulad nito, na meron siyang source, may exhaust system, no? The example that I have provided to you is a National Historical Commission. So when they restore artifacts, they are using chemicals, no? So but to prevent, no, problems with the health of employees, so meron silang exhaust system na nakatapat doon sa artifact. So hinihigop ng exosystem yung fumes or vapor coming from the agents. Okay. So these are engineering controls. Administrative, no, pababa ng pababa, no? Administrative controls that alter the way the work is done, including timing of work, policies, and other rules, and work practices such as standards and operating procedures, no? Including training. So yan yung mga administrative controls. Even personal hygiene is part of the administrative controls. So some samples of the administrative controls, no? Scheduling maintenance, no? And other high exposure operations for times when few workers are present, no? So siguro sa Skyway siguro dapat kapag madaling araw ginagawa 'yon, hindi during daytime, no? Using job rotation schedules that limit the amount of time an individual worker is exposed. Developing and implementing standard operating, yung mga SOPs are administrative. Training and education, administrative, no? Establishing and maintaining good housekeeping and personal programs, personal hygiene programs, part of the administrative. No? Well, maintenance, keeping equipment well maintained are part of the administrative. And then, yung last sa hierarchy of controls ay yung PPE. No? PPE, personal protective equipment. So equipment worn by individuals to serve as a protective shield to reduce exposure to hazards. So it is the final item on the list for a very good reason. Why? Because PPE should never be the only method used to reduce exposure. No? Why? Because a PPE may fail, no? Or stop protecting the worker with little or no warning. So you're using a PPE pero baka meron palang mga butas-butas na yung PPE or the PPE is no longer protecting the worker. No? For example, breakthrough can occur with gloves, clothing, face mask, and respirator cartridges. No? There are times you're using the wrong PPE. No? Pwedeng ganon. So, at the height of the COVID, natin, yung ang daming nag-aagawan sa mask, meron ako nakasalubong na isang tao, pa siya, no? Yung nakasuot siya nung merong may cartridge pa dito, no? Meron pang cartridge talaga.
Opo.
O ganun, may nakita akong ganun. So hirap na hirap siyang huminga. And parang nagja-jogging pa siya. Sabi ko, hindi ka himatayin tong tao na to, no? So that can only be worn if you are exposed to yung mga chemical, siguro nagpe-paint ka, may mga chemical na, so kailangan mo yon, no? So sobra yon, yung PPE na yon, no? Or baka you're using a PPE na no longer protecting you, no? There are times na you're using a dust face mask pero yung hazard ay vapor that can really go through with dun sa mga dust face mask, no? Kaya pala makapasok naman, so hindi rin na protectionan. So yun yung mga hierarchy of controls. If the controls failed, so you must have emergency responses, no? So in the requirements of the standard of ISO 45001, so not just response, dapat meron ding preparedness, no? So emergency preparedness and response. So for RITM na meron na nito, no? For other organizations na you already have an emergency preparedness and response team, so check, no? If your emergency preparedness and response plan has the following, no? So does your emergency preparedness and response plan describe potential emergency situations? So kinover ba niya yung fire, explosions, spills, or releases of hazardous material and natural disasters, no? So part yan ng sa emergency response plan. Hazardous materials used on site, no? So na-consider ba yan, no? And usually if you have hazardous materials on site, you will need to have material safety data sheets or safety data sheets, no? key organizational responsibilities. So usually the members of the emergency preparedness and response team are identified, no? Identified sila. Usually naka-post yung mga pangalan nila. So they will know sino yung kanina sila mag-seek ng assistance, no? If there will be emergency situations. No? Ayan. Arrangement with local emergency support providers, yung nagpro-provide ng ambulance, no? Of course, hospitals, or if there are infirmary, no? Na near to our place, so dapat meron tayong arrangement with them, no? Including PNP, no? Yung mga hotlines natin with agencies that provide emergency support, no? Ayan. Of course, ano pa, ang BFP, Bureau of Fire, no? Kailangan meron tayong arrangement with them. Emergency response procedures. So, what to do in case of so many emergency situations. So, it could include man-made at pwede rin merong mga natural disasters. No? In the case of typhoon, in case of fire, no? In case of earthquake, no? In case of spill, in case of kung ano man, no? Ingestion of a chemical. So, dapat meron tayong mga ganong mga controls. Locations and types of emergency response equipment. So, where do you go kung kailangan mo ng kung merong fire, anong gagamitin mo na emergency response equipment? Kung merong na injure, no, saan ka pupunta, no? You need to know where are those located, no? Yung mga to. So that's why in organizations they have this emergency plan, no? Emergency locator map. So they will know saan nakalagay yung mga emergency response equipment. So your emergency response plan should also describe maintenance of emergency response equipment, no? So kailangan from time to time you will have to check those emergency preparedness emergency response equipment. Even the simple emergency light, di ba? The simple emergency light. So from time to time you will need to check that if the emergency light is still functioning, no? Even the fire extinguisher, from time to time you will need to check if the fire extinguisher is still intact. Baka meron ng mga sira dun sa kanyang nozzle, no? Yung pressure niya ay may problema na, no? Or corroded na yung tank, no? So from time to time we will need to check those emergency response equipment. Training and testing of personnel. So there should be periodical drills that you will have to perform, no? Ayan, yung mga evacuation drill, fire drill, first aid drills, no? So yung mga drills, that will help you, no? In the event of emergency. So, di ba yung MMDA, na palagi silang merong the big one drill, no? Ayan, no? Kasama pa nila ang PBOX. No? Testing of alarm, public address system, and evacuation routes and exit maps and assembly points. No? In the event of an evacuation, where do people go? No? So meron ba silang assembly area talaga na they will be accounted? No? Everybody will be accounted na when they go to that place. So merong accounting of the people. So para malaman if somebody was left behind, no, during the evacuation. So yun yung mga pwedeng i-consider sa emergency preparedness and response. And part of the requirement of OSHAS, no? OHSMS. No? Nasanay akong tawagin OSHAS kasi OSHAS since 1999. So we have also provided here, no, a checklist, but we will not go through the entire checklist. So we will just provide you this checklist. This checklist was a product of the virtual global summit of the International Labour Organization, no, noong September 4, no? They created this action checklist, no? So in case an office or an organization would like to manage, no, yung COVID-19 at the workplace, so they can use this checklist, no? So nagbigay sila ng ganitong checklist, no? So you can also download this in the ILO website, na pwede nyo rin ma-download ito. So these are just parang part of the presentation materials that we want to provide you. Pero of course, ang dami nito no? Policy planning and organizing, risk assessment, management and communication, prevention and mitigation measures, arrangement for suspected and confirmed COVID cases. So 30, no? 30 items that will at least provide guidelines for organizations, no? If you want to effectively manage COVID-19. No? And of course, hindi naman COVID-19 yung ating topic. Ang topic natin is about ISO 45001. Kaya nilagay na lang namin dito yung action checklist. Na? Okay? So how can we establish an occupational health and safety management system, no? If we have already an existing management system? So we can have this roadmap, no? And if you want to go through the roadmap and you want assistance from DAP, so we can provide assistance to organizations if you want to be certified to ISO 45001. So what are the steps that we are going to support, no, to any organization na kailangan nila ng assistance from DAP? First, magkakaroon tayo initial gap assessment, no, of your existing management system, because there are common requirements from ISO 45001 in your existing management system. If you are certified to ISO 9001, no, certified to ISO 27001, I believe meron tayong participants na yung organization nila ay certified to ISO 27001. Tama po ba? Parang may nakita ko na certified to 27001, no? So we will try to identify, no, yung common. And there are organizations before, no, certified to ISO 14001, no? When they have the ISO 9001, we just integrate ISO 9001 with ISO 14001. I believe that is Land Bank, no? Before the assistance of DAP for ISO 9001, they already have the ISO 14001. So instead of creating another team, creating another set of procedures, no? So we just integrate. So yun yung that's why we need to have this initial gap assessment of your existing management system. And then yung second step, you will be oriented on the requirements of ISO 45001 and the documentation requirements of ISO 45001. So usually this will run for 3 days instead of 1 day. This is a 1 day overview lang ito. So 3 days. So all the requirements will be explained to you here now in the training course on ISO 45001 requirements and documentation. So after that, we will have a workshop. Ito yung hazard identification and yung parang ginawa natin kanina, no? But this one, of course, more detailed yung explanation, no? And then mas maraming mga presentation of their workshop para mas kasi yung output nito will be used na, no, for the actual operation, no? So, kaya ito ay usually 2 to 3 days, no? And then next ay workshop on documentation and operational controls. So what are the additional procedures that you will need to to produce? So meron tayong mga additional procedures. For example, procedure for hazard identification and risk assessment. So we need to have that, no? Procedure for monitoring and evaluation of legal requirements. So we need to prepare that. Procedure for emergency preparedness and response. Procedure for incident investigation and reporting. No? So, magdadagdag tayo ng mga procedures relevant to the processes, no, na unique sa ISO 45001. Ayan, so yan yung workshop on documentation and operational controls. Number 5, step number 5, training on internal audit. OHSMS internal audit. Na? Since you already have your ISO 9001, no, meron kayong internal audit, so we can tap the existing internal auditors. We will train them on how to audit, no, using the ISO 45001 as the criteria. So ayan, so training on OHSMS. After the training on internal audit, so we will have a technical guidance on OHSMS implementation. So we will try to check if what we have documented here are already being implemented. We will try to see also if what you have identified, no, the controls that you have identified in this workshop, sa hazard identification and risk assessment, are already in place. So yun yung technical guidance on OHSMS implementation. So after the technical guidance, after we are convinced that you are already implementing what you have documented in the procedures and the hazard identification form, so we can now have the internal audit of the OHSMS. Now, those who are trained who were trained on the internal audit for OHSMS will now have the chance to audit your organization. No? So after the audit, internal audit, usually the result of the internal audit will become part of the management review. Ayan, so kaya magkakaroon ng meron kaming technical guidance on management review. And then after the management review, we can now DAP pala, we can now have our readiness assessment. Na? Readiness assessment. So the readiness assessment is intended to check first your yung status of your OHSMS before the certification audit of a certifying body. Na? So your readiness assessment will be the final gap assessment. So we started with the initial gap and we will finish by the final gap. So yun yung lahat ng kailangan na will be supported by DAP. And of course, certification audit, it's between you and your certifying body. So when can we start the integration? So the integration will start at the first step. No? Integration will start at the first step because at the first step, we will identify all those things that there are common requirements, common approaches. So doon pa lang meron ng integration. Okay? Ayan. So we have, what I have discussed to you is the parang overview of the steps on how we can integrate OHSMS with your existing management system. So to provide you more details, nilagay na rin namin yung specific outputs. Ayan, so to guide you, no? So parang talagang we really wanted, no? We really wanted agencies, lalo na in the government sector, to implement ISO 45001. That's why we're really giving to you yung mga parang mga approaches na ito. So para mapag-aralan ka agad, no? So ito yung mga specific expected outputs na. So nilagay na natin dito. So what I have discussed to you here, yung overview, no? But yung specific outputs ay indicated on the next slide, no? So same lang din yan. So 1, 2, up to 10 steps, no? Up to 10 steps. Initial gap assessment, training course on ISO 45001, OHSMS, requirements and documentation. So these are the expected outputs. So dito gagawa na kayo ng mga policy, occupational health and safety policy, yung mga ganyan, na. So meron ng mga expected output. Workshop on hazard identification. Expected output ay you will accomplish the hazard identification and OHS risk assessment and action planning form. So yung katulad na ginawa natin kanina, but in a more detailed manner. So expected outputs for workshop on documentation and operational controls. These are the new or additional procedures that you may need to document. Yan, ito siya. So somehow I have also mentioned that na. Ayan, so additional procedures. Hindi ko lang ata nasabi yung ito yung Occupational Health and Safety Inspection, Management of Change. So the Occupational Health and Safety Inspection is already being done by RITM, di ba? Expected outputs for the training of internal audit, of course, the following audit working documents. We will produce the audit program, the audit plan. So, but here, integrated na. No? So when we perform the audit, so there are two parts of the scope na. If you have the existing QMS, we will audit the QMS, and you can also, at the same time, audit the OHSMS requirements. So, you're wearing two hats here kapag nag-audit na kayo. Kaya, I believe, if you will tap the services of the existing internal auditors, better because they already have the experience and the skills and the knowledge on how to perform audit. So for technical guidance on OHSMS implementation, so these are the outputs that we need to ensure. Meron na mga final versions of this, and then meron na tayo mga actual implementation or evidence of the actual implementation of what you have written in the following documents. Expected outputs for internal audit, the same with merong audit findings report or audit reports. If there will be non-conformities, we will document also the corrective action request, CAPA for our ATM, request for actions for other organizations. So yan. Then for the management review, so usually these are the expected outputs. So minutes of the meeting, summary of the minutes of the meeting, written recommendations for improvement from DAP. Yan. For readiness assessment, so we will provide you parang audit din, but we will try to simulate an audit by a certifying body. So it's like being audited by a CB, by a certifying body. And after that, we will provide you a report. So to further improve pa yung system if there will still be lapses or gaps found by our assessor. And then of course after that, so you can have your certification audit na. So in integrating, since the ISO 9001, assuming that you are familiar with ISO 9001, has the same structure with ISO 45001. So based on the PDCA cycle, so they have the same structure, they have almost the same requirements. So we only need to integrate them. So ganun lang naman. So we only need to integrate them. So we can have now the QHS management system, Quality, Health and Safety Management System. Ayan, so meron tayong integrated management system. So how to describe this QHS management system? So usually an organization will have to describe the processes within their management system. And this is usually written or described in a process map. So, di ba in your quality manual, you have this process map? Tama po ba? For those who are familiar with ISO 9001, if you have a quality manual, the quality manual will include the description of the processes within your quality management system. And if you have a quality management system, there will be at least 3 processes included in a quality management system. Karaniwan, merong management process, the support process, and the core. No, we call it the core processes. Management, core, and support. Tama po ba? Tanungin natin si Sir Gabriel. No? Medyo hindi ko nakakausap Sir Gabriel. Sir Gabriel, from what agency po si Sir Gabriel? Tahimik si Sir Gabriel. Sir Gabriel, from what agency? No? Ayan, so tawag tayo pa sa ano. Si Sir sa Tugigaraw si Sir kasi nakalagay Tugigaraw, LGU Tugigaraw si anong pangalan anong pangalan?
Sir Julius,
Sir Julius
pala ako.
Sir Julius kasi medyo nakat lang 'yung ano. Si Sir Julius, no? Are you familiar with your quality manual, Sir Julius? If the LGU Tugigaraw is already certified na ba?
Sir, nakamute po kayo, sir.
Sir, nakamute.
Ongoing po kami for the
ongoing. But since ongoing, have you seen the draft quality manual? Meron na po ba?
Not sir, but
hindi pa.
Isa ako sa technical.
So one of the members of the technical team no assigned to implement the quality management system. Ayan, so LGU Tugigaraw. Do you know, sir, that our president is from Tugigaraw?
Yes, sir. Our previous vice mayor.
Vice mayor. Vice mayor. Sige. So yan, ganun po, no? Sir Manny Tejada, from anong organization po?
Sir, nakamute po kayo, Sir Manny.
ARMMC?
Opo. Sa Amang Rodriguez Memorial Medical Center in Marikina City.
Amang
Rodriguez Medical Center.
So Amang Rodriguez Medical Center. So
Memorial Medical Center, sir.
Marikina pa ba to? Marikina area ba to, sir?
Yes po. Marikina City po.
Marikina City. Okay. So you are certified na, the ARMMC, certified to ISO 9001.
Yes po.
Okay. So have you seen your quality manual?
Actually, hindi pa po.
Hindi pa, no? So usually those are the answers of organizations, no? Hindi lang nakikita yung quality manual. But I just want to tell you na if you have a quality manual, the quality manual will describe the processes within your quality management system. So if we want to integrate the OHSMS into our quality management system, what we need to do is we will just have this kind of a sample of this integration. No? The core processes in your quality management system can be lumped into the quality-oriented processes. And we will just insert the occupational health and safety-oriented processes. No? So your quality-oriented processes, ito yung mga core, are the ones who will translate the customer requirements into customer satisfaction. Yan yung mga core natin. For the occupational health and safety related processes, so yung needs and expectations of the workers will be translated into zero work injuries, o ito, yung mga prevent work related injuries or provide safe and healthy workplaces. Kasi yun yung mga needs and expectations ng mga workers. So we will just need to identify what are those processes. No? So this is just an example of a process map, an integrated process map, a QHS management system. So we have 4 types of processes here. The management processes is composed of the planning process, performance review, internal audit. So these are the management processes. And these are common to organizations. And we have the before that, the management-oriented processes are usually the one who will make use of the context of the organization as input, and then the entire system will be supported by the support-oriented processes. Na support-oriented. So yung mga support-oriented, ito yung mga magpro-provide ng people, infrastructure, environment for the operation of the process, monitoring and measuring resources, organizational knowledge, so resources. No? Kaya HR, documentation, financial, infra, IT or ICT, even procurement will be included in the support processes. Yan yung usual na common, no? The management and the support. So the core processes, of course, will be unique for every organization. No? For example, this one is an example of halimbawa, program management process. For example, in DAP, no? Program management or project management process. The project management process will have the following processes here. No? So yung project acquisition, project planning, project execution. No? During the execution, meron tayong project monitoring and measurement. So monitor yung mga project. No? Actually, before we offer our services to start a project, meron din project design and development. No? So, dinidesign namin yung mga materials na gagamitin namin for the project. Ayan. And then, once na nakarating na sa last part of the step of the project, so meron tayong project close out. So, this is an example of an organization with project management process. No? So project management process, so they will convert the customer requirements, no, to customer satisfaction. Ayan. May question? Sir, pag may
meron po.
Sa RITM, no? Basahin ko na po, no? Sir, pag may integration po ng QHS, it need additional budgetary funds, especially yung need ng facilities improvement. How will the government support this program since we do not have the capital outlay in the budget? Of course, the same with your QMS. No? The same with your QMS. You have to secure resources for this. No? Sa OHSMS, since meron din tayong maaring mga expenditures, no, for HSMS, so kailangan nyo rin mag-set ng budget for that, no? So how will the government support this program since we do not have capital outlay in the budget, no? Ayun nga, so I'm praying na the GQMP can also provide the subsidy. Pwede kaya, no? Because right now the GQMP ay maaring nag-grant ng mga parang yung mga expenses of an organization ay sinasagot ng national government, no, from the DBM, no. I hope nga magkaroon din tayo nito for ISO 45001. Pero of course, even though you don't have the ISO 45001, I believe you have para mga procurement plans na related sa health and safety, no? So related sa health and safety. So siguro maaaring naka-focus lang palagi sa sa COVID but of course you can also allot, no, or allocate funds for the health and safety, yung mga training about health, sa training pa lang, no, training about health and safety. So yun, so pwede nyo i-allocate yung mga funds doon, no. Hindi ko lang agad ma-answer rin dahil hindi ako yung magde-decide, no, but I hope nga yung we can the GQMP can also accommodate itong ganitong mga iba pa mga standards, no. Anyway, so let me continue with the process map. No? So once you have your existing process map for QMS, you can just add the OHS-oriented processes. No? The OHS-oriented processes. Here, the customer satisfaction or the feedback of the customer will become inputs also to the management-oriented processes. So after that, so we will have the OHS-oriented processes na. The OHS-oriented processes will include risk assessment, no? OHS risk assessment, OHS controls planning, no? And OHS controls implementation. Since you need to satisfy also regulatory requirements, we can have a process for evaluation of compliance against regulatory requirements. If there will be failures, if there will be lapses, if there will be emergency situations, so we can have the accident and incident investigation management na yung mga usual processes within the OHS-oriented processes. So ang input nila ay needs and expectations of the workers, and this will help us in producing the intended outcome of an OHSMS. At ang intended outcome of the OHSMS are prevent work-related injuries and illnesses, and provide safe and healthy workplaces. Ayan. So if there will be feedback here, so papasok ulit dyan sa management-oriented process. So this is an example of an integrated. No? So we have prepared no, a workshop here that you will try to ano no parang include in this process map your own no your own set of core processes. So siguro you don't need to change itong mga management support because usually they are common no. Yung OHS-oriented processes, I believe ay magiging common din ito. What will be unique is your quality-oriented process. So yun yung ating gagawin no, for this workshop. No, for this workshop. So binigay na po yung link for our workshop. Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. Naka-ano na po, nakalagay na po sa ating chat box. You can access it po kagaya po kanina by clicking the link. Would you like me to screen share, sir, or same lang din?
Sige, sir. Sige, ma'am. Screen share nyo.
Sige po. Kung ano po yung nasa link natin. Let me just... There you go. Ayan. Loading po yata. Yan. Nakikita niyo po. Yan. Dito po sa ating screen, makikita niyo po yung corresponding po ulit, iba't ibang slide po, corresponding na pwede niyo pong lagyan para po sa inyong agency. So, just label it. I think slide number 2 ay kinuha po ng RITM. Slide number 3, yan, may nagsusulat na po. Board of Investment. Very good. Very good po. So we have slide number 4, General Santos Water District. Yes po. So we're waiting for the others to join us in the workshop. Slide number 5, may kaka-join lang po. Yan. Meron na rin nag-join sa slide number 6. Sige po. So we'll give time. Sir Tony, the time is 4:19. How long do you want us to do the workshop?
Since I believe it will not take time naman for them to, ang babaguhin lang naman nila yung gray, itong quality-oriented processes. Because itong management-oriented, support-oriented, even the OHS-oriented are usually common yan, common na sa lahat ng organization na merong ISO 45001. Siyempre, ang hindi common, itong quality-oriented because it's their own core processes. No? It's their own process. So, yun na lang babaguhin nila. Mhm.
Sige po, feel free to adjust. Baka po madagdagan yung boxes. Kasi po, let's say your QMS
Mhm.
has only 3 core process. Baka kasi
3
dun
lang.
sa kanilang manual ngayon, sir, baka 3 lang yung main na nakabox sa kanila dun. So,
So
you feel
bawasan niyo
free
lang.
to adjust po the number of
Mhm.
boxes. Feel free to adjust yung nasa loob po ng mga arrows if you want, depending on your
Mhm.
QMS. So,
Yeah.
I think meron na pong nag-fill out ng atin pong workshop sa slide number 2, slide number 3, we have Board of Investment. We have slide number 4, General Santos City Water District. Wala pa po sa slide number 5 and 6, although meron na pong parang nag-edit. Yan. So, we're
Mhm.
looking at around 7 to 8. Sana po.
Oo.
Similar to the workshop kanina. Sige po, Sir.
Kayang-kaya siguro nila na yan. Before 5:40 baka tapos na yan.
Sige, sir. Sir, it's 4:21. Siguro po, let's give them until 4:30. Okay po ba?
Aha, na?
Tapos po, Sir Tony, while they are doing the the workshop, maybe we can go back a little bit. There was
Sige.
2 questions po kasi asked kanina.
Okay. Mhm.
Opo. Then I'll check din po with the team naman on the Facebook streaming. Baka po we have questions there. So hello po sa ating mga nasa Facebook. If you want to ask questions, let's take the time po ngayon habang nagwo-workshop pa po yung iba nating kasamahan. Sige po,
Mhm.
Sir Tony, the first question is a
Yes.
safety officer or are safety officers required in every government agency daw po?
Yes.
Yes.
Ang safety officer ay nasa yellow book, yung kaninang OSHA, yung OSHA standard, yung yellow book, that is applicable to public and private sector. So kung ano yung nakasulat doon, dapat ay government agency must have, no, national or local dapat meron. Mhm.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Sir, I have another one. Is it required for each process in the agency to conduct HIOHSAAP?
It's a requirement of ISO 45001, yung clause number 6.1, 6.1.2, na. So similar with the ISO 9001, you have to determine risk and opportunities. So sa ISO 45001, you have to identify, you have to assess risk. Pero meron siyang prerequisite. Ang sabi, assess risk determined from your hazard. No? Kaya meron mo ng parang 6.1.2.1 of the standard, hazard identification. 6.1.2.2 of the standard, risk assessment naman. So it's a requirement.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sir Tony.
Thank you, Ma'am
Sige po.
Angie. Thank you.
So let's go back to the
Ayan, baka
slide.
meron na silang nabuo.
Ongoing pa po, Sir Tony.
Mhm.
So, but nadagdagan na po, we have, I think, FDA, nadagdag po siya dito sa naggagawa po natin ng mga participants. We have the DOST as well. I think DOST will be doing siguro 1 lang po.
Mhm.
Maybe not. Okay, per region po siguro yata ito. So we
Mhm.
have the Tugigaraw City Water District and the CAA po. Yan. So we have around 8 right now na nagagawa. 9,
Mhm.
wala pong laman.
Mhm.
10, 11, wala din pong laman. 12, sige po. Yung Alma Almado Rizal Medical Center, akyat ko lang po yung slide nyo, ma'am, ha. Dito po sa taas. Yan. Para po magkakasama lahat ng
So yan
meron
yung
na pong
ginawa ni Doc
laman.
Alma. Okay.
Yes po.
So if
Alright.
you have a copy of your quality manual, mas madali nyo magawa yan
Oo
because
nga, Sir Tony.
quality
Kapit na
manual,
lang
nandun
sila.
na yung mga core. Mhm.
Yes po.
Mhm.
Ayan. So we have 5 more minutes so you can incorporate po your QMS with your OHS processes.
Yan. So the process map now will serve as the basis for the structure of your system, no? So usually if you have a quality manual, if you will start with the process map, so all the processes will be described within your quality manual, including the procedures that will support each process. So nakasulat din sa quality manual yon, no? And if we will have an integrated management system, no? So yung processes within this integrated management system, no, will serve as the basis naman for the structure of your system. Yung manual ninyo, no, will have to describe all the processes within this integrated management system. Then, so siguro madadagdagan ng ilang sections, no? Siguro one major section will be dedicated to the OHS-oriented processes, and then you will have to have a description of the processes within the OHS-oriented processes, and then what are the procedures that will support each process. No? For example, one of the process under the OHS-oriented processes ay yung OHS risk assessment. So, maaaring magpre-prepare kayo ng procedure dyan. Na maaaring the procedure will have a title, hazard identification and OHS risk assessment and action planning. No? So, yun siguro yung pinaka-procedure niya. The form ay maaaring yun na rin yung title. No? So, usually ganun yung magiging laman ng ating quality manual. And when we prepare our quality manual, I usually recommend na the quality manual should be structured based on your processes, not on the clauses of the standard, no? Not on the clauses of the standard, because maraming mga quality manual previously na-prepare na they have the same section with the section of the standard. So pag ganon, magkakaroon ng problema. Why? Because mahihirapan ipasok yung requirement naman nung ISO 45001, no? Magpapatong yung ano because if you have a quality manual that is based or that is structured against the clauses of ISO 9001, mag-i-integrate ka ng ISO 45001, magpapatong sila ngayon, no? So kaya better if you have a quality manual that is a process-based, no? Yung approach. So para hindi magpatong yung yung mga processes na related sa OHS-oriented process, no? Sa OHSMS. Okay, so meron na ba tayong somehow
I think we have one, sir, from slide number 3 sa Board of Investments. Ito po, naka-flash sa screen ko, sir. Nakikita niyo po ba yung sa BOI?
Yes po.
Ayan,
Ito
tapos
meron
na po siya, sir.
Opo. Siguro na lang, araw-araw na lang siguro yung kanilang
Opo.
kailangan, no?
As well as, let's look at the other outputs. Nagsisimula pa lang din yung sa General Santos. Almost done na po ba itong sa FBA? Hindi pa. Sige po. Liliitan lang po natin ng kaunti yung mga text nila. Okay.
So this is the advantage of virtual, ito yung this is the advantage pala, no? Because in the face-to-face, naka-separate yung mga table, di ba? And then we have to go through each table, no? And then unlike with the virtual, so nakikita na natin sabay-sabay na no? And then pwede sila magkopyahan, yun yung advantage. And then hindi naman pwede magkopyahan because of course
Sir, may downside lang.
Ano downside?
Wala silang price, sir, na actual.
Yun. Kasi during a face-to-face, ang mga prices pa naman namin mabibigat, no? Mga iPhone 12, mga ganyan, no? Mga ganyan ang prices natin during the face-to-face.
Ang diabetes.
And then, at the expense of mismaan yan. No?
Hindi po at the expense po of the project naman, sir. In coordination with me.
Anyway, usually ang mga ano natin mga token of mga tokens natin itong mga ating mga DAP ano rin
items
items katulad ng yung mga envelope na maganda.
Opo.
Yung
collectibles.
mga collectibles. So yung mga parang novelty items. Yung
Training 1, notebook. Training 2,
notebook.
So, na, yung collectibles.
Collectibles. Kasi once you have provided a DAP notebook, parang ayaw mo sulatan. Parang ganun.
Ay.
Kasi
Sir
parang
Tony, it's 4:30. We have RITM, I think done na. That's slide number 2 and slide number 3. Would you like to look at their output po?
Sige po.
Here is the Board of Investment. Let me see if presentation will be okay. Let me just do presenter mode. Yan. Umubra po ba?
So anyway, kasi
nasa pa lang siya.
Nasa ano sila nasa workshop mode. So of course, this is not the parang a final version kaya somehow nailagay nila diyan yung ano. So for Board of Investment, so these are the processes, no? Ito yung mga core processes na maaring na certify, no? If they are certified to ISO 9001. Industry promotion, investment promotion, project registration, aftercare services, investment counseling, compliance monitoring, and incentive administration. Tama po ba from the Board of Investment? So yan po yung...
Yes, sir.
Yan din yung makikita natin sa quality manual, no?
Yes, sir.
Sa DOST pala, sabi mukhang kulang daw yung space. Baka napakaraming processes nila. Depende kasi sa ano, no? Pagkaka-structure ng process map. So, for Board of Investment, so, ayan. Anyway, wala naman akong ano, no? I just want to see ano ba yung mga processes, no? So at least you can have an idea on documenting, no? Your integrated management system manual, no? Kapag meron kang clear structure of your integrated management system. So alam natin kung ano-ano ba yung mga processes na should be included within the scope, no? Ayan. Okay, pwede natin tingnan ma'am yung iba.
Sige po sir. Let me just shift. Let me just go back. Ano pala to sir? Pa isa-isang box. Ayan.
Kasi
yan. Here's the ano po, process map for our ITM.
Ano?
Yes.
So, parang dalawa, meron silang research, training, and then meron silang, siguro pinaliitan na lang nila, no? Research and training, and sa training, under training, external quality assurance for laboratories. And then meron silang management of infectious diseases, production of biologicals, provide storage and distribution to the EIP. Tama po ba? No? Evaluate IBDMD. No? So these are the nung na-certify ang RITM, ito po yung ano, no? Ano po ba ang scope description sa sa RITM? So ano ba yung nakasulat sa inyong certificate, no?
Miss Angie?
Yes po.
Oo. Nag-message sa akin si Sir Manny ng Amang Rodriguez. Sa kanya daw po yung slide 15. Just in case po.
Just in case.
Okay.
So, tinignan ko yung yung certificate ng RITM, na ang nakalagay sa scope ay provision of administrative, medical services, biologicals production, ayun siya, no? And research and development including knowledge and technology transfer. So siguro itong knowledge and technology transfer dito siya pumasok sa training. Tama po ba? Sa RITM po, no? Tapos research, ayun siya, nandun yung research, medical services. So saan po dito ang medical services?
Sir, bali nilagay ko lang po muna yung mga core functions. Hindi ko po siya naayos based doon sa may process map ng institute kasi medyo marami po siya. Mag-a-adjust po
Maraming
ng...
laman.
Opo. Pero yung
mag-adjust ng no?
Test po, andun po yung parang hospital or clinical care po.
Okay. Thank you po. Ayan. So that this would mean na if you are going to be audited by a certifying body, so you will still get two certificates. No, two certificates. One certificate for the scope ng QMS, another certificate for the scope of the OHSMS. Kasi wala naman talagang certificate na integrated din. Bawal gawin ng certifying body yan. No? They cannot have a certificate na, one certificate na integrated certificate na ISO 9001 and ISO 45001. So, hindi ganun eh. So, you will get two certificates, no? Yung the ISO 9001 will cover the scope dito sa mga quality-oriented processes, and the ISO 45001 certificate ay will cover the scope dito sa QHS-oriented processes. So yun yung mga usually magiging yung focus ng audit ng certifying body. But if you will check again the certificate, parang nagkakapareha sila ng scope statement. Magkakapareha sila ng scope statement because yung scope statement doon sa certificate of the organization ay almost kung ano rin yung mga processes na core sa isang organization. So usually yun, halos nagkakapareha sila ng yung scope na nakasulat doon sa certificate. Ayan, kasi yung mga processes na core sa isang organization ay naka-declare dun sa certificate.
Sige, sir, would you like me to proceed to the other slide? Sige po, let's look at, sino po bang gusto mag-volunteer? Slide number.
How about, Angie, yung mga hindi natawag kanina?
Sige, please. Sino pong slide?
Yung kaninang sila Sir Manny ata.
Oo, sila Sir Manny hindi po natawag.
Anong slide po sila, Miss Maan?
Si Sir Manny 15.
Wala tayong slide 15. Hanggang slide 9
ba?
po.
Sir Manny, wala po tayong slide 15. Slide 15 po ba? Angie, paano na lang ako? Sorry.
Oo, wala nga po. Hindi ko nga po ma-edit eh.
Ano pong sige po, hanapin na lang po namin. Sino pa yung hindi namin natawag kanina? Sandali lang po.
We have here FDA. We have here DOST. We have
Sige, ano ba yung
Alma
Ayan.
Amado
si
pala
Doc
si
Alma,
Sir.
hindi na check yung kanyang po.
Ayan
yung
si Ma'am Alma. Sige po.
No?
Okay, let me just
Tingnan natin sa
press.
ang RMC po ay yung nandito sa anong part ng Pasig ito, pagpababa ka na galing kan sa yung pagkatapos ng mga bulaklak.
Pagkatapos ng mga bulaklak.
Mga bulaklak, orchids, yung
mga motel, sir.
Ano, ma'am?
Mga motel yung nakikita ko pag
Bulaklak. Okay, gets ko na.
Yung sentro ng ano yun, usually kapag Valentine's Day, sentro ng ano yun, ng earthquake.
Sir kayo ha. Sige po, Ma'am Alma, are you ready po?
Yes,
Anong
ma'am.
part ng Pasig yan, Doc Alma?
Pinagbuhatan? Pasig Boulevard?
Ano yun?
In the Pasig Boulevard ho. Doon sa may papuntang C5.
Papuntang C5 na at Rizal Medical Center.
Yes.
Pinagbuhatan ang ano na.
Barangay Pinagbuhatan.
Barangay Pinagbuhatan. Okay. Ako naman kasi taga Pasig din kasi ako. Taga before. Nalipat na lang kami dito sa Laguna pero taga Canyogan, Pasig. Canyogan. Anyway po, sige po. So tinitingnan natin tong inyong core processes. So ang kinover sa inyong core processes ay outpatient services, no? What about yung emergency? Kasama po ba?
The area po na I work as a in the outpatient po ako, sir. Hindi po ako umaabot sa emergency.
Sa emergency. Kasi pag outpatient, so ito yung usually hindi kailangan ng i-admit, no? Tama po, no? Yun ang pag outpatient eh. Unless kung nagpa-admit siya. Pag nagpa-admit siya, inpatient ngayon siya, no?
Yes, sir.
So, tinignan ko yung inyong nakalagay sa inyong website, yung website ng RMC, Rizal Medical Center. Meron kayong certificate from a certifying body. Ito ay yung AJA pa. Ngayon, AJA is Socotec na eh. No? Na-release ito noong October 2013 pa pala. Teka. Date of original registration. Since October 2013, na-certify na kayo, 2008 version. And then siguro ay nagkaroon ng another issuance. No? So kasi na-certify uli sila no November 2016. Ang expiry date ay September 2019. But 2020 na tayo ngayon. So mukhang hindi na pala updated itong nakalagay dun sa website, Doc. No, hindi na updated itong naka-upload sa website na certificate. At yung nailagay na certificate ay registration certificate. Hindi na ilagay yung registration schedule. Na dalawa kasi ang AJA kasi when they release certificate, dalawang copy. One copy is the registration certificate and the registration schedule. Yung registration schedule, nandun nakasulat yung scope. So hinahanap ko kasi yung scope eh. Dito kasi sa process map na nakikita natin ay parang sa outpatient lang siya siguro dahil doon involved si Doc Amado, no? Sa outpatient. Pero yung I believe baka ER kasama rin, no? Sa na-certify, no? Yung emergency room ER services natin. No? So dito sa outpatient, meron tayong ano-ano yung mga nandito, no? Residence training, referrals to other specialties, doing procedures, discharging patient. So usually ang mga sa hospital ay ganito ay ang ganito yung usually na makikitang process map, just to share sa hospital. Titingin lang ako ng isang sample ng isang process map sa hospital, na okay. Sample. I-share ko lang yung screen po.
Yes, sir.
Mhm. Share ko lang yung screen ko po You cannot start screen share while other participant is sharing. Okay. Ay, ma'am, pahiram lang po ng screen.
Sige po, Miss Angie.
Okay lang, sir.
Oo.
I-ano niyo lang po. Thank you.
Nakalagay you cannot start screen share while the other participant.
Okay. Sige po, ito po. Naka-stop share.
Parang i-out nyo muna.
Sige po.
So this is an example of a process map for a hospital na. Yan, so meron siyang management processes at meron siyang mga support processes na. Ito yung usual na mga core processes na. And yung statement of the scope ay halimbawa provision of patient care services. So karaniwan ito yung mga processes na halimbawa receiving and registration of patient, initial assessment and treatment, diagnostic, inpatient care and treatment, disposition and discharge of patient. So yan yung parang so under the receiving and registration, nandun na yung mga triage, na yung triaging. So ganun po yung mga pwede nyong makita, no? So kaya halimbawa, if this is a hospital na certified to ISO 9001, itong mga core processes na ito, yung pwede niyang ipasok dun sa integrated, no? Yun yung ipapasok na dun sa mga quality-oriented processes. Ito nasa gitna, itong core processes. Now, this is just an example of a hospital, no? Okay, so tignan pa natin sa iba. Meron pa bang
Sir Tony, oo. Siguro maybe we can squeeze one more.
One more.
Ano
Sige,
lang, 10
tapos,
minutes na lang kasi.
nga, sorry. Pasensya na. At,
okay lang po, sir.
Punong-puno no?
I think po they benefited a lot from both workshops po.
Mm-hmm.
Sige po. Sino pa ba yung ibang hindi natin na ano? Sige, Angie, oo, nandyan naman. Nakikita naman yung ano.
Sino po, Miss Maan?
Ano po yung iba? Si Sir Tony, tapos na po tayo sa Civil Aviation Authority.
Na-check natin yung kanila.
Kanina. Yung first workshop. Sino pa po yung ngayon na hindi? Ayan, sino ba yung sa Amang Rodriguez po? Si Sir
Manny.
Sir Manny, kay Sir Manny.
Mm-hmm.
Yung ARMMC.
Ma'am, hindi po ako maka-edit eh.
Hindi kayo maka-edit. Sa Tugigaraw City kaya, sir?
Yata. Thank you po.
Sige po, pasensya na po.
Sa Tugigaraw, baka nandito yung sa Tugigaraw.
Andyan po, Tugigaraw po.
Mm-hmm. Kay Sir Julius, no?
Opo. Sige po, tignan natin.
Baka magsumbong kay
PJC ba?
Hindi man lang ako pinag-present.
Ayan, sir, ito na po. Baka mag-screenshot si sir. Sige po, sir, ito po.
Ayan, sige po.
Go ahead, sir.
Ayan, sa nabubuo ng tinte. Sa Tugigaraw City, ang nakalagay dito ay Local Action Planning, Implementation, Project Review, Project Design, and Development. So, dahil siya ay city, no, LGU, so try natin mag-sample ng isang LGU na na process map. So tingnan natin, na-sample tayo ng LGU process map. Kasi dito nakikita parang project design and development. So parang pang DAP yan eh. No? Pang DAP processes.
Opo. Sir Tony, gusto niyo pong itanggalin ko muna yung share screen if you will be presenting?
Ano ko lang ma'am, medyo iayos ko lang ng konti itong ano.
Sige po.
Sir Tony, ano po, mag-plug lang
Malapit
po
na, no?
muna ako. Mag-plug lang po ako, sir. Siguro
sige
po,
po, sige po.
opo, habang inaayos niyo po. My dear participants, kindly look at the chat box po. Meron po tayong links for our course evaluation and speaker evaluation. We would greatly appreciate it if you would be able to accomplish them. This would help us in our future course offerings and our future endeavors. And also, it would be beneficial for our resource person. It would be feedback on how effective we have been in delivering our online courses, and maybe you would have very good suggestions on how we can improve them. Any insights po, you can also put there po. Salamat po. So both po kailangan po ma-accomplish po as much as possible per participant po. Sige po. So, yun.
Ayun, so ito
Photo
pakita ko
finish
lang.
tayo, sir. 10 minutes. Okay pa. Sige
Okay.
po.
Ito yung sample ng isang process map of an LGU, no? Ayan siya, parang ganyan, no? So, usually the process map will have the following groups of processes: the management, the support, at yung core processes, na. So, ano yung mga makikita mga processes sa LGU, no? Halimbawa, local legislation management, yung kanilang sanggunian, na sanggunian panlungsod. Development planning, yung kanilang city planning and development office. Legal assistance, no? Revenue management, yung treasurer's office yan. Administrative, yung administrator. And then meron pang iba pang mga processes, halimbawa civil registration, so yung city civil registration office, no, yung CSWDO, no, social welfare management. So these are the core processes, no. Sir Julius, nakita niyo, sir? Na these are the core processes na makikita sa LGUs, no. Usually pag city or municipal na LGUs. Sa provincial, so pwede rin naman meron din kasi mga ganito sa provincial, no. Ayan. So, yan yung mga core processes. So, medyo iba lang yung presentation nito. Makikita rin kasi yung mismong mga products and services. Pero, ito yung mga core processes na pwedeng makita sa isang LGU. Okay. So, I believe na na-cover na natin lahat halos, no? So, may question po ba? Meron po ba tayong question?
Meron po bang gusto magtanong ng one last time? Ka nga po ni ni isang singer natin, one last time. Yes po, Miss Angie, go ahead.
Send mo na lang daw sa Lala Move yung mga chocolate nila.
Lala Move. Pwede pong grab pabili sa pwedeng grab pabili sa SNR. O kaya sa Landers. At sweldo na naman this Friday.
Sige, so next steps. So yung roadmap that we have presented to you earlier, no, will serve as your guiding path na towards your your setting up of your occupational health and safety management system. Na you can integrate with your existing management system. So ito yung roadmap that we have presented to you, no, earlier. So pag nagawa niyo lahat ito, so you can be assured of a certificate from a certifying body. Now, if you will ask the assistance of the AP, of course we're just very happy to to help you. So palagi naman ganun ng DAP, no? Lagi kami handang tumulong, no? Siyempre, para mas ma-ensure ng mga organizations, government agencies na makakapag-produce tayo ng tamang mga output, na. Okay, so since you have attended this training, so you have taken the first step today. So we're hoping that we will see you on your next step. So thank you very much from me. No? So
Thank you
bigay ko na
po.
yung floor po sa ating
Okay po.
project manager.
Salamat po ng marami. Salamat po sa ating participants. Meron pong last question. Meron
Meron.
daw
Sige,
po
sige
bang
po.
fee ang assistance? For any technical assistance po outside of this course po, you may contact us. We do have our programs and our trainings and seminars po. Miss Angie, that would depend doon sa the kind of assistance that you would need po.
Sige po.
So,
For
opo.
consultancy services po ng DAP, you may contact us at pdc.edu.ph. Pwede din po sa aming YouTube account, pwede din po sa aming Facebook account, pwede din po directly sa DAP account. Sige po. But for pdc@dap.edu.ph, pwede din po ninyo kaming abangan po natin ang Government Quality Management Committee. Ang balita ko po next year, ang funding po is Integrated Management System. So, tignan po natin kung baka po may beneficiaries next year for Integrated Management System.
Yes.
So, but for occupational health and safety, we do have training courses under the Productivity and Quality Training Office namin. Regular po namin siyang ginagawa. Pwede po siyang in-house, pwede rin po siya for public offering. You just need to check the training calendars of DAP or of the Productivity Development Center. Sige po. So, sana po i-like nyo kami sa YouTube. Sana i-like nyo din po kami sa Facebook so that we can keep in touch po. As a government agency, we would like to extend all the learnings that DAP can. Sige po, na available naman po, lalo na free at online. Thank you po.
Miss Angie, maybe we can invite them sa virtual forum. Pwede na ba silang invite?
Yes, oo nga naman, the virtual forum. We have on December 15 to 16 the Productivity and Quality Improvement Forum. Yan. It's also a government quality management system, a government quality management program project wherein ang mga speakers po natin will be talking about innovation, and as well as mga coping with the COVID-19 pandemic and the natural disasters, as well as business continuity, public sector continuity planning. So those are the focus areas po for the forum natin on December 15 to 16. Okay? Anything else po, Miss Maan?
Wala na. Siguro na lang ako. Closing remarks na lang po siguro.
Sige. Thank you so much, everyone. It was good learning with you.
All right. Sige. Thank you, Miss Angie. Thank you, Sir Tony. I would like to formally thank our resource person, Sir Antonio Santos, ang aming ever reliable and very fast resource person. Thank you po, sir. I have learned a lot again. This will be my 7th ISO standard for this year. 7th ba? Yes, 7th ISO standard for this year. I would like to thank all our participants for giving their time, effort, and space po. Also, most especially your attention and energy in participating in our session for today. Hindi po madaling umupo buong araw, but we do appreciate it a lot that you have given us your time and attention. So Miss Angie is giving links in the chat box. Kindly take note of that po. Meron din po kaming Facebook account sa DAP Productivity and Development Center pa. Like na din po na doon sa amin. Doon po ang aming mga training, seminars, announcements po. Kung if you would like to have, if you would like to participate with regards to our trainings na ina-offer namin, public offering po, may mga libre po kami, meron din pong paid. Kindly like our page and then click on the bell icon para din po ma-notify kayo ng mga updates po and notifications. All right. So, Miss Angie, thank you for assisting me today. That was you were very helpful, especially nung ating naglag ng kaunti. So, on behalf of the Development Academy of the Philippines, I and my colleagues would like to thank you again, and we would like to see you in our future endeavors. Maraming salamat po. Nakamute po kayo. Yes po.
The course and speaker evaluations are also po ha.
Oo nga pala.
The
Oo.
links are on
Mangungulit
the
po
chat
kami.
box. Yan, sige po. Please help us conform us also with our project management requirement.
Yes.
Sige po. Para hindi naman kami ma-NC ni Miss Maan na wala kaming evaluation. Nakaka-relate naman po kayo dyan.
Yes, part po ng QMS.
Kindly click na lang po the course evaluation and the speaker evaluation. Next year, we will be doing another set of 5 courses.
Yes
Hopefully po, it's for a different topic naman po na. And kasi this year, mga po siya, kanya-kanya ng industry, education, health and safety, yan. So next year, abangan po ninyo yung iba naman po nating i-offer na free again, care of the Government Quality Management Committee. So thank you everyone. Have a good day. Last activity, Miss Maan, syempre makasaysayang class photo.
Oo nga pala, class photo pala. Oo nga pala, yung nakalimutan kong sabihin kanina. Pa-open po ng lahat ng mga webcam ng meron po.
Oo nga naman. Para
hindi kasi ako makagalaw kanina.
Kitang-kita na kasama
Let
natin
me just
talaga
admit si Sir Julius at si Sir Mikhail. Yan,
Hindi
thank
ko kasi
you.
magalaw kanina.
Teka, medyo magsusuklay lang ako.
Sir, magsuklay kayo.
Okay.
Pagbutiin niyo, sir, brush.
Close the screen. Close.
Oo. Sige po.
Mm-hmm.
Angie, mag-take ako ng isa, mag-take ka rin isa.
Bilang kayo, ha?
Okay.
Opo.
1, 2, 3. Let me just paste it. Okay, wait a minute. There you go. Okay. Okay. Let me just can you do po ba? Pwede bang heart? Ano po bang gusto natin?
Gusto niyo thumbs up? O gusto niyo heart?
Wow, Sir Tony, naka 2 hearts pa talaga.
Ay, oo nga pala. I'd just like to thank pala Miss
Pwede,
Angie.
ganyan, tapos naka-heart, ganyan.
Yung ating
Grabe
mga
naman,
YouTube
heart na like
viewers.
pa.
Miss
Sige po,
Angie,
heart daw tayo, Miss Maan.
Miss Angie, last na pala. Yung ating mga YouTube viewers, salamat po sa pag-stay from this morning until this afternoon.
Heart YouTube.
Salamat po sa
viewers.
YouTube.
Kunin niyo kami
Ating participants. Okay, class photo 1, 2.
Opo. Ma'am, last na po, Dr. Ambas.
Thank you
na
po.
Okay. Okay, game. 1, 2, 2, 3. There you go. Okay, thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you
so much.
Salamat po. Sir Tony.
Marami. Salamat. Malapit lang ako sa inyo. Muntinlupa lang kayo. Taga San Pedro ako.
Abangan niyo po.
Thank you very much po.
RITM.
Ang iba pa naming courses. Thank you. Sige po.
Doc Alma, thank you. Thank you po.
Yung certificates po, e-certificates will be given po ni Miss Maan.
Sol, sana makapunta pa kami dyan sa Davao.
Opo, welcome po kayo dito.
Through the emails.
We will get in touch with you po later.
Sige po.
Thank you.
Ma'am Cathy,
Marami.
sa kaap, Ma'am Catherine, sana matuloy na inyong certification.
Yes, sana nga po.
Sige, Sir
Sir
Julius,
Tony, Miss
bye-bye. Sir
Angie.
Michael.
Dito muna po kayo. Stay tayo.
Salamat po.